give you a hand-drawn picture of yourself every time
Every
we
single
stream.
time.
Ooh.
It gets less and less flattering each time.
I'll stop putting you in funny mustaches. I'm sorry. I thought they made you look more handsome.
None of them could be as unflattering as the pube stash I have going on right now.
Oh no.
Does it go pube stash?
I have like occasional strands of like facial hair that are just significantly longer and darker than the rest of them, but because I barely have any to begin with, they're so noticeable and it annoys me so much.
The one piece of hair that gets an upgrade.
Sabi, you there?
Yeah. I'm just finishing watching something. So.
Okay.
I will mention that yesterday I felt like a real ninja because I managed to clap not one but two flies that were annoying me
Oh!
Nice.
with my hands. Yeah,
What
They
a
were-
guy!
they were the very small, agile kind of fly, and I got two of them, and it's my record.
Nat, you say.
Maybe?
I mean, if they were
I don't
very
know if-
small, possibly.
Maybe.
Real quick, did anyone check the stream yet to see whether or not our audio is fine?
I'm off. Do that.
Sounds fine to me.
Sounds fine as in, like, you can hear the game, you can hear me, and you can hear yourself?
I think so? Wait, I
think
can't
it
hear
sounds
myself.
good, too.
No, I can, never mind. It was just delayed.
Okay, it was delayed. Alright. Well, Lawrence is currently deafened, so I'm assuming he's listening to it as well.
It's okay.
Okay.
Sounds fine.
Yeah,
Alright, so all the
man.
levels appear to have not been changed. It was just the audio sources were changed. Excuse me. My mic stand is on, cable input for Discord is on, desktop audio is on. Alright, cool.
Wow.
Great, fantastic. Oh shit, now Saba's talking normally again, so I have to put her back down.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I too powerful?
You were talking softly a minute ago, so I was like, okay, I'll turn her up a little bit. So I turned you to like 101, and then you started talking normally, and I'm like, oh, fuck it, now I gotta put you back down to 80.
Too much
I'm
power
sorry.
in the voice.
Alright, alright, we're all good. I'm gonna start the recording, and we're gonna get going. So just to like summarize kind of what we're doing today, we're gonna be starting the post game, obviously. There's like an intro bit, which we're going to be doing full voice acting for, more or less. I really hope I remember any of the voices. Exactly. After that, I asked Adrian to to generate the Wonder Mail for his special mission that he had
So we can save
in mind.
him.
Yeah, so we'll defeat his Chingling rival. And then after that, we'll go into the episode lists.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah,
Don't
and
forget
then
to stream
after
to
that, we'll
Discord.
go into like the real post game where we make progress and stuff. But yeah,
The post game.
Hells yeah.
the post game, exactly. All right, cool.
The toast game.
Toast
Welcome
game.
to the toast game. All
The
right,
coast game.
The roast game. That's
All right,
when
we're
you all
done.
insult each other.
this joke, this joke is done.
Don't forget to stream to Discord.
Oh yeah, I have to do that for this. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, I've been staring at the Twitch screen for so long. I forgot.
This is very invigorating gameplay, as they say.
There
But
you go.
Zach, whenever we ever hung too long in a joke that's literally just us rhyming words together.
I mean, I normally really enjoy those types of jokes. Normally. All right, here we go. We're good. God, what are the buttons? Got it. We're good. As a result of Obo and Don's heroic actions, the destruction of time was stopped,
I forgot this was the SpongeBob announcer.
and peace returned to the Pokemon world. Of course, not everything went to normal right away. Some places remained where time was still out of control.
Time was wacky as shit.
It was real out of whack, yo. But overall, things have become better everywhere. As for Obo and Don, they returned to the Wigglytuffs Guild.
And died shortly thereafter.
Correct. And fell back to their daily routine of vigorous training. One morning, several months later. Think about that.
Later.
We've been like canonically, it's been like 2 years since we started the game. Like since that first time where Dawn and Obo met.
Pardon? Graduation.
That's right. Graduation from the. Wait, that doesn't sound right. This isn't the right voice. Give me 1 second.
Is it not? I thought that was the voice.
He was close, I think, but I think he was.
The problem was that the voice was coming from the wrong part of my throat. It was coming from the top of my nasal cavity as opposed to the back of my throat. So now I can do this voice for a long time. If you graduate, you can leave the guild. Shit, I'm clicking on the wrong screen. God damn it, this is a train wreck. All right, here we go. You'll be rid of the harsh daily training program too. Of course, that all depends on your passing of the graduation exam.
Oh, fuck. Hey, Chatot.
Okay.
Hey, we've been around a
Adrian.
lot longer than those two. This doesn't seem right. I'm gonna keep going. I'll get there.
It's okay.
Hey, why do Obo and Don get to take the graduation before we do?
Yeah.
Because
what's
we
this
saved the
favoritism?
world, Corfish. What the fuck? What have you done?
Corfish was there too. He helped.
Was he? He was not at Temporal Tower, Dawn.
Treasure.
Me million statue.
Million statues.
Oh, that's where all the time gears went afterwards. They just stuffed them all. Anyway, they've already proven themselves to be worthy many times over. After all, Oba and Don saved the world. Thank you. I know I just said that. It's only natural that they've earned the right to be tested. And that's how it goes.
That's how you graduate this. Only by saving the world. Do
Exactly.
You
Why do
qualify
you
for graduation.
do you know of any other Wigglytuff Guild graduates? I thought not. You have to save the world in order to graduate. It's very high standards.
Even Wigglytuff, the guildmaster, hasn't graduated yet.
We'll get
That's
to
why he's
that,
still here.
Lawrence, actually.
Wait, really? Wait, really?
And that's how it goes. We will soon conduct the graduation exam. I expect you to prepare for it.
Oh God.
She
Took the
something.
graduation exam last year.
See,
No, it's not it.
I don't even know
It's
why
not.
I said anything. Saba's a professional. She knows what she's doing.
And probably failed. Hey.
Get lost.
So, what are we supposed to do for this graduation exam?
I want you to explore the depths of a wood named the Mystifying Forest. You should find a place called the Luminous Spring there.
Luminous Spring?
That's what I just said. It was where Pokemon once went to evolve. But because of the time troubles we had, no sunlight shines on the spring now. That doesn't really make a lot of sense, but okay. Now nothing can evolve there. We want you to travel to the Luminous Spring and return its treasure. If you can bring that treasure back to the guild, you pass the exam. You will then be recognized as fully trained exploration team and graduate from the welcome back and graduate from the guild with full honors.
Wait, so we need to get the treasure and then return the treasure?
Yes.
Okay. Dang.
Do you want me to repeat it again, just in case?
Oh, no, I was just like, he's like, you're gonna return the treasure. And I was like, okay. And then he's like, and then bring it back to the guild. What? Okay.
And then, just in case it was unclear, you're going to put it in my hands, and then you'll be able to graduate.
We just have to bring back the treasure.
Wait, Don, what do we have to do again? I'm confused.
Either we go there or we bring
Whoa,
it back.
hold
I
up.
don't know
This is
either.
all going way too fast. Let's take it from the top. What are we doing?
reminded again.
Who are you? Points at Diglett.
Let's do this, Obo.
But you have to watch out for one thing. There you'll find a frighteningly strong enemy. The Grand Master of all things bad lives there. I feel like that
The
should be
real Groudon.
I feel. Oh my god. I feel like that should be. I feel like that should be capitalized. Right? Because it's a title.
Grandmaster.
The Grand Master of all things bad?
Yes, my Echo. The Grand Master is terribly wicked, and it's a horrifying presence. Oh, it's a horrifying presence no one would ever want to meet. So good luck with that.
What?
That will do for the morning briefing. All right, everyone, let's go to work. Hooray!
Hooray.
What do we do about the Grand Master of all things bad? That sounds scary. Oh, Lardred! Lardred, you took the graduation exam last year, right? Can you tell me something? What was the Grand Master of all things bad like?
He hung a queen.
Shut up, Lawrence.
Oh,
we're not
no.
talking about chess.
Oh no, is it, what's his, is it Wigglytuff without any perfect apples?
Oh my god, that'd be terrifying.
I think we'll instantly lose.
I'm sorry, but I'm not allowed to talk about it. It's the guild's rule. I can't talk about it.
I'll be executed.
I will be executed unceremoniously by Chat Tot, who is listening. But I will
Right.
tell you this. You're in for a rough time. What I went through, even now when I let myself remember it.
Oh my god. This has got PTSD.
Lardred was useless for getting information.
Hey man, that's not cool.
We'll just have to do our best to graduate on our own. I guess we should go down to Treasure Town and get ready. So I'm guessing this is like part of the post game, but I guess
Well,
since
so
we
this
just
is the
came in,
intro.
we had to
This
do
is
it.
the intro bit that I was talking about.
Yeah.
I
Oh.
think we have the option of picking up. Yeah. We can pick this up, and I
So
don't know what
is the
anything's
first
been.
thing we're going to do, like you said?
No, we're gonna do
save
this. We're gonna do the
Mhm.
thing with the luminous spring first. I'm just picking this up because they do this quite often, where because you only get a certain number of days in between story quests, right? Where you get to just do missions. So it's a really smart idea to, even if you're gonna be doing a story mission, you should double check and make sure that you're picking up job postings that are relevant.
I see.
Oh wait, wasn't this? Oh wait, this was Sava. Wait,
No.
I remember.
No,
I
it
remember the-
wasn't.
No, I remember. I
no.
remember the gimmick. I remember the gimmick. Hopefully, Sava does.
Hold on.
I remember as well.
Saba? Oh, it's Saba. It's Saba.
This is not me.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. I'm the bigger one.
She was
I'm pretty
indeed
sure.
the
I'm
bigger
pretty
one.
sure it wasn't. I was pretty. So Saba. I'm pretty sure I was the bigger one pretending to do a high pitched voice, and you were
No,
the
I know.
smaller
No,
one
no,
doing
no,
a deep
no. No, no.
voice.
No. If you recall, you were Teddy Ursa. You were high pitched, and what happened was you went to me, and you were like, "Oh, Saba has to
And she
default
went
to a
even
lower
higher.
voice."
You're right. I
Yeah.
forgot about that. Well, I got a new voice.
Okay.
Don and Obo. Hi.
Teddy Ursa and Ursaring, what's happening? Are you going out somewhere?
Yep, we're going to the mystifying forest right now.
Pardon? Mystifying forest? But isn't it dangerous there? Haven't you heard the Grand Master of all things bad is supposed to be there? Yeah.
No,
all I
you
can-
can't
I
do
can't
it to
go deeper.
Saba.
I can't go deeper. It's literally biologically
Just go high
impossible.
pitch. Just go high pitch. We'll do the obvious funny joke that we can do
Okay,
consistently.
the funny joke. The Grand Master of all things bad? I've never heard of anything like that. You're sure you're not making a mistake?
We go playing in the mystifying forest quite often. Yes, we do. We've never seen or even heard of a Grand Master. All we have around here are international masters.
You must have misheard a bad rumor or something. Let's go.
Goodbye. Good luck with the next president. I'm sure
Oh,
that.
no.
How bad could it possibly be?
Something's not right. It sounds completely unlike what Wigglytuff told us. It's not as if we can do anything about it anyway. Let's get ready and go out to Mystifying Forest.
All right, we have, if I remember correctly, yeah, we have no reviver seeds, a shit ton of items. I think I need to start depositing shit. Oh, excuse me. All right.
There's the fire with the grass leader team. I don't remember what they're called.
Why do you want to talk to them every time?
Because it's funny. He's
They're
just
not
looking terrified. And they're
interesting.
like, they are interesting.
All right, there we go. Actually, do we
Okay.
have a? Oh, I think for this mission we can finally take Lawrence and Adrian with us. They're gonna
Finally.
be so
They're
underleveled. Oh my god.
We're back on the team.
We're back in, boys.
We're in it. Let's go.
They
I'm
left
pretty
us
sure.
here in the bar, and then by the time they came back, it's been a couple of years.
Yeah, it was a couple
the
of
time
months.
tower. It's years to me.
No, I know,
like,
but it's
they've
like
been
that's ridiculous.
so intoxicated, like they
They're
just
on
can't
full
even fathom
beards
how
and
long
still
it's
not
gone.
evolved.
Well, no one can evolve right now. All right.
Not until they
Oh
graduate.
god, Steel Wing would be so good. It's a shame we can't use it.
It's a shame none of us are playing.
All right.
There's you. Watch this.
What's this? Jumps really high, only to fall on his face.
I'm gonna pull a Bagon gamer move.
Bacon gamer. Oh my god, please. I have to get used to all this. All right. So it's gonna be a hot minute while I prep all this stuff. So we can probably start with a smallish banter topic if you want.
Not mine then. Anyone else's.
Oof.
Take
why
away
not
Lawrence.
yours?
'Cause
Me.
mine's is long.
Alright.
Saba's is
I
like a
wanna play-
full-on discussion.
Oh, I did spores correlations. I did convince her past. Oh, we did that already.
Virtue
have to
damage and
banter-
protect
oh!
XP.
At what point does a villain become irredeemable? When did I? Okay, I guess. Can this be a short topic? Okay,
don't
so
think
like
this is
I've been thinking of, like about villains from other shows or movies or games or whatnot, and I'm just trying to think about at what point does a villain become irredeemable, as the banter topic says.
When they piss me off.
I mean, kinda.
Sure.
Like I know that's
Yeah,
like
sure.
I know that's like a silly answer or whatever, but that's kind of true.
I guess you have to talk both of like an objective and a subjective standpoint. Then?
Cause like, all right, let's use an example in this case, cause
Azula.
I was about to,
dang.
I was about to
Cool.
say from Avatar. I was thinking more on Azula's pretty good actually.
So
That's a good choice.
basically,
I was thinking
someone.
Azula and Zuko.
So basically, self-gain, but like it goes to the point where you will literally do anything to anyone in order to get what you want.
Sure, but that's at one point that's exactly what Zuko did.
Well, sure,
Right,
but
but
then
then
he
he-
changed, right?
but yes, he did get that whole redemption arc, and it worked. Like,
And
of
he
course,
really,
it's
and
one of
and Zuko wasn't really that. Well, he was bad. Like he was literally a villain for the first season.
But he was damaged.
Well, it's not even that he was damaged. Like I don't know. I'm obviously basing this mostly on the overanalyzing Avatar or whatever. But it's pretty clear upon like reflection of season 1 and most of season 2 that Zuko is just misguided, but he's still like extremely honorable, which is funny considering that's all he ever wants in the entire show is he wants his honor back. Turns out he never actually lost his honor. He just lost his prestige, which is something totally different despite looking the same. And yeah, because there's stuff where like I don't know, just like literally episode 2, like the first episode that Zuko shows up in, He's at the Southern Water Tribe, and he's like, he's like tells Aang like, come with me or I'll destroy this place. And Aang's like, okay, sure. Zuko, they had a warship. He totally could have just been like, lol, fuck you, and destroyed the town, killing all of them. He totally could have did that, but he chose not to because he was an honorable guy.
But some people may argue. I'm trying to think of
What?
an actual villain that would do the same thing. But like, some people may argue that threatening an entire group of people in the first place, even if you
I
don't
got
act on
someone,
it,
maybe.
it's still
Is his name Zekul Khan?
still very much a bad thing. Which, yeah, of course it was.
I mean,
a bad
it's
thing,
well.
but
I'm not about to say. I'm
he
not
eventually
arguing that
got
it's.
redeemed from it.
I'm not arguing that it's not bad. I am arguing that it doesn't make them irredeemable, right? Because that's like the point of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
What
Like
do you
just
guys- have you
just
guys
because
seen
you
him?
do like it's the same thing. Like Robin Hood technically on paper does bad things. Like I don't know if you ever read the original like novelizations of the Robin Hood story, but he fucking murders people. And I don't just mean like, you know, like guards and stuff like that. I mean like he murders like merchants who have families and kids because he's like, sorry, I got my job
mean,
to do.
Sorry, man,
Usually
you're
those
rich.
guards don't also have families and kids.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that like almost any heroic character also does bad things. That doesn't necessarily make them a bad person, but I don't know.
Unless you think objectively murder is always bad, but I wanted to actually bring it. Have you guys seen Road to El Dorado?
Yeah.
What do you guys think of Zekul Khan?
That's like the evil that's like the villain of the movie, right?
Priest, yeah.
I
Priest.
don't remember. What are his motivations again?
So basically, he's like, well, once again, Adrian and Lawrence, have you seen Road to El Dorado?
I've not. Oh, wait, Road to El Dorado. I thought you were saying some other gibberish. Road to El Dorado. Yes, I
Some
have.
other gibberish, as if I normally just speak gibberish. Thank you, Adrian.
I'm sorry, you just said it really slurred and fast, and I thought you were talking about some anime I didn't hear of.
No. Yeah, Lawrence, have you seen Road to El Dorado?
Technically yes, but I was like super small when I watched it, so I don't remember the thing.
Okay, well, good enough, I guess. So basically, Zach, his motivations were like, he's like, oh, the gods have arrived. It's like our time or whatever. Like the priests like own like calendar or something, like Age of Blood or something. But then he realized that, like, since those guys aren't actually gods, he's like, I need it to become what I want it to be, basically. In terms of like sacrificing people and like his view on what their cultural traditions are, I think
Okay.
that's what it was. So I think that's what his motivation was. But I'm like, he's a pretty evil dude that I don't think I would ever redeem.
I guess. Well, because I mean, like and I don't want to Shanghai the topic from Lawrence, but like Lawrence's initial point was, at what point does a villain become irredeemable? And I don't know. I look at that guy and I'm like, yeah, he's an evil bastard, but he is fighting for like traditionalism, I guess, kinda, or at least I don't know. Like, does he do it for personal gain, or does he do it because he truly believes that that's what's best for his people? I don't know. I don't remember.
I don't see. That's the thing. I don't know if it's what's best for his people, but he's like, he likes the old ways because I think there was a lot of like sacrificing and stuff like that. Maybe it's this idea of like
What
the only
the
true
hell?
way to worship
What
is
is
sacrifice.
this menu?
So it's, I don't know. So it's not necessarily he's being a bad guy because selfish reasons. Then
No, maybe because like half of the population went with the other chief, and in terms of like we don't necessarily like this idea of sacrifice, but he's like, we have to do it. It's very weird, but it's like this idea of what you were talking about, because I was thinking of then Thanos, right?
Thanos was also one that I thought of.
He's very charismatic, but in the context of the MCU, he is irredeemable because he is actually just insane.
Yeah, that's
And he will never stop. I think that's one of the other things. If
Oh,
there
yeah,
is
he's-
no
nah.
chance,
No, absolutely not. Yeah.
I mean that's
to
his
show
quote,
anyone their
"I'm
ways."
inevitable."
yeah, I'm never. Yeah, so exactly. If there's no chance of showing anyone like the way that they're wrong, I think that's one thing. And then on top of that, if people actually enjoy what they're doing and it's like really bad, like, you know, someone who enjoys murdering which might also just fall into literally being a psychopath. But I
Right.
think those two.
Well,
things
then what about
can
like
end up
Harley?
ultimately-
What about Harley Quinn then? Right?
Yeah.
Because like Harley Quinn, like she thoroughly enjoys murdering people and like causing as much pain as possible. But she is also like kind of redeemable because it's not exactly her fault. She was driven insane by Joker.
Weren't there also like, or aren't there also like
Chemicals?
many story arcs where she becomes redeemed
she gets better.
through some act? She gets
Well, I
better.
mean, they have like the new show, for example, where her
And
and,
I think
Poison
that's
Ivy
why,
are making each other better.
I think that's why if you have to mostly, I think you can combine both of what I said. So like, there's no chance of like redemption. Plus, I think it's an added bonus if like they enjoy doing violent stuff. I think that factor is what helps convince people more easily that someone's irredeemable.
I guess.
But like again,
Oh yeah,
with
sorry.
the Harley Quinn example they used, Harley Quinn was like perfectly fine with some murders. Yet
Some.
All? I don't know exactly what it
Pretty
what
much all.
What it is.
Yes.
All? Yeah, okay.
But-
She was perfectly fine with all murders, yet she was able to get a redemption arc,
True.
depending on which comic books you read.
Which
Yeah,
obviously
gonna
is comic
say-
books, right? There's like a million
right,
different
but
independent
it does
storylines.
exist, so it does happen, I guess. I don't know which one's the quote unquote main storyline, but
Because
that's a
I was
different
thinking,
topic.
I was thinking about it because I was thinking of Immortan Joe, the main bad guy from Mad Max Fury Road,
Mm-hmm.
right? He's irredeemable, right? He's like evil among, he's like evil incarnate, but I also get it almost, and so it's like I'm thinking about it now, and I'm guessing like he's clearly not redeemable, but he is understandable, which is interesting because like that's one of the
Which is-
things
yeah.
with. That's one of the things with MCU Thanos that I don't like, which I mentioned before, is that MCU Thanos doesn't have the context of falling in love with death that he does in the comics. So he just seems like a crazy person. You know what I mean? And not only does he seem like a crazy person, he seems like a dumbass. Because he literally has the ability to like essentially grant any wish he wants with the snap of his fingers, and he chooses to like kill half the population of the universe as opposed to, I don't know, doubling the resource and size of the universe. Like that makes
Or
way
even
more
just-
sense. And also
or
like
even just
if you
making
kill half
resources
the
infinite.
the population's gonna grow again. Like you didn't solve the problem.
And that was pretty funny. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so it's like, it just makes him seem like a dumbass. Whereas Immortan Joe, he's evil. Like, he rapes women and he murders people because he can. But he is correct in that if you don't have a tyrannical dictator controlling the water in that post-apocalyptic situation, they ran out of water way too quickly. Because I don't know if you guys are aware
I
of
mean,
that, but that's like the
he even
post
did
story.
this- But
He
even
could've
the way
did
he
it better.
distributes this, it's yeah, it's very wasteful.
Well, it's actually not, funny enough, because the idea was that the reason why they were specifically living there was that the groundwater had already been tapped. That's why there was all the pipes and stuff. So even just dumping all the water and then it just gets soaked up into the ground, it actually just gets reabsorbed into the ground, into the water table of the ground, and then resucked up into the system.
No.
Yeah.
As bad as I
It's
thought,
wasteful.
okay.
It's wasteful in the sense that people don't get the water, but it's not wasteful in the sense that it disappears.
Okay. I was also thinking about like the idea.
Machop's or Adrian's not a traitor anymore. You just learned how to.
Yay.
You just learned how to not be a traitor.
Non-trader.
Traitor.
Anywho, yes. Sorry.
Saba?
Please continue.
Oh, sorry. It was like this idea of lack of humanity, right? I think also could play into it, but then like you said, you also have like some characters who, let's just use Thanos as an instance, because he's like, for the sake of like the overall picture of humanity as well, or like, you know,
All life, but
Humanity
same
of, like,
thing,
laugh.
I guess.
yeah. So that's why I was like, it's weird, because I'm like, lack of humanity, I think, can add to like being irredeemable, but maybe
I'm
it's
trying
this
to think.
idea
I'm
of
trying to
having
think of a
humanity.
redeemable villain who lacks humanity, and I can't really think of any. I was thinking of like Legion from Mass Effect 2. He starts off as like a villain kinda, and then you can convert him. He's basically like a hive mind of robots, and they literally lack humanity. But I'm thinking about it now, and even like their personal quest, like the quest line that you can go on to like increase your favor with them, it's about teaching them humanity. So it's not like they don't want to learn. So
That's interesting then, yeah, because it's like you would, I like from hearing it though, like, you know, obviously you'd be like someone who doesn't have any humanity probably is irredeemable if you can't obtain any humanity. But then, like, when as we're talking, right, all of our stuff is like good villains have humanity, but the way they go about trying to achieve their goals is like the worst way possible.
Worst
And,
way
like,
from
belittles
like a
other people.
global perspective, right? Because like
A
I would say,
moral
like,
perspective, global or moral?
well,
would you say?
both, I guess. Because what I mean to say is that like Immortan Joe could have done his exact same objective without having a harem. Or,
Yeah.
like, you know, not just murdering 2 people a week to instill fear in the hearts of his subjects. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't need to do that. so it's like I guess what I'm saying is that I'm like agreeing with you in that mostly villains go about things in the worst way possible. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of like any villain who's like irredeemable in my mind.
Right.
Just look up the
Immortan
worst
Joe, basically.
villains of all time.
Yzma, she tried to poison the Emperor.
That is true. And then tried to murder him with her bare hands.
Oh,
And with a
That's
hammer.
dude.
and with a
Lecter.
hammer. And then she turned into a cat. And then she turned into Saba.
Right.
Rude. Dare
Um,
you?
What the fuck
I
are
was
you
gonna say,
doing?
I'm as another example, Darth Vader fucking slaughtered millions,
A lot of people.
A lot of
A lot
people.
of people.
yet gets a redemption arc.
At least 4 people.
At least 4 people. That is that's written in the history books.
It's
I
written in
think
George
it's,
Lucas's diary. Darth Vader slaughters at least 4 people.
At least 4
I like how that's
people.
the. I like
Yet
how that's the
yet
voice
he gets
that
a
everybody-
redemption arc. in a
At the
way.
very end of the
At the
original
very-
trilogy. Yeah, he gets a redemption
Yes.
arc, and it's pretty nuts. But yeah, he does.
Let's
But
see.
does he
They
deserve
said
But did he deserve it? Good question.
I mean, what would have happened if you didn't give him that redemption arc, right? Because Darth Vader was already one of the best, if not the best villain in, like, science fiction up to that point. Just because of, like, his presence, you know what I mean? Like, he was terrifying through and through. Like, he felt like a force of nature as opposed to a guy who was dying inside of a suit. Like, did you guys ever watch I don't know how much you guys actually care about Star Wars, but there was a, Red Letter Media, the YouTube channel, they did a video where they found an old document, like an old story production Bible that was like talking about Darth Vader's suit. And like, apparently Darth Vader's suit was like the worst piece of shit technologically possible. And I don't mean in real
no.
life. I mean like in universe, it was horrible. Like, you know, like the panel on his chest that had like all the lights on it and stuff.
Right, all
That
the
wasn't just
buttons.
for aesthetic purposes. That was to maintain his biological, rebreather and stuff like that. And apparently that would constantly short out. And Darth Vader would have to constantly use the Force to like reconnect wires and tighten bolts and stuff like that in his own suit. And it's like, it's the stupidest shit. The suit was not specifically made for him. It was a suit that just existed that his crippled body was put into. And so, like, the boot size that he wore was 2 sizes too small, but he couldn't take them off
no.
because it was fused to his skin. And
Oh,
stuff
that just
like
sounds
that,
ridiculous.
right? And it's like I don't know. Like you talk about like, oh, he's like redeemable, and it's like he's redeemable. Like he gets a redemption arc at the end. It's not even like really a good redemption arc. I would say it's a redemption arc. It's not very
It's a
good.
redemption, you're
But
right.
then like in the prequels and then in like the extended universe stuff, they just make him seem pathetic. I love it. Like he's a whiny baby, and then he grows up into a slightly taller whiny baby in the prequels.
Does making a character pathetic make them more worthy of redemption?
I think so, right?
more
Because then you
pathetic. What do
start
we mean
to.
by pathetic, though, as well?
I mean, what we just described, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I guess that's up to Adrian to
Because
determine
it's like
specifically.
if you're quote unquote pathetic, you have flaws, and us people have flaws, and thus might trigger.
You can empathize with somebody who is physically, emotionally, or situationally lesser than you are. You know, like that's a natural human response. They all just thanked me for saving the world.
There you go. Look, a booster and stuff. Oh, so and it's interesting. I actually wanted to, because I was like just scrolling through Instagram for a second.
Oh shit, the Mafia's here.
Oh yes.
And one like a new movie that people want to come out for that I'm like, dude, maybe this could be an interesting topic is Cruella de Vil. Whether we think she's redeemable or not.
Now, what Disney would like to pose: do you think Cruella de Vil effectively utilized girl power when she tried to slaughter hundreds of Dalmatians?
Yeah, see, that's why I'm like, this is incredibly dumb. They're trying to give her like a
Girl power
redeemability
energy.
character. Yeah, or being redeemable in any quality. When I'm just like, but she kills puppies and enjoys it.
Right. Well,
Like,
because
killing
they're doing
puppies is
they're
the
doing the
first
same
that
thing
you cross off
that
in
you guys remember.
redeemable.
Did you guys ever read or watch the play Wicked?
No.
The one with like two girls and.
No. No.
I'm vaguely aware of the poster for it, but I don't know anything else about it.
Wicked is a stage play based on The Wizard of Oz, and the main character is the Wicked Witch of the West, i.e. the main villain from the original story, and it's from her perspective. And the whole, oh yeah, look, I can go to Lapras to go to the other location.
But the Wicked Witch of the West, she's only mad because you literally killed her sister.
Correct. Now listen, Saba, because in the original Wizard of Oz story, the Wicked Witch of the West is obviously the villain, right? But in Wicked, it's like, yeah, I'm going to get revenge on Dorothy, Dorothy's like rude and racist and stuff because she's from fucking old-timey Kansas.
Oh,
you know,
no.
like it essentially takes like a gritty spin on the subject matter, I suppose. But then spin like, because you know the idea of like history goes to the victor. The idea is that this is the afterlife memoir of the Wicked Witch of the West, because when she gets melted by the water, she doesn't die. She goes into like magical purgatory and writes the play. And so it's her side of the story. And so in that story, she's a lot more redeemable. She's not like an evil witch that just wants to like rip your head off. She's like a person who can do magic, who is trying to avenge the death of her sister. And it's like, okay, that makes it a lot more sense. So we take that to Cruella, the new movie, which Sada just mentioned, and what was the one that had, I think it was Angelina Jolie. It was the villain from Sleeping Beauty. Maleficent. There you go. Exact same thing. In the Maleficent movie, they're like, oh, she's just misunderstood. And it's like, what are you talking about? She turns into a giant fuck you dragon. She's evil.
Yeah. I will say, so based off the limited amount of knowledge you get from like the base movies, like Maleficent, like I think there's an underlying even like theme where she's like something happened where like the king and queen are like treating her really badly, or they're like afraid of her. So like I feel like that is a little bit more understandable leading into like the Maleficent movie. But I'm like, what do we get about Cruella? Her name is literally cruel.
Literally, yes. And so like in theory, they're going to try and put a spin on it where it's like, listen, you don't understand. It's probably going to be my assumption is that, because I don't know. My assumption is that it's going to be something about like how fashion in France, in Paris, is highly influential on a person's social status. And the idea, I'm assuming what they're going to do is they're going to make it seem like Cruella was socially pushed to trying to get the Dalmatians. Like, that's what I'm assuming they're gonna do. They're gonna make it seem like a societal problem. But still, I'm like, fuck you!
This is bad. Like, out of everyone to use, you use the puppy killer. Like, the person who in the team enjoyed it.
You could probably get a better movie out of Clayton, the villain from Tarzan.
My guess is that it's gonna bolster her helping, like, the economy or some shit like that.
Wait a minute,
That's a good guess,
Zach.
too.
Zach,
Yes.
just you wait. They have a Clayton movie in production.
No, they don't. Shut up. Shut your fucking stupid mouth. Read the line.
This is like the time that I told Zach about the fucking Mike and Melissa reduction.
Shut up! Shut up! We're moving on. Everybody
Saba,
shut
share
up.
the link today, Clayton. I need to see this.
Will the two of you shut up so Saba can read the line and I can get a clean read? I know, but you all fucking talk at the same time. I can't split your audio.
Obo. Hello.
I've been standing.
Yeah?
Me, the Pikachu, has been standing there with a vacant face, and I
Hello.
snap back. I snap back to reality, screaming on the top of my lungs, and Don's like, "Are you okay?"
Are you okay, Obo? I don't. You seem to be getting a little bit out of it. I don't.
Who's
Was it that
Clayton?
berry I gave
Who
you?
are you talking about Mike and Melissa for?
Oh no. Since this is our graduation exam, I started thinking that just the two of us should go, Obo. Who else was supposed to take this exam?
No
Me
one.
and Lawrence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just spent all
That's
that time
depressing.
trying to put them on the team, but never mind, it's fine.
Great.
So how about leaving behind the other team members? This sounds so sad.
Me
That way we can
and Lawrence are starting off so like, what the fuck? Doc,
Your only two options is go as a pair or don't go at all.
Doc, what the
Once we
Doc.
do this mission,
I'm sorry.
we can go as a team, but like, my god, dude, that's really annoying.
Don, oh, we've been doing missions. Well, we've done more missions than you guys have.
I know.
We were,
I don't know
we
why,
were
but
ready
okay,
to go.
Let's just go. Let's do our best.
We're going fucking insane.
I can't believe this shit. We did more missions than they did. They're fucking going without us.
Why did you
We
guys
should- we should
follow
make our
us?
own adventuring
Wait,
team.
if you're not going on the mission, why did the two of you follow us all the way to the entrance of Mystifying Forest?
In case you change your fucking mind. Where yeah, if you ever want some help from your trusty partners.
We're just the bench warmers, aren't we?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm actually a little upset. I'm just like, I just wanted to hang out. All right. Back to Saba telling me why she likes the Cruella movie so much.
Why Saba
Oh.
is now cosplaying and identifying as Cruella DeVille.
Correct.
Oh my
She's
God.
kinning Cruella DeVille.
I'm not. I'm.
She's shifting in
why
a
do you
world where
like
she
to-
is Cruella DeVille.
Why do you like to kick puppies, Saba?
Answer
Oh,
the
God.
question.
Moving on to Zach's nightmare.
Oh,
Clayton
now she's
movie.
fucking dodging the question because she knows she can't handle it.
Hold up,
Moving
but this
on
is
to
a
the
good
Clayton.
dodge. Tell me about this, Clayton.
The Clayton movie. So, what I'm thinking, Lawrence, that the Clayton movie is going to be is his parents were actually explorers,
And they got
something
killed by
happened,
gorillas.
and then they got lost at sea. And he's like, "What the hell happened?" But it turns out that like
He
someone
becomes Tarzan, right?
His parents.
His parents die
He's a
from a
freak.
shipwreck.
And then he fucks Tarzan.
God.
Finally.
The good
Anywho,
representation we didn't know
Are-
we needed
are
that
we-
Busy gives anyway.
are we happy about the villain stuff? No, are we good?
I don't know. It was a really
I-
good. It was a really good
Oh,
topic
no.
because I'm still thinking about it. And it's like we didn't actually answer the question of what makes, like
Well, I
what
did a
makes
little
them
bit.
irredeemable. And it's like
Yeah,
I
'cause,
don't
like-
know. Like I could theoretically, I can think of several villains off the top of my head that have straight up murdered innocent people that still get redemption arcs that I'm okay with.
I'm about to say, I was thinking of
Fucking
Hordak
Vegeta.
From...
I looked
True.
up the like most like villainous people, and what do you guys think about Hannibal Lecter? Because that's
He's
interesting.
charismatic. He's not redeemable.
I'm gonna say, isn't he just-
Interesting.
Yeah.
He's just a villain who helps the hero take out another villain, right?
Well, Lawrence, remember he's also a cannibal, and in the sequel movie and in the TV show, he fucking like
Ah.
slices people's heads open to eat their brains.
To be fair, I haven't seen the sequel nor the show, so
You have seen Mads
He's not-
Mikkelsen, which is enough judgment on that.
true.
The fact they
We
said
also
Mads Mikkelsen does make him
have-
redeemable, unfortunately.
Like would then okay another fate came
You
after.
know,
Would
wait,
James
Saba,
Bond be
before, no,
redeemable?
Saba, hold on to it for just one quick second, because I'm about to forget this point. You guys are familiar with the idea of, like, in a lot of fiction, if the villain is hot, people will give him a pass on, like, the
Yes,
stuff
that
that they
is-
do. I wonder if it's the same thing if the villain is charismatic.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Like, I never
Right.
actually thought about that before, and
Maybe
it's like...
hotness also relates to charisma, and like
You know
Well,
what? You're
overall
probably super right. I never actually thought about that before, that charisma is actually just like a non-physical form, or sorry, hotness is a non-talent form of charisma.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I never thought about that.
What were you
Frick.
gonna say, Saba?
Yes, please continue.
This was a good question. Oh, I think I talked about Jigsaw. I'm like, what about Jigsaw?
Is he
Like, 'cause
redeemable? What?
He's definitely not redeemable. He's an elderly cancer patient that decides to torture and mutilate human beings so that way they have a zest for life again. It's
Or
not.
they,
It's
didn't
not
they also
redeemable.
do something bad? Like the people?
No.
I mean,
the
like they would do
first
tax
two,
evasion, and then their punishment would be, hey, chop your arm off.
Yeah, like you know the famous bear trap scene, like the one where the lady's head is trapped inside of a reverse bear trap, and
Yes.
yeah, and it's gonna fucking slaughter her. Her like bad thing that she did was that she like posted mean things online. Like that, and like apparently that's like an equivalent punishment, you know?
Dude, did you just kill the Teddy Ursa that was playing out here with...
Oh my god!
Not
No!
redeemable.
I can't believe I did it!
The disproportionate punishment.
Speaking of disproportionate punishment, how dare you look me in the eye?
Oh no.
So,
Well, yeah,
okay.
no, I don't think Jigsaw is
Jigsaw's
redeemable
definitely
at all.
not redeemable. So it's like, what makes them unredeemable? I guess it's a
Hey, it's Adrian!
Yes.
Except it's a different form of Adrian.
Ow.
No, not that! You were sleeping! In the corner.
well, I can't go
Oh.
back because I'm afraid I'm. Oh my god!
You big.
That's a.
It's a big lad.
That's a fucking Torterra. Oh shit! I'm panicking because this thing has earthquake.
Oh no.
And is
Big
shit.
underground
And
me.
no, it's immune to
John,
electricity. It's immune to electricity. No.
Don, dig! Don, do it! Don, give it, don't dig on the ground!
Hit it! Hit him!
Dangum.
No! He's gonna chase after us now.
Oh no.
All right, well, we're fleeing.
You can lose him.
I mean, he is a Torterra. They're not exactly known for being fast.
beats
All right, we.
slow.
Oh! Chow chow, motherfucker. Adrian, what's wrong with your mic?
I don't know.
You
was
sound
just
like
panicking,
you're
that's what
eating it.
I'm not. I don't know why that is.
It was for the bit, Zach. It was for the bit, okay?
There you
Oh my
go.
God.
You sounded like that. Maybe it was Lawrence that I heard actually.
Oh,
It was
that
probably
really
not
cool.
Lawrence.
It was Adrian.
I have no idea why my mic sounds bad. It sounded fine yesterday.
No,
I
you
was say
sound
your
fine right
mic
now,
sounds
I
good
think.
right now.
Okay, great.
I think,
Well,
like I said,
don't
it
know
was
what that
just it was just for that bit. He was just like getting all
He was getting all excited.
excited.
All right.
All I did was raise my voice slightly.
Yeah, just don't do that. Just talk monotone for the rest of our entire careers as streamers. Never
This'll make
raise your
great
voice,
content.
even when someone says
There's another
something.
Eevee!
Oh, dude, it's
What's
just-
happening?
Oh,
it's Dawn
dog
too.
is
who's the
Angry.
real Eevee?
But
Holy
which one's the real
shit!
Dawn? Dude, that stab did not mess around.
Oh yeah, that would be
Frodo
stab,
just-
wouldn't it?
Frodo
Oh
just
shit.
KO'd me. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that's one of the 2 reviver seeds that I brought with us down.
You only had
my.
you only had 2? That's rough.
I
dude.
didn't. I remember this not being that hard. I remember the graduation being like kind of okay.
You remember the graduation not being hard?
Yeah, I usually play a character that has like AoE stuff. So
My
I'm-
god.
Be careful, your defense has sharply fallen.
What the fuck just happened?
That fucking
What?
hand guy swapped places with the pointer.
Pointer purr.
The point upper.
Remember, I don't know those Pokemon's
There
names.
you go. That was
Apom.
now Adrian's audio fucked up. I heard it.
Well, I don't know why it keeps fucking up. I'm literally not doing anything different.
I wonder if it's just like an
Don't
internet thing
move.
because I've heard that
What do you mean?
Discord's been having issues lately.
Maybe.
Apparently
Did you
they're
see they
changing their
updated their-
logo.
Yeah, they updated
Yeah.
their font for their logo. It sucks now.
Dang.
Why?
Well,
do
because
they-
they're
like, I
going
feel like
all
we talked
they're going
about
all
this.
fucking corporate on us.
Yeah, it's like, why do like certain companies feel the need to constantly remake their like logos? Like, I feel like we talked, or so, like I remember having a discussion about like Google constantly having to change their stuff, or even like Amazon. It's like,
It's
why
to keep
do you
us on
have
our
to do it?
toes.
Well, in actuality, it's so people can keep their jobs. Because I agree with you that the recent logos that Google has done are fucking terrible. But if they don't do that, people will just get fired because they're not doing any work anymore. Like if you were brought on to Google to analyze their logos, and then you don't need to do that anymore.
Pack do I have set, Zach, as myself?
I think you have all of them set, right? Yeah, you can use all of them. Yeah, you just choose to never help.
I just feel like
No, don't worry, I got it. don't worry. God, how do I fucking B. How do I?
Okay, I think.
No, give me
now,
1 second.
Do you think we
There we
rounded
go.
off for the subject?
We still didn't actually answer the question, but yeah.
What
wait, we got a thing. Hold up.
Okay.
We've come a long ways into the forest. Luminous spring must be coming up.
Let's just walk over this extremely unsuspicious patch of grass.
What are you talking about? Oh, Dawn, Obo. Hello.
Hello, Dawn. Obo.
Hi, Petty Nursery. You're here too.
Obviously.
We have to come and play here. So how's it going? Did you see your Grandmaster of all things bad?
Like a non-committal Canadian.
No.
Non-committal Canadian.
Something like that. See? I told you that it was only a rumor.
Those certainly were words that you just said.
I'm getting a phone call.
Are you in search of the Grand Master?
Red pasteurized milk.
Saba has a phone call, so we'll have to wait a moment. So Adrian, your question of what was the question we were supposed to answer
Are we
was...
still on redeemable?
We were still on that, yeah. And I mean, to be fair,
Okay.
it was a good topic conversation because it sprung...
I just wasn't sure whether we moved on or not.
No, I mean, because I'm still thinking about it, and it's just I don't know. I really don't know if there's... I mean, there are definitely lines that once a character crosses, redeeming them seems fucking ridiculous.
Right.
But you could do it.
Apparently murder is a line that you can cross and still be redeemable.
Yeah, I'm about to say that's happened a lot.
It's happened way too many times.
I bet.
Yeah.
I think I says it before, and then we'll continue with the scene. But I think I says it before. But there's a character from Wonderful 101. He's like a small child. He's like a third grader named Luca. And straight up towards the end of the game, he betrays the entire human race by opening the security shield, shutting it off, that was protecting the planet from the alien armada. He betrays the entire planet, killing millions of people because he was upset that they mentioned his mom.
Oh my.
And at the end of the game, it's you give him a punch on the shoulder and go oh, it's okay, we get it. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? This kid's a fucking super criminal. His one decision killed more people than fucking Hitler. What are you talking about?
Hero.
Exactly. And then it's oh, but he's a kid, so it's fine. Anyway.
I think, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
guess you could kind of look at it from a legal sense of I forgot the actual one. One of them was mens rea and one of them was act rea or something like that. Basically, guilty mind versus guilty act.
What does that mean?
It's the basis on which you can actually try people for crimes. For example, manslaughter is a guilty act, but not necessarily a guilty mind, whereas murder is definitely both a guilty mind and a guilty act.
So
I guess, in that
guilty
sense-
mind would be conspiracy to commit murder?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really interesting. I never heard about this before. What was it called again?
One of them is mens rea, which I think is the guilty mind. And then the other one is mens rea, the intention or knowledge of wrongdoing that constitutes part of a crime, as opposed to the action or conduct of the accused. I don't remember what the opposite is, but
Would you
it's
mind
basically...
Would you mind doing me a favor? Would you mind DMing me that word? Just that way I can look it up
Sure.
later. Because that's exactly
It's a
the
law
type of...
term.
That's the exact type of term and word that I like using for my bullshit stories that I write.
Yeah, but basically, I think part of it, this is used in crime and legality, so I assume that they have at least some basis in morality, if at least.
I
generally.
remember this term from Legally Blonde.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, I think part of actus reus. It's mens res and actus reus. Mens is mind and act is acting.
Makes sense.
So yeah, I guess.
So
legally,
Luca's whole thing would be a guilty act, but not
necessarily.
Well, no, because he did want to take revenge on the planet Earth. Like he wanted to do that.
Well, that's the thing, is that there's different degrees of murder based on, like, a flash of the moment want to do this, or you've been conspiring for this act for a long time and had it
Or
pre-planned.
whether or not, like, you know the full consequences.
So, at the end of the day,
probably.
still kills a lot of people, but doesn't necessarily plan to do it over the course of a long time, just, like, had an opportunity and did it at that point.
Good
I
job.
noticed that sleek save state real quick.
Well, just in case this thing crashes.
Oh, fair enough. But anyways,
Adrian,
yeah.
I know what you're thinking, and it's not for that. Although it will probably be used for that in a moment. All right, Saba, let's continue.
No, we're not. We're trying to find Luminous Spring.
Oh, Luminous Spring. That's just right up there.
Oh? Really?
Yes, that is what I just said. Would you like to come with us?
Yeah, come with us if you want.
We're gonna step around this conspicuous pile of leaves.
Let's go with them, Oppo.
You fools!
Ha ha!
Meanwhile, fucking Jay Slash like, man, I wonder if our team could really use this rope that we brought with us in case they need to, like, say, get out of a pit or something. Too bad we couldn't come with them.
All right.
This escape rope that we brought with us.
Oh, yes.
This is a lot of rocks.
We're surrounded by rocks. Was that a pitfall trap? We fell down a pitfall trap. Oh my god.
Oh no! We're suddenly in Animal Crossing. Pitfalls. The hole's closing up.
Oh my.
I don't like being in the dark. I can't see a thing. Are we trapped?
Master hand laugh.
What? Someone's here.
Who's there? Who are you?
Welcome to the world of darkness. I am the Grand Master of all things bad.
What? Grand Master of all things bad?
You know what I'm saying?
Adrian, do you wanna take these back and forth? Just
There's a little
generic
note
bad guys.
on the end of this.
Okay, sure. Hey, not only Grandmaster, but boy, must be set. What the fuck was this voice?
A bunch of us minions of the Grand Master are here.
You can't see us in the dark.
Just
I'm
keep
not on my
going.
game, I'm very sorry. But you're completely surrounded.
Coming to our lair is the last mistake you will ever make. You are not walking out of here. Prepare to...
Oh.
Oh, what? Wigglytuff? And everyone else? What's going on here?
Hey, Bidoof. Why did you take the cover off?
What? Whoop. Oh boy, I thought it'd be too dark down there for you all, so I opened it up.
He's such a fucking idiot. Oh, I love Bidoof so much.
Maybe I did something I shouldn't have.
Oh, Adrian sent me. Thank you.
Helping out with the graduation exam and all. This is all so new to me. I don't have the foggiest idea what I should be doing.
What a farce.
Hey, Wigglytuff. Please, can you tell us what's going on?
You're being hazed.
Who's Wigglytuff?
What? That was a
I am
face.
the
Did you
Grand
see that?
Master. I know nothing of your so-called Wigglytuff.
What?
So I guess this is technically Adrian? Because you did his voice, so now you have to do it again?
What? Fuck. Wigglytuff, what was my voice?
Just
That's right! And where the Grandmaster begins!
Oh my gosh, that's so right. I don't know any Pokemon named Sunflora.
Hey.
Is this his
Wait,
voice
wait,
again?
no.
Oh, hey.
No, hold on.
Oh, you want to
Hey! What's going on here?
Coming to our lair is the last mistake you will ever make. You're not walking out of here. Prepare to face the terror that is the Grand Master of all things bad.
Sprite. I like that sprite with that.
Huyumpa! Yeah, I know, he's all excited. Alright, so, yeah, we gotta fight the guild.
Remember, orbs
Kick
don't
their
work in
ass.
boss battles.
I know, so I'm just gonna spam agility and cheat my ass off.
the exact same thing that you did against the God of Time.
I know, it's almost like this is stupid.
And we all
Boom!
know how well that
Boom!
worked out.
Oh my god, chat's hot, you're dead! Oh, it does miss the two of them, doesn't it?
Chatbot's instant kill.
Okay, this I remember this fight being much harder, so maybe I just didn't play with this team comp.
We're the only team comp. The best team comp. Oh, and I just killed some Flora.
This is going so well.
It has little effect, says them.
Oh, I guess I should just use Thunderbolt now, huh? Oh my god, he has- What?! Whoa, hold up! How did that hit?
No, they don't. It doesn't have. It just does quote unquote little effect, which is like minimum damage in this game.
Oh, I thought it was like, I thought they were like immune to it.
No, that's not a thing in this game for some reason.
Go! Oh, thank God I paralyzed him at the exact moment. Otherwise, he would have hit me twice for 80 damage total. Oh my God, Wigglytuff, just fucking die, dude.
Wigglytuff's level 50.
All right, we got
Never
him.
kill me.
Yeah, dude. Freaking discharge is OP as hell. In my first discharge, I killed Corphish, Chatot, and Krogunk. I eliminated all Pokemon whose name started with the letter C. Actually, because I did kill Chimecho too. Oh, that's amazing.
I'm Echo.
They got me. Everybody, run away. Aye. Ah. Ee. Hey.
You.
That was weird as fuck.
So, what was that all about? I guess it's all right. We should move on. Let's go, Obo.
Uzi. That was fun.
That was nice.
It was nice. Wait, so if you remember, Loudred then technically lost against the guild. That's pretty
So he
funny.
lost against everybody minus Bidoof, right? Because he tried to graduate last year, which was before Bidoof showed up. Or not even last year. I guess that was like 3 years ago at this point.
I'm Teddy Ursa Nursery. Oh, it's you. What happened to you two? I thought you two were tagging along right behind us. There was, something came up. Anyway, what are you doing? Oh, well, see, there's a treasure box here.
Treasure.
There wasn't a treasure box here before. I want to open it, but I'm also getting a creepy vibe from it.
You know, it'd be nasty if there's a booby trap or something. So we've been debating whether we should open it or leave it be. Well then. We'll open it. You see, we were told to come here for the guild's graduation exam. They said to bring back the treasure from here. There's a lot of just me. That's it! Guys should open it.
Are you busy? Are you doing something else? I can skip through some of this because it's not really important.
If it's, I can do mine. Just the Ursa ring is basically the same thing, and it's hard for me to get. Can you check this, Obo?
Sure. I don't see a reason why I don't need to. I don't see why I have to do this, but I'll do it. Sure. Ah, for dimensional scream. Because I still wait. How do I still have that?
Don't think about it. Don't question
It's a side
it.
effect of time traveling and also syphilis.
Ah, it was put here by the Grandmaster of all things bad.
Indeed.
What a title.
Could you imagine a Wigglytuff who's with like like scars over his eyes and like a fucked up lip and like I am the Grandmaster of all things bad. That means inside this treasure box. Ta-da!
Wow, this is the treasure.
All right, okay, we're just not reading it, I guess, which is fine. It's a perfect apple.
The treasure of Luminous Spring is a perfect apple.
It suits Wigglytuff, I guess.
They have been.
And for
me and Lawrence come on. Now you must face us. We are both 10 levels lower than you.
Is my. Hello?
Whoa.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Oh shit, now everybody sounds weird. Would you mind doing me a quick second? Would everybody mind hanging up and then coming back?
Sure.
Okay.
Part 2 of the stream.
Yeah.
Well, listen, the regular stream is fine. It's I went to go click on a notification and I hit hang up.
We'll return to you after these sponsored messages.
After these sponsored notifications.
This is where the ad come in.
All right, we can skip this because this is less interesting. But yes, so yeah, so the light at Luminous Spring is open again. Those who seek
Because we
awakening,
picked up an apple?
the resumption of time has brought light here again. To seek evolution, step forward.
It's definitely from the apple and not anything else you guys have done.
Correct. All right.
No other time-related shenanigans or anything like that?
Or darkness-related shenanigans.
Or sky-related shenanigans?
Well, we're gonna get to the sky-related shenanigans eventually.
Island-related shenanigan that is definitely not noticeable.
Rock-related shenanigans.
What is evolution? Do I not know?
What's evolution? Well, you see, it's a conspiracy theory by the far left media.
Oh my god.
Well, you see, it's what the heathens say that we're from. Little do they know that we are all created by Arceus' grace in his image.
Oh, fuck, I think you're technically...
No.
Well, no, actually, wasn't everything made by Palkia? Wait, who made the Pokemon? Because it wasn't Arceus.
What?
I
thought
don't
it was
know
us.
or care.
No,
God
Arceus made Mew.
Okay.
Wait, now I'm thinking about it. Who made Pokemon? That has to be answered somewhere. There has to be. Maybe it was Zarneus.
Wait a minute.
Who made
Listen.
God?
Listen,
Wait,
Google never lies, so I'm gonna check Google.
If you
Yeah,
type
Google's
who
never
made
been wrong.
Pokemon and you tell me the name of a Japanese guy, I'm gonna punch you through the mic.
Su Nikazu Ishii.
All right, you're banned. Goodbye, Saba. It was nice knowing you. You're banned forever.
That's pretty funny.
Okay, we're skipping. But yeah, because Arceus made Mew, and Mew has the DNA of every Pokemon in it. Like it just has like the formulaic DNA for everything else, and then everything else just kind of existed because Mew didn't make them. I don't know.
This is quite interesting. This idea, right? Because it's like in this world, I guess Pokemon can be evolved via like a whatever this is.
Ta-da!
Ta-da! But like in normal Pokemon, it's like an
You
act
just
of like
happen.
valor or something.
Well, it just
Isn't it?
happens, right? Yeah. The metamorphosis just occurs. Hello, my
Hello.
fellow Ursaring.
My followers ring.
I come here before you today.
I evolve here before you today.
Congratulations!
I'm gonna pre. No.
Now it's hard to tell us apart. But good for you.
Wait, now they've officially confirmed that all Pokemon just look the same.
Yes.
Do you seek to evolve? Yes. Do you need an item to do so? An item? Yes, you do, Dawn. They seem to have forgotten this part, I think. Oh no, I don't need an item? Well, actually, I guess that's kind of true, because Espeon and Umbreon don't.
In this game, I think they do.
In this game they do, but normally they don't. Normally it's just friendship.
Yeah.
Who is doing this ray of whatever?
God.
Yeah,
You may not
impossible.
evolve.
Yeah, so we
Oh,
were
no.
declined.
I'm just not good enough.
Why can't you evolve?
You
It may be the influence by a distortion in the fabric of space.
distortion in space fabric?
I know a good tailor. He can probably fix it.
That
That one behind you
Cool.
is also forbidden from evolving.
Unless you pay the premium evolution fee.
Yeah.
Just drop 4,000 Poke into the well.
Yeah. Maybe I'll look away from this required item that you need to evolve, and if you put in, I don't know, say $1 million.
Listen, just
$1
subscribe
million.
just subscribe to my premium only springs.
Yeah. At www. PokemonSprings.com.
PokemonSprings.com. He said it really
Oh,
quick because
what?
he was embarrassed.
What
Yeah.
level was I again?
Sorry?
Do you remember what level I was?
You're 27.
I'm one shot evolving?
You're 27 years old, Lawrence?
Damn it!
No, Lawrence is like 25, I think, in this.
Oh.
Lawrence can evolve, but I fucking can't, and I joined the team before his form did.
I know this is like silly, but I'm skipping through it because we have been going at this for an hour and 15 minutes and we didn't even finish the fucking prologue yet. There you go.
Free to do
So yeah,
whatever
so now
you
so
want.
now we can go wherever we want. And we get to keep all the money from our jobs?
Wow.
No. Unfortunately for you, that aspect does not change at all. We still keep 90% of what you earn.
Oh no.
What? Why?
Graduating from the guild means you're still affiliated with us. Your team, Team Theater, can operate only because of this guild. So for the rest of your earthbound lives, we will be taking 90% of everything you earn. Welcome to America.
Oh no. Getting a little too real.
Graduating is extraordinary.
That's right, I didn't make it, so I would know.
We passed with flying colors, just like Chat taught.
We can fly?
We can fly now.
Yay!
Man, we fucking vaulted past Bidoof. Poor guy. He joined right before we did, and then we fucking skyrocketed past him.
Dude, as soon as Jirachi goes back to sleep, it is no longer Jirachi's problem.
Exactly. We're no longer friends because we don't live in the same place anymore. Like me and Bobby.
No,
Bidoof's your
no.
high school friend who expects you to stay in touch forever, even though he's only a high school friend.
We got an enlarged treasure bag.
Orange treasure bag.
Also, as startup funds for your newly affiliated team, we received $10,000
That's like 4 jobs.
and a special episode in the future of darkness.
Whoa.
Yay! I remember as a kid, I saw this the first time and I was like, are you kidding me? That's sick! And now that I've graduated twice, I couldn't give a shit.
Okay.
Technically 3 times. Oh, it's Sharpedo Bluff.
Aesthetically, it's very cool. Practically, it's
Not
so
really.
many more loading screens away.
Oh, we get to live here too? So we're kicked out of the actual guild.
So we're kicked out of the actual guild, so that's no longer our home. Now this is where we go to like manually save and stuff, which, by the way, I forgot. There we go.
That's
I mean, I think you
great.
can still use your rooms at the guild, but every time you start your day, you start here.
Correct, yeah. But yeah,
Well, that's
this
fun,
is
though.
way better. Like, this is like, can you believe this shit? This is a cool-ass exploration base, and it's, like, within walking distance of the market. Like, that's sick.
And our old base, which is fun.
It is way further away from the actual guild board, though.
That is true. It's not perfect, needless to say. All right. So now, I believe, at this point, we have free reign to do whatever we want. So,
For a bit.
Adrian, do you have the Wonder Mail generated?
I do.
You do, okay.
Great.
So I'm gonna do
Great.
some. I'm gonna do some prep. I'm gonna do a little bit of prep, and then I'm gonna ask you for it, and then we'll go do that. And
Okay.
I'm so looking forward to you having fucking obliterated like the power level, so we just die.
I can't really fine tune it that much. It's not gonna be that hard of a mission.
Oh, God, that'd be so funny if you put like a level 100 Chingling.
I wish, dude.
That'd be so
could-
funny.
I'll do that for a separate mission.
Okay.
And use the bathroom while you're sitting up then.
Oh, God, who would our like who? I guess it'd be level 100 Azurill, right? And it would be the dawn of the Marl Mafia.
Yeah, it'd be like, you're a loose end.
It's the last thing we do in the post game after we finish the entire story and challenge God for a 3rd time. We're gonna go against a level 100 Azurill and die. All right. What do you get? I do have to remember to actually deposit my money though. Oopsie. Oh. All right. What's the next banter topic? Me. Hello. Oh,
Hello.
wait. Can any of us learn Avalanche? I think Lawrence can.
Maybe.
Dude,
Maybe.
Pog, I'm gonna spend
Wait, are you
I'm gonna spend all of my graduation money.
I was gonna say, are you sure you don't want me to check first?
Nah, what's the
Oh.
worst that could happen?
Maybe you should check Adrian just so we can see either
I could just
Zach
go. I could go
have
back
fun
real
or
quick.
just regret it instantly.
Yeah, you know what? I could reload save real quick. So just let me know.
Well, I'm looking up Avalanche, and let me tell you, I sure don't see a Totodile on this list.
Shit! Damn it! Boom. Don't you ever feel like we're going over the same thing again?
No, it was just a dimensional scream.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't worry about it.
All right. So,
That's funny.
so what's the actual what do you call it? What's the actual banter topic?
So actually, I could do one of mine, my first one, if you want. Unless Adrian, you had one that was superseding mine.
I mean, I just thought of it like the other day, but I'm still on the fence of whether or not it counts as a banter topic.
I mean, if it's quick, we can do it smally.
Yeah, you
Sure.
can-
I was just thinking about how, like, people constantly say that immortality is awful because then you have to watch people around you die. But it also means you get to have, like, several different relationships of possibly equal, like, value to
greater.
you that give you... Yeah, or greater, that give you, like, like potentially as feeling or more, like, emotional sustenance besides watching. So I think it's an equivalent exchange in that regard.
So
I
mean,
just feel like-
I have definitely talked about this before for obvious reasons, but yes, I fully agree. I think it's really dumb, and I think most of the sentiment of like, oh, it would be like a lot of the sentiment of like, oh, it would be terrible to see your loved ones die comes from like fictional media and stuff like that, which obviously like all fiction is fictional, but like because immortality doesn't exist. But it's like, yeah, I don't know. Like, do you remember what the original point of Bram Stoker's Dracula was? Like the book? The original point that he made was that he wanted to illustrate what it would be like for someone to live forever. Like that was the point of the book. And I read Dracula and I'm like, what are you talking about? This sounds fucking sick. The guy got a castle. I don't have a castle. Like, what are you talking about? This is fucking sick.
Well, I mean, going back to the other thing, I think part of it is just like loss aversion bias, to use that term fancily.
But the thing, and I don't know, maybe this is just me, but like the thing for me is that like sure it's like sure loss sucks at all. Like I have a terrible aversion to loss. You know what I mean? Like I don't like I erased
I hate that meme.
I erased most of my memories of my Uncle Ron after he died. You know what I mean? Just because I couldn't bear to think about it anymore. But if I lived forever, fuck it. I'll deal with as many losses as I possibly can. I'll just hold on to them forever. You know what I mean? But yeah, I agree. I don't know. Other people would disagree. Like, if you want, you should bring this up again later with Grant.
I mean, there are other aspects of immortality that might be unattractive, but I just feel like the one where you have to...
Name literally any aspect of immortality that's not fucking sick.
I mean, depending on the terms of immortality, like living with a terminal disease.
All right, well, I guess that's kind of true. Well, actually, I've made this argument before a little bit of, I think one of the reasons why, like, living with pain, like arthritis and stuff like that, like, obviously it sucks, right? But one of the reasons that it sucks so much is that it happens towards the end of your life and then sticks with you until you die. Whereas if you lived forever, you would just get used to it over time. You know what I mean? Like, arthritis sucks when you first get it, and it sucks forever, but you do get used to it over time, because that's what the body is, like, designed to do. So, like, imagine getting arthritis at the age of 80, but then you're 280 years old, and you're like, whatever. I don't know.
I mean, that's what people with, what's the word? It's the condition where you, like, constantly and repeatedly, consistently feel pain. There's a medical term for that. I forgot what it is, though.
Chronic.
Chronic. People that live with chronic pain. My boyfriend is
Oh,
chronic
there you
pain.
go.
We can change the team leader. What does this mean? Hold on, sorry.
So now it doesn't. So the team leader is who. So if I die, like if Obo dies, because I'm the team leader, we just immediately lose the mission, right? But if we change the leader, that means that the character I'm playing as will change. Obo can be a side character and die, and it won't matter. But if the team leader dies, it's different. So we could do a thing where, I don't know, we have Adrian be the team leader for his special mission against Chingling.
Wait, I thought we were doing a different special mission first.
Did you have something else in mind?
Yeah, the one for the one with the leaf thing.
Leaf thing.
I have no.
I thought the plan. I thought the plan was that we were gonna do. It was going to be like a boss, not boss rush, but it was gonna be like one of the bad guy fights against Chingling, and the reward was a leaf stone.
Oh, I thought it was just a rescue mission.
Wait, I don't think a leaf stone.
Yeah, you need a leaf stone in order to become a Leafeon in
I
this
thought
game.
I needed to be near like a rock.
That's in the main games. In this game, you need leaf stone.
Oh.
Alright, well, if that's what you want, I'll make a different Wonder Mail.
Do I have an ice?
I had one
is
where
there
you just
ice stone
rescued
anymore?
someone.
I think there's an ice stone in this game, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you use it to get Frostlass and stuff. All right, we're all back. Huzzah! All right.
So,
Let me take a moment to check the bulletin board. Ooh, fucking 2-star, 3-star. Let's go. Look at all this shit, dude. I'm so hype. We should probably do some of the ones I already have first, but Mount Horn, Crystal Cave, Crystal Crossing. This one gives a Reviver Seed. All right. I'm going to take a moment to go save at our bed, and then we should be able to do the Wonder Mail and be happy. Wait, I can't save here.
Don't worry. Be happy.
you saved.
I saved it. Oh, I think that's really cool, though. The idea that the first thing that you do after starting the post game is graduate. That's pretty freaking sick.
Who are
Oh,
these
do we
three?
not get it yet? Do I have to talk to Drapion? Oh. I thought the next time we saw these guys, they told us the location of Zero Isle. Not that I'm ever gonna do it, but Zero Isle would be cool to have.
Pika Spray is doing a series where he tries to clear Zero Isle with every single Pokemon.
What, solo?
Yeah,
Or like 4 at a time?
every single individual Pokemon solo.
Oh my god. I mean, in theory you can do it, right? Because everybody starts off at level 1, but Jesus Christ, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. All right,
Also,
so
I have the other Wonder Mail set up if you want that.
All right, give me 1 second. So I did just save it. I'm gonna double check because if I didn't save it, that'd be really annoying. All right, and now we're back at the top menu. So now we need one. I think it's Wonder Mail S, right?
Yes. Here
Receive
you go. Is
Wonder
that code?
Mail. Password. All right.
There is the code.
All right. You guys talk about something while I slowly enter this.
We talk about something? Okay, I can talk
Banter
about
topics. Yeah, you got
my
yours.
banter topic
Yeah.
instead, which was the one where... Oh,
I can't wait to bomb some Dodongos.
nice. That's what we're talking about.
Zelda
It's-
CDI?
Some Dodongos.
Have you guys seen the Morshu remixes of Zelda CDI?
I have.
They're so good! There's so many of
There's-
them.
Hold on. What was the recent one that they did where they like remade it in a new animation or engine or something?
The 3D one.
RTX?
RTX. Thank you. That one
Saba,
disturbs
I'm so
me
sorry that you're getting
very
stomped
much
all
so.
over.
It's normal for me.
It shouldn't be normal. And I know I do it all the time, so I'm sorry. Wait, is this
I
long enough, Adrian? Am I missing something?
Hang on.
Because I'm at 5. Like I feel like I'm missing some stuff because it's sets of 5, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sets of 4 here.
What? What? Why are you entering it like that?
What do you mean?
Are you not just entering in sequential order? Because it doesn't look like it on the screen.
N6YW.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait. Wait, what? Hang on, let me check this. This is Wonder Mail.
This is Wonder Mail
Yeah,
S.
this is for Pokemon Mysterious Explorers of Time, Darkness of the Sky, use this grade 1 mission.
You ready
Blah
for
blah
this,
blah 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 blah
Lawrence?
blah. That should be it.
I'm curious what's going on.
I guess just try it and see if it works.
All right, well, you can keep going. Yes. So Saba, what was your topic? Saba.
I needed to post this. There we go. That's what I mean when I say I'm MILF.
Milfed. I swear to God, if it's fucking Lady D being upset, I'm gonna laugh.
No, it's not.
Oh man, I love frogs.
I'm MILF. I'm so MILF.
Yeah, Adrian, that's it. This
Can you
is
type end or?
Well, I'm about to. Sorry, I just had to click back
Okay.
onto the screen, but
So
yeah.
I guess my
Sure.
banter or topic.
Yeah.
I'm going
I
to
don't know why that's
say
not working. Hang on. Okay, let
is
me try a different generator.
finding faults within tropes, and I'm gonna speak about something specific because a little while ago I watched a video on someone who was talking about like the title of the video was like how the world has kind of moved on from like the trope of the ugly duckling, and I was like, this should be interesting, but like watching and like reading or like watching her video left me with a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth because it appears that the only thing she does is
Oh god.
find fault within the trope without even trying to find the positives as well. So I wanted to like discuss with you guys maybe the ugly duckling trope and like this idea in like movies at least per se of like a transformation and I can talk about a little bit where I kind of agree with her, but then at the same time like I want to bring up like the opposition of like why the good points of the trope.
I'm trying to think of like the last time I saw the ugly duckling trope, and I guess it's the second Wonder Woman movie that just came out, or like came out like a few months ago or whatever. Because the character who eventually turns into Cheetah at the beginning of the movie, she's supposed to be like a bumbling, clumsy fool or whatever, and then like over the course of the movie, she straightens her hair and starts wearing pump heels, and like apparently that's supposed to be like an impressive thing, you know? And so it's like,
Yeah.
I guess that's kind of it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
there's also like the Princess Diaries, Miss Congeniality, so stuff like that. And to some points, and feel free to talk at all, Lawrence and Adrian, please.
Oh, I'm still absorbing this information.
Okay. So like at the beginning, I guess we should preface like the ugly duckling, right? Is this idea of like, well, actually, the story of the ugly duckling isn't even the same thing as the ugly duckling in like media, where it's like this girl who looks like a bumbling mess, basically goes through like a transformation, and like she ends up like looking really pretty or whatever by the end of it.
Okay.
But like the actual ugly duckling story is more actually like you're in an environment that doesn't fit you, and you just have to wait a little while, and you'll actually find your eventual environment that you can flourish in, because just it's your environment that doesn't work.
I
So
sent
it's
you a
kind
new
of,
thing.
Oh, you did?
so within the trope, it was interesting
Oh, that
because
looks
some
right,
stuff. It's been like a couple of days or so, and her thing was long. So I'm just gonna
it was
hopefully
a 6-hour long video.
6 hours.
7 hour long.
But
What kind of
I'll
madman
maybe
would
bring
watch a
up
video that long?
the stuff that I will like agree with, I guess, her on, but it's not even agreement. Like one of the biggest things that she like found fault with is like this idea of like the beauty that like these girls, like the only way like they'll become beautiful or the transformation is always, as like Zach said, straight hair. Like if they had glasses, no glasses, and you know, dressing in a certain way. And I'm like, okay, like I get it. Like you want to show like curly hair that's been like properly like taken care of, so it's naturally like beautifully curly and stuff like that. But at the same time, my mind's like, that's just the beauty standard kind of like the country we're living in. So like on one hand, I'm like, sure, I'd like to see more, but I don't think you should like fault like the beauty standards of back in the day, where it was more like straight hair was looked at as really pretty, or without glasses was looked at really pretty. But like, let me get your guys' opinion about that first.
Can I go on a very slight tangent that it does have to do with this, but I was just thinking about it because you were talking about it. In media for a long time, if you had like, if it was like a romantic comedy or whatever, and there was a character who was like a tomboy, at the end of the movie when she goes to prom, she would always be in like makeup and a dress and stuff like that, despite that like not being her fashion sense, because that was supposed to be her, like, you know, that was supposed to be her getting all gussied up for the whatever. They have like a modern variation of that, which I personally like a lot more, where the like you'll see tomboy characters will just get into like a fucking tux. Like they'll just like they'll just
suit.
they'll be dressed so sharp I can cut my wrist with it, and it's like, hot damn, dude, I'm glad that we've made this change. That's amazing. And so I was just thinking about that. So in response to Saba's thing, I can appreciate that beauty standards of the time are relevant, but it did deprive media of seeing hot women in tuxedos, so it's bad.
Okay, and that's why I said I somewhat agree in the essence of like, obviously I think now we've changed a little bit. Now we're including other stuff, which I think is nice, but I don't want to be like, oh, the beauty standards. It still doesn't work.
You fool!
But yeah, Lords, what do you think as Adrian and Zach panic over that?
I mean, I can.
Well,
I just want to put my hat in real
Okay,
quick.
put the
please
hat.
do.
Go ahead.
The whole premise is predicated on the fact that being ugly in the first place is a problem, which generally
That's a good
silent
point.
have kind of
That's a good
tried to
point.
move against and pass. So that might be part of why the
Well,
trend is slowly
well,
dying.
it's not always ugly. Half the time it's
It
putting
could be just out of
effort
place
into
as well.
yourself.
Also,
Yeah, there's
Adrian,
also that.
what
Or-
location did
yeah.
you put this in?
Because
Mystifying
I'll get
forest.
into like the other stuff
Okay,
as well.
cool.
But, okay, Lawrence, you?
I
Go.
don't
You
know.
don't
I feel like this trope. To be honest, I just haven't seen this trope in a
You've
while.
seen this trope.
No, I am familiar with this
Yeah.
trope. I'm just like, especially
it's
in
a lot
modern movies,
older.
we haven't seen. Yeah.
Yes.
It's an older thing that we don't see often anymore.
Yeah, and that's why I thought this like video was interesting, because she's like, I do agree, we don't see it as much.
Client Riolu. No, yeah, because you're right, because in your game you were Riolu, right?
Right.
So take item from Chingling, floor 1, and it's a mossy rock, not a leaf stone. There you go. All right.
Yeah.
Are
but,
you
what
guys
was
freaking hype?
Sure.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's get
From the video
pogged.
that you saw, Saba, what were the good and bad stuff that your
I mean,
narrator listed down?
for the most part, okay, see, I don't remember specifically
Yeah,
100%
just, like,
too well.
off
I'll
the
talk
top of
about it. She doesn't really talk about any good aspects of it. She mostly just goes into the bad of like, well,
It
one
is
was like the
it
beauty
is an
standard.
antiquated trope, really. Like
Yeah,
like in practice, it's pretty antiquated.
And that's like one of the other reasons I brought this up, this idea with like, I feel like people just only dunk on tropes that used to exist without looking at, the good aspects. So something else that I wanted to like bring up, Lawrence, is that something that she brought up was like, I think
Oh my God.
Greece.
There he is.
He's just there.
Like Greece
That
was
was fast.
I don't know, I can't remember.
I will
the
mention I
main
cannot
girl's
affect the
name.
level of the people that I send you against.
Okay,
so
The main female lead and
Yeah, and so she used her as an example of like, oh well, she had to change like herself in order to suit the guy, which like she found like ridiculous.
That is-
and
I mean,
in
that
my
is true.
mind, well, here's the thing. In my mind, I'm thinking about this in a different way. This idea of someone exploring a new facet of them, like a new facet where they didn't felt like they fit in, and discovering something new about themselves. Like maybe, and it maybe the just the
That was
what
it?
is it?
I told you I can't change their level, so I'm pretty sure it's just based off the zone I
That's
sent
the
you to.
Chingling that was giving you so much
no, wait,
trouble,
Lawrence.
Adrian.
I can't make him in a monster house. I wish I could, so you would know how I feel, but I can't put him in a monster house.
Wow,
I
we beat him
can't
fairly
believe
quickly.
that that's the guy that was giving you.
I can't generate one where you go into a monster house with him, unfortunately. I can't.
I know. I'm sorry.
I wish I could.
I'm just making fun. But yes, anyway, please continue, Zaba.
I'll continue. So yeah, this idea of like change, because in reality, right?
This
Sometimes
is
relationships.
what the trope is, right? Just change.
Well, it's not change. It's the idea of like where you started from is not where you're supposed to be. And then over the course of the narrative, you get to where you're supposed to be, I guess, is like the trope.
I mean, I think the
Kinda.
trope specifies ugly duckling, meaning there is an element of like appearance or manner at least.
I thought it was
you're
just
like out of
negativity.
place.
Yeah, I thought it was
out of
just
place or
just
something.
overall negativity.
Yeah.
I
'Cause
mean,
th-
by that
this
logic, it applies to a
idea-
lot more things than just girls changing their looks.
Correct. Well, that's what I mean,
Yeah,
is
it's
that
also-
it's
it's also, like,
usually applied
attitude.
in that way, right?
Like you usually have a shyer like girl who doesn't really like care about herself in terms of like
Hello,
appearance
Adrian.
wise, which is like whatever, right? But this idea of taking like care of your appearance doesn't have to always be makeup, but like putting
Adrian.
effort into yourself.
Sorry.
Just okay, Zach. Just go.
I'm sorry.
quickly.
Just give me a quick second. Adrian.
Yeah.
It was the mission was, hey, this Chingling stole my mossy rock. Can you get it back? Yeah, sure, no problem, Adrian. All right, here's your reward, the mossy rock.
Listen, this thing has caused me too much trouble. I don't want it anymore. Just take it off my hands.
All right, yes. Sorry, Saba. Please continue now.
Okay. Okay, so Lawrence and Adrian and probably Zach if he's paying attention to me.
I'm obviously
it's like-
paying attention, bitch.
Thank you. So it's the idea of like people putting effort into themselves, right? And regardless of, let's say, the outcome, I feel like it should be like more or less commended. Like people taking the time and effort to, I don't know, make their skin clear or make themselves presentable in a sort of way. Because in my mind, I'm like, you are living in a society where people.
We do live in a society, that is true.
There you go.
We
Straight
live
up.
in a sauce.
Where it's like if you take better care, you present yourself in like a more cleaned up way, I guess. Like people will like probably, I don't want to say specifically treat you better, but you give off a better
I mean,
air,
they will.
I guess.
But I guess the counterance to that is that in theory you shouldn't have to do those things
Well,
to get.
Well,
to,
and what are you talking? And I mean,
like obviously
what's
you
the
should
bar,
like
though?
obviously you should fucking like
Take a
you
shower?
Yeah, you should obviously take showers and do basic hygiene, but you shouldn't like have to put on lipstick when going to the grocery store because your appearance matters that much to society.
Well,
you know?
no, and I don't expect that, but it's the idea of like
Is Dragon Claw
having
worth
it, like
anything?
understanding that effort like should be rewarded in some way.
Great.
yeah.
And that's what I think with the ugly duckling. It's like girls putting a little bit maybe more effort into not making their hair just straight, but it's like taking care of their hair or like it looking nice or taking care of their skin. It's like I don't know why it almost feels like such a negativity to be like putting effort. Like I shouldn't have to put in effort. I'm like, well, why can't we value effort as it is
Well,
and
'cause
reward people who put in
Yeah.
effort?
I mean, it's kind of conformity, right?
Well, once again, we live in a society. You're gonna, if you want to do whatever you want, you will be judged by people. Like people, it doesn't matter. You're gonna live with a lot of people around you. If you do whatever you want, but don't be surprised people will come out and be like, you're weird. We don't want to associate with you.
Right, but once again, that's like, and I'm not making the argument. I'm saying that a argument could be made that person who says like you're weird, get away from me. That's like a societal problem that really shouldn't be there. That's being reinforced by media. Because it's once again, it's not like you should just for the sake of it like eschew like all societal norms or whatever. But there are definitely societal norms that don't need to exist.
Well, sure, and that's if you've been noting how I've been talking about,
Well,
I
yeah.
haven't specifically been saying makeup or stuff like that.
No, right,
Right?
I know,
I'm just
because what
talking
you're
about
saying
making
is
yourself more
what you're
presentable.
saying is that the effort should be rewarded, which I agree with. But the thing is that like once again, I feel like oftentimes, oh dude, Zero Isle is awoken. I feel like under a lot of circumstances, the ugly duckling trope is used to show a punishment of not doing that. Like, yes, you should be rewarded for putting in more effort, but then the ugly duckling trope reinforces the idea of like you have to do this, kinda.
Well, no, you don't have to. Like, for example, Miss Congeniality, right?
Can you
be...
think of a single movie that uses the ugly duckling trope where the problem isn't resolved by the person changing their ways?
Well, isn't that the whole point, though? Like, you're expanding
the-
your horizons in order to be like a better person.
Right, but what I'm saying is that if literally every piece of media says that you, in order to resolve these problems, you have to change, that implies that that is the only solution to this problem, and not that there's other problems herein. You know what I mean? Like, let's say, like, with the example I gave before, just the loose example of, like, the tomboy who, like, puts on the prom dress and feels all pretty. I'm happy for her if she's truly happy in that scenario. But could you possibly think of a movie where it's, like, instead of doing that, they decide to go to, like, I don't know, like an outdoorsy party instead, because, like, that's where they're more comfortable, as opposed to the trope saying, like, you should gussy yourself up. Like, that's kind of what I'm getting at. The trope only says you do one thing, whereas it should, like, you should be able to do other things as well.
Well, I mean, there's only so much you can do, like, let's say in a film, for example.
Sure, but doing literally anything other than just what has been done 1,000 times prior would seem valuable.
Well, that's why you said the trope is a little bit older, right? But
also, you guys remember the original story, The Ugly Duckling, right?
yeah, and how it's nothing
it gets
like
shot.
what the film is.
Like, I guess the close equivalent would be like in a film where like a nerd grows up to be handsome rather than a girl actively putting on makeup or whatever.
Right, true.
No, yeah, and that's why
so
I
it's Neville Longbottom
like,
from Harry
this
Potter.
Ugly Duckling, like, isn't even like what the original story is like. That's why I brought it up in the beginning.
Do I have?
But
yeah.
Do I have anything?
Because I also think this idea of like changing yourself in a certain way, and let's say maybe like a tomboy does whatever, or like tries to like one time like dress up really girly, right? In my mind, it's obviously as long as you're like you don't have to continue wearing it forever. But this idea of trying on something new and just seeing what aspects go into it. Like I tried bringing up Miss Congeniality, where she's like, oh, these bunch of just drama queens are going to this beauty pageant. They're just frilly and superficial, right? But when she got in there, she realized there was more to them than just what was on the surface. So she like learned something new. Like, even if the dresses didn't fit her and she had to do it for a job, and she ultimately went back to what she was looking like, being able to be a part of that like helped her like learn more. And yeah, helped her like almost like respect like a group of people that she didn't understand before. And I'm like, that's something that should be good. But some people might just get like, say it's faulty. Like, well, she shouldn't have been forced to like do that in the first place. And I'm like, well, that's the thing. It's obviously she got to go back, and I think that's the best way. But being forced into a scenario where you might not be super comfortable with, it's like you might learn something new. And I think that's actually a pretty good part of the trope.
I mean, being forced to something you're comfortable with learning something new is generally the premise of most movies. But I do get what you're saying, that is a redeemable part of the trope, even if I think that I would probably say that's a little bit removed from the trope and more a byproduct of, like, a mutation on the trope.
You just fucking self-destructed. You son of a bitch.
That's interesting. Cause
wait, who the fuck is this Rhydon? Oh wait, that's an escort mission.
Yeah, it's an escort mission. I didn't realize.
Yeah, I was
We just
wondering
recruited this
where
random
you
level
were.
11 Rhydon with us.
But the
I'm
last
like, where the
movie
fuck am I?
I'll bring up is have you guys seen Devil Wears Prada?
Yes.
I have not.
No.
You have not. Okay.
And that's
well,
not even
Zach,
that's not a fucking ugly duckling story.
It kind of is.
It's not.
Kind of is.
It is not.
Like,
It is about a woman learning how an industry works.
Well, yeah,
like
but
an individual
she goes
in
through that
industry.
quote-unquote transformation, right? From one day she's wearing sweater vests and hike-up skirts to then being fashionable.
I mean, I guess, like, I don't know. Now it seems like you / the person who made this video is leaning too hard into the idea of about a woman getting pretty. Because, like, the fundamental thing of the Ugly Duckling is that they're in a position where, like, they start off in a position where they don't fit in, and then they change to fit in. She applies for that job. Like, she doesn't have to work there. It's just her dream. And then who would have guessed that her boss was a bitch? Well, kind of.
Well, it was also that she was looking down on the industry as well, where she's like, I think in the movie with the, I mean, it might seem ridiculous to us, but whatever the fashion
It does.
people, right? That like blue and cerulean, she's like, how dare you not understand, blah blah blah. So basically, but like she ends up she ends up changing herself to like fit in more, but by doing so, she
Cool.
discovers the nuances of the industry she's in. And I actually wanted to take note, Zach. Did you actually support the way her friends treated her?
I don't remember.
Or it's like you don't remember.
No.
Okay, then there might not be a point in talking about this as much.
I will say, I think part of it is that like maybe we're misattributing, or maybe just this video or whatever you're talking about is misattributing the ugly duckling trope to things that technically don't fit the basic model of the ugly duckling trope, because the ugly duckling didn't actively do anything to change his appearance; it just grew. Whereas in all these movies talking about, people actively did things to like go through makeup or like do things like. The point of the ugly duckling is to not show people are ugly, not that you should change yourself to fit societal norms and then you'll be appreciated.
Well,
the thing,
I'm
like I
about to
s-
say that's what the original story was, but that's not what the trope is. Like the trope has taken
Yeah.
on its own meaning.
I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was gonna. It's separate from the original meaning of the thing, which I'm like.
In
It's
that
kind
case,
of
ironically, the trope doesn't apply to the original piece of media.
Correct.
Yeah, it doesn't. It
Yes.
doesn't. Yeah.
Ironic.
Totally ironic. But yeah, so I was a little bit annoyed because at first I was quite interested in what she was saying, or at least the title made me interested because I was like, oh,
Are
it's
you getting
interesting.
upset,
I
or
haven't
is
seen...
this hiccups?
It was hiccups a bit.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Ugh. Yeah, it was
I thought you were
Ah,
getting
you
all
don't
choked
understand,
up
this is
because
a
we were
very
bullying you or
emotional
something.
moment.
very
This is
emotional
emotional
topic.
banter, okay?
But whatchamacallit, yeah, because I was like, we don't see the trope as much anymore, and I'm like, I was fine with that because, you know, people move on from the trope, but like just seeing her and like not trying to look at any positives of the trope kind of annoyed me a little bit. Because it's like, if
I'm about to say, my response to your overall takeaway from the video would be that I agree with you. It doesn't necessarily have to be perceived as a negative. I would just like to see more media, or literally any media at all, because I can't think of anything where, as I already said, the trope dictates that you need to change, but then instead of changing, they don't. They just find a new place to go, and they end up happy. You know what I mean? Like that's what like.
Hello, Grant.
so like the traditional media, basically, like the traditional story.
Well, ish.
like
Like that's what I'm
yeah.
saying though, is that I can't think of a single piece of media that like starts with, like sets up the ugly duckling trope and then doesn't follow through with it, like subverts it. I can't think of anything that's done that. Which once again, maybe it's just because it's like old, but who knows?
Yeah, maybe.
Hello, Graham, by the
Hello,
way.
hello, Grant.
Hello.
Welcome to the stream.
The stream. Why aren't we in a river?
Oh,
I wish.
Oh.
It's because Lawrence is no longer a Lotad and can't ferry us across anymore.
it's true.
Damn
Once
it.
he becomes
So we
a
go
fur
the
alligator,
complete
maybe.
opposite. Now we're going
Wait.
into the high mountains.
You have a ride on?
Well, it's an escort mission.
I was
Escort?
turned into a Rhydon against my will.
Oh man. I'm
We've been
sorry,
trying
Adrian.
desperately to explore with Adrian and Lawrence
He's
on the
gone.
same team, and every single time something happens where we have to boot one of them.
Every single time we try to adventure together, Don says, "Hey, we should go as a pair, or we don't go at all."
You know what? You know what I would suggest?
Wow,
I would
Saba.
suggest you prioritize me because I'm actually a level behind evolving, whereas Lawrence is already comfortably past the margin of evolving.
Yeah, but what about evolving twice?
Oh god.
We'll do that.
You'll be on the next team, I promise. Oh, it's
Maybe.
Worm Adam. All right.
By the way,
Kill him.
Zach, when's a good time to do the test thing? You think?
I mean, I don't know how many. Well, that was easy. I don't know how many days we have until the next story mission occurs. I don't know. Are we done with the ugly duckling trope talk thing?
I think so.
Because when you said like dissecting tropes or whatever, I just said whatever twice for some reason.
Whatever.
I thought you were gonna like bring up other tropes and we could like find holes in why the trope doesn't really work.
I know.
Like, that's what I thought we were gonna talk about. I was
when
like, dude,
when
that's
I
a
wrote
great,
it
that's a
out,
great
I knew
idea.
exactly, Zach, you were gonna think that I was gonna go big scale about this. I'm like, I can't think too big. I need to focus on what I just watched.
You need to do what I do, where I put comma or and then like a more specific name, so that
Okay.
Because I was really looking forward to this being like a much more in-depth conversation, not just talking about whether or not The Devil Wears Prada is a good movie, which it is not.
Oh, I think it's
We're
good.
talking about Oxford commas.
It's just some stuff happens in it that's annoying.
The devil wears
And does
Tim's.
The Devil Wears Tim's. That's the modern remake.
the devil
Yeah.
uses an Oxford comma.
I
devil
use
uses them.
Oxford commas. Anybody who's knows anything.
Anybody who's anybody.
The other month, I read an article on someone who didn't like the Oxford comma, and it was potentially one of the most stuck-up nonsense articles I've read.
What's the argument
my God.
against the Oxford comma, by the way? Because
don't
I'm
like
always for like more punctuation.
It facilitates lazy and unclear writing, is the main argument.
What?
What do you mean lazy? It's an additional comma. How is that lazy?
Well, it facilitates you just being able to throw words whatever order and avoid actual clarity by really putting time and effort to order the words in, so that
All right, so
that
I would,
mistakes
so
can
I
be
would like
made.
to
That's
take.
a lot of words.
I would like to
annihilate
take a moment to make sure that I know what the Oxford comma is.
Yes.
Just to make sure. So my understanding is that an Oxford comma, for example, is adding a comma where it's technically not necessary, as in if you do like a list of 3 things where you do red, white, and blue, normally you don't have to put a comma in between the white and the and, but I do because it helps illustrate that it's a separate item. As opposed to it being 2 items where the first item is red and the second item is white and blue as a single item. So that's the Oxford comma, correct?
Correct, and I think when you said putting comma where it's not necessary, I think that's kind of the only scenario where it's in specifically a comma before the last item in a list. I think that's generally the consensus on the definition.
Because you can use it a few other places as well, but that's just to like elongate sentences and stuff. But yeah,
that's generally the definition, whereas this person argues.
Who is so far up their own ass that they look at that punctuation and they're like, oh, it's lazy.
Lazy.
Like, that makes less than no sense. Oh my god.
It's because
Lawrence.
if you rely on the Oxford comma to clarify lists or for clarity, then you're relying on a piece of punctuation rather than rewriting the entire sentence to be clearer or some shit like that.
Oh, okay. You know what? That actually does make a little bit of sense, and I still hate it.
I was gonna say it's still a stuck-up shitty thing.
That's not an argument. That is someone who went to that is the equivalent of somebody who bought a stick of bubblegum for 5 cents 80 years ago and is now confused why they cost like $2.50.
Because it's
Why do they cost $2.50?
What happened?
What happened?
Because
Outlaw
You
spotted.
did this.
I think the example. What's the classic example of like we're having grandma for dinner or something like that, or something where it's like, oh, you're eating grandma,
Oh.
comma there. Like the argument was that, well, if you fall prey to that sort of writing, that just proves you're a lazy writer and you're using comma instead of rewriting sense to be better. Like that was the
Okay,
argument.
I'm about to say
That's
that
also-
like that makes a lot more sense. It's still stupid, obviously.
It's still dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, we
But-
knocked down Mareep.
Yeah.
Marie.
Anyways, hello Grant. How's life treating ya?
Life is life.
Nice.
That's
Life
it.
I
will
wanted
be
to
leaving the
ask.
stream. What's up?
Great, thank you, Grant. I wanted to ask just to everyone in general, did you guys watch the Me channel, but 30 musicians jam over it?
Oh, I have not yet. No.
Oh, I saw them a recommendation, and I had a
It's-
watch
Maybe
later.
It's very good.
Not-
I would just recommend it in general.
Adrian put it in a general a while ago.
Which is why I recommend it in general. I recommended it in general.
Correct.
Is that Family Jewels and Little V?
Little V Mills. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it's a bunch of musicians.
Oh, this is really cool.
So,
Insane in the Rain.
So Saba, to
Yeah.
follow up on like your question from earlier, I think because I'm not quite sure. I think after we're done here in the Northern Desert, I think we might have a story mission. If we do not, we can then do the personality test conversation topic.
For sure.
All right. So with that being said, what's the next conversation
Yellow.
topic?
So
You know
else?
what? Actually, I want to talk about one that came up today. Are you guys familiar with Mass Effect 1? What the fuck? It's Grant.
Oh!
Oh, frick, dude. He's so large.
Hello.
Hello.
He is really big. Hello. It's
large.
me. Oh, you're so fast.
Hot Ha! Ha! He can't possibly. This plan can't possibly fail.
I'm looking at his after image. Oh,
Oh my god, the aerial ace did nothing. So yeah. Oh my god!
oh my God, Saba!
Saba, you murdered Grant! That's incredible.
Big and mean.
I was getting a donut, but I was just thinking like Grant's like, "Ugh, they vanished. Nonsense. They're just moving very, very fast.
So yeah, sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, so are you guys familiar with Mass Effect 1, or by extension, the Mass Effect characters at all?
I'm only vaguely
Yeah.
aware of
Okay.
some of the elements of Mass Effect.
So
Very big.
one of the so the hey, look, a free avalanche. So Mass Effect Mass Effect 1 remaster came out either today or yesterday. And people are like enjoying it, right? Because Mass Effect 1 is pretty good, and they're excited for the Mass Effect 2 remaster next year. But something that it was interesting because on Twitter I saw people fucking thirsting over Garrus. Are you guys familiar with what Garrus looks like?
I'm about to Google the image.
Isn't he the rock monster guy?
No, that's a different guy.
That's Rex.
Yeah, that's Rex. Garrus. So I'm just gonna post. Well, actually, this is a lot of artwork of what he looks like in the second
big
game.
dude. Okay.
Yeah, so he's I don't remember what his species is or anything like that, but as female Shepard, because they didn't have any gay options until Mass Effect 3. So in Mass Effect 1, as female Shepard, he
I thought
was
Liara.
Sorry?
Or Tali. I thought Liara or Tali you could romance as FemShep.
In the first game?
I think so. Maybe. I might be wrong on that.
I was about to say, I also might be wrong. It was my understanding that there was no gay relationships in the first game. But anyway, so...
I have not beaten a good game.
I'm about to say, I played all three of them, and I only vaguely remember them. Mass Effect 2 is really good, though. Anyway.
I've only played one.
So the point that I wanted to bring up that I thought that just it's been on my mind all day. So I saw people thirsting over Garrus, right? And once again, he's an encounter that you can have romance with. So it's like clearly he's supposed to be like hot in some way, quote unquote, because in no game can you have sex with Rex, who's like the big lizard guy. And it's like, okay, well then where's the equality here? Kinda, you know what I mean?
Equality.
It's weird because like the thing is I look at Garrus and I get it. Like I understand why some people would thirst over him, right? But then I look at him closely and I'm like, dude, he's a fucking human cockroach.
I thought the entire thing of Rex's species was they couldn't like have sex.
Well, no, they can have sex, they can't reproduce.
Oh.
Yeah, about to say they were all castrated, chemically castrated. But yeah,
I guess that just reminds him of what he doesn't have, or what he can't.
I mean, you can still have sex for pleasure. People do all the time. But,
No, I know, but maybe I said it just reminds of the fact that they can't reproduce. Then they're like, oh,
maybe.
life sucks.
I mean, are you thinking of reproduction every time you have sex?
I'm
Don't
about to
answer
say,
that.
do you? I don't.
But I mean,
I'd have to have sex
just
in order to
imagine
do
the
that.
entire human
Fair
race
enough.
was just like, you guys can't reproduce anymore. We're just like, dang. That sucks.
Dang.
I mean, I'm about to say, could you imagine the human race like tomorrow learning that we were all chemically castrated? Do you really think that people would stop having sex? In fact,
Well, sure.
I'm pretty sure people would be having more sex.
I was
'Cause
gonna
they'd be, like,
say,
sick.
it removes the risk element for a lot of people.
It removes the
Yeah.
risk element for a lot of people, and now every child would be a test tube baby, which a lot of people have been arguing for like 20 years.
Like,
Oh,
I get
man.
that, but there is probably a small number of people that would be like, this
Like,
sucks.
oh, I'll never be able to have a kid. Except you can, because we have that technology. It's just expensive and takes a while.
But it's not really mine.
Exactly. But yeah, so I don't know. I guess the point of me bringing this up beyond the eminent jokes that came from it was that I look at this guy and I'm like, why is he hot? I don't
Well,
get
is he
it.
hot
Pretty
because,
hot.
like, physically that people are describing, or is it because he does something?
Maybe
Well,
it's
it should
personality.
be noted. It should be noted
Or
his personality.
personality.
His personality is essentially the equivalent of a space cowboy. So he is very sultry in general. So I get
'Cause
that.
all I'm saying is
So
that if
charismatic.
People
if-
are attracted to this guy physically, Lawrence. Like people think that he is hot, and in Mass Effect.
Yeah, you aren't.
no,
Well,
okay,
once again,
hold on.
I get it, but the reason why I brought this up is that I get it, but I don't understand why I get it. Like Lady
No, hold on.
Lady Dimitrescu, I get it. She's 9 foot tall, she's got big tits and big ass. Makes sense. What does this guy have? He is a bug on 2 legs.
Well,
I think it's
is
the
it,
sci-fi
jawline.
world.
when you say that they are attracted to him physically,
What
is it
jawline?
because
He has 4 jawlines. His face separates.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
that's 4 times as much jawline as we have.
That's
Yeah,
4
it's
times as
super
much
cool.
Jawline. Oh my
It's
god.
pretty poggers.
Listen. The alien monster fuckers do not need you to understand their ways, but they would appreciate your respect.
I mean, I do respect their right to like have wrong emotions, but oh shit, I went a little too expensive. My bad.
You're literally not respecting them by calling them wrong emotions, but okay.
I wonder if that was the joke, Adrian. But the thing, like, I don't know, because it's like, what's the name of the blue chick, the one who's made out of dodgeball?
made out of dodgeball.
What?
Yeah, what's her face? She's
Made out
the,
of- made out of
From Mass
rubber?
Effect, Liara?
yeah, Liara. If you look at her skin, it looks like the texture of a dodgeball.
Oh my god. Made out of dodgeball.
She's made out of dodgeball, dude. But like that one makes sense because once again, she's basically just a woman where you replace her hair with tentacles that don't move. So it's just a woman again. Whereas this guy is a bug. I don't get it. But I also do. I don't know.
I mean, he's still got like the
He's just-
body.
He's just frustrated.
He's
You're
still
just
got the
frustrated, Zach,
body.
that you're attracted to this fine
You're
specimen.
jealous,
No,
Zach.
no,
You
well-
wish you had 4 jaws.
No, I'm not. I wish I had 4 jaws.
Four jaws.
In response to Saba, yes. I think Garrus
There
is
you go.
hot. I don't understand why. That's why I'm like upset because I'm like I don't understand and I'm worried that this is what's gonna happen. Yeah, look at her. She's made out of dodgeball, dude.
Made out of dodgeball.
Like I'm afraid that this is what's gonna happen when the aliens eventually come to invade Earth because the aliens are gonna show up and I'm gonna be like, oh, not too bad though, and then I'm gonna be like, but why? And I'm gonna be like, I don't know. A weird.
On the bad though.
They don't, you know, that alien's looking kind of fine, and it's like Zach, it's a pile of sticks with some glue stuck on the ends, and I'm like, yeah, I know, but it kind of makes sense.
Earth boys make do.
Earthquakes too. I don't know. I just wanted to bring that up because I was just like, I don't get it. Like I understand if it was just the personality, totally makes sense. Like even to the point, oh, what's happening? Oh well, listen. All right. So first off, she got like the female body going on, so that one makes sense. But then there's also the mystery aspect, right? Because it takes you fucking 3 games to finally get her mask off.
True.
So
Come
there.
on,
will
if you're
say-
describing
Without her
bodies, I don't
instantly
know.
dying.
If you look at what Garrus over here,
If you
Yeah.
like
take off
Dr.
the-
MC over
if you
here.
take off his armor and you find out he has
Garrus
a
is
6-pack,
pretty
how would you
hot.
feel?
But it's a
Zach would
six.
feel
body.
pretty goddamn good about it. I can say that.
Well,
for
yes,
sure.
Yeah.
all right, listen, yes, Zach's kind of gay. But what I'm saying is that, like, he's still a bug. Like, normally
He's
that
a
would be
bug
really
to
off-putting
you.
to me.
He's a bug to you. What if wherever place he comes from, it's not bug?
Well, I mean, it's obviously not bug because he's his own species, Lawrence.
Are you
No bug.
fucking yelling at me about this after calling him a bug?
No, but I'm saying, like, yes, he's a bug. He's a bug to me because he aesthetically appears to be an insect. But obviously on his own planet, he's not a bug.
If he were a real person, he'd probably be deeply offended by that sentence.
Yeah.
If he was a real person, he would be swarmed with fan mail. So I don't-
From me.
yeah, from me.
If he was a real person, he would raid the stream and then tell everyone to hate on you.
Oh wow, we're already going to Sky Peak. That was quick. That was like one mission.
Does this one make you go there, or can you just?
I
do
think
whatever you
we
want?
get a day in between.
Okay.
Can you bring your
I
partners
thought there
in
were some story
crime?
quests where you can just choose to put them off if you want to.
Oh, absolutely. Like the stuff with the very final boss, like the final boss, you can delay that as long as you want. Because
I thought
he's
there was
just
some stuff between though.
well, there's the one where because like in order to get the final boss, you have to do like all of the exploration, like side quest stuff, which is like the stuff with like Frost Slash and Scizor and well, actually that's the same mission, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. We should be fine. But yeah, this is a Sky Peak. One of Saba's favorite Pokemon lives at Sky Peak.
Ooh.
Muck.
Yeah, Muck.
Yeah, great.
How do you get up there?
Garbodor.
I like Cobra.
Garbodor's not in this game. Furthermore.
A human.
Oh yeah, so that's Mass Effect 2, because in Mass Effect 1, there's a thing where you're in like combat, and if you don't finish the battle fast enough, Garrus dies. But if you do finish it fast enough, he just gets shot in the face. And so in the second game, he has like a fucked up like scar face, and people are even more horny for that. And I'm
Yeah.
like,
Obviously.
Because it's cool.
but once again, I get it, but I'm upset that I get it because I don't understand it.
Look at him.
You don't have to
Look-
understand your
yeah,
feelings to
look
feel
at
them.
him. Look at
Yeah.
him. Tell me that this is
pretty
hot
hot.
and why. Explain
You
it to
tell
me.
us.
Pretty hot.
You think it's hot.
He has kind eyes.
What?
Those are the angriest eyes I've ever seen.
Shaman
Listen,
live there.
You don't have to understand your feelings to feel them, Zach.
No, I mean obviously, but yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to bring it up because I thought it'd be funny. Because like people brought up there's a choice that you have to make in Mass Effect 1 between Miranda, I believe is her name, and this other guy Jason. And it's hilarious because Jason, because keep in mind it's a combat RPG, right? So Mass Effect Jason. I think it's Jason. Yeah, Jason. In Mass Effect 1, I believe it's this guy. Yeah. In Mass Effect 1, it's a combat RPG. Jason has better weapons, gives you better combat ability, gives you access to more combat abilities later. He's faster, shoots more often, deals more damage on every possible way. He is like the better of the two choices mathematically, but I'm gonna try to look up this character without porn showing up.
What's that? Dang.
This is the other
I have a
option.
subject to this. I have something to bring up quickly after this.
All right.
Well.
So Lawrence is laughing because he's like, "Lol, that's hilarious." They kept track. BioWare kept track of what people chose, and despite the fact that numerically, if you want to play a better game, you should pick Jason. Almost 80% of players chose Miranda every time.
Yeah. I wanted to mention, because I am vaguely aware of Mass Effect in that I know some of the characters' names, but I can't attach faces, and I'm vaguely aware of the genre, but I'm also confident that it, along with Dragon Age, as well as some other BioWare games and other games in general, have, like, sex scenes vaguely?
Kinda. They're not
Yeah.
grotesque, but yeah, they do have sex scenes.
I'm just wondering, has
What
there
is
ever been a
this
game
camera
that's
angle?
done a sex scene better than fan art has of that game?
Oh, absolutely not.
I was gonna say, right? Because, like, you can't
I'm about to
devote
say,
that...
I think the only time I ever had sex, period, in Mass Effect was in Mass Effect 2. I had relations with Dodgeball, and it was pretty okay. It was pretty cool, but they didn't physically touch each other. Like the character model, have you drank any water? You know what, Joe Bob? I gotta. That's a good reminder. I am sweating my ass off in this hot ass room.
Hydro homie.
Hydro homies.
Thank you, Hydro Homie. But yeah, so anyway, so I had relations with Dodgeball, and in the animation, they don't physically touch each other, because clearly the character models wouldn't interact properly. Like, they would constantly be clipping through each other and stuff like
Were
that.
they, like, hover handing, or...?
Kinda. Like, imagine like, grabbing the soft waist of a woman, but you're hover handing, but yet she's responding to it. It's like you're groping her with the
say.
force.
I was gonna say, does it look like they're supposed to be touching?
Kinda. It's kind of like in old video games where characters would be under the sheets, but the sheets would just have like a big hump in it. It wouldn't
So, like
actually
The
form to
Sims?
their. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So yes. So to your comment, no, there is no way that the sex scenes. I mean, obviously, because it's not a fucking porn game, so they're not gonna do that. But they do show the characters like naked from the back several times, mostly the men.
Has even that ever been better than the fan art?
No. But yeah, anyway.
I guess the follow-up question...
And you want to know one of the funniest things as well? In Mass Effect 3, I believe, they tried to post-validate everybody's selection to save Miranda. I'll admit, I save Miranda every time as well, because obviously. But in Mass Effect 3, they post-validated it by saying that she was actually a genetic experiment, and she was supposed to be the genetically perfect human being. Like, she's immune to cancer, all genetic disease. She's highly resistant to most natural diseases that exist on the planet Earth. And by saving her, people later are able to, like, harvest some of her DNA to, like, cure this, like, village of people that are dying of a rare disease. And it's like, good job, you did it. And then it cuts to Shepard, who's, like, sweating, is like, oh yeah, that's why I saved her. Oh.
I guess my follow-up question that I was going to mention earlier is, like, how much of that, because obviously, like, AAA games are almost never porn games. I can't think of any that are just porn. But, like, when they do include all scenes, how much do they need to include?
How much do they need to include?
Like, how much should they include, I guess, is the question. Because they're not going to do it better than Fanarts are.
Cyberpunk did a lot, huh?
Cyberpunk has straight-up nudity, that's true. But they don't have penetration, though.
Right.
I guess that's the limit. Although Cyberpunk doesn't even have vag, I don't think. Does it? I don't think so. I know it has swing. I know it has swing and dong, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't have vag because even in the character creator, you're wearing panties. You have your tits out though, so that's progressive.
But we don't have any underwear for us men.
Correct.
Just swing and dong.
It's a very weird choice. I haven't played Cyberpunk obviously because I don't play AAA games. But
it's also garbage. But yeah.
I've heard as much. But yeah. It's a strange choice to give only the woman underwear.
Indeed.
Alright, so now that we're done that, I'm gonna go. I about to say, so, I feel like, so we don't have to go there right now, so we're gonna do a mission in between, and in order to, divert directly away from horny, Saba, please, explain.
I am the opposite of horny because that doesn't allow me to be.
Correct.
Saba is flaccid as hell.
She fucking better be.
Saba is soft as a chub.
Quick, show a picture of Godot.
No.
No.
All right, that's all right. This is going to a weird place. Everybody, stop.
To divert your guys' attention to general, Zach posted something called Game Motivation Profile. I want us to take this picture together.
Take the test, yeah.
Take the test together, and I want us to discuss the questions, and so we can all have an understanding of what it's about. And Grant, you get to take it again. I'm forcing you.
Woo.
I'm forcing you.
She has a gun to my head. Help.
Oh no.
I am behind him right now.
We're going to Midnight Forest.
Let me know when you guys.
Survey?
Yeah, it basically is supposed to, because I watched this video as you guys are setting this up about this guy who was trying to find, somewhat of a correlation between personality and what type of games you play. And
turns out a bunch of other scientists already did that.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about how old are you. Let's really dive deep into.
So yeah, just
what is your
once
gender?
you get to the.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's the first one.
Once you get to the the pop-up appears for like important game elements and stuff, that's when we'll actually start talking about the questions.
Isn't that like a little bit?
Oh, so like in a typical week, how many days you
It's
spend?
in general.
No, continue. Like the first question should be getting every possible trophy.
Okay, I'm gonna.
No,
take
I'm about
the
to say,
survey now.
I think the questions are in a random order every time, right?
Is it?
I thought they
the
were.
same.
Hold on, wait.
No,
Grant, what
no, they're
question are
not.
you on right now?
No, they're not. Okay.
Elaborate storyline is the first one.
I
for me.
mean, typical week. How
Is it?
often do you play video games?
I was gonna say that's
no,
the
you
first
keep
one
going.
for me.
You keep going for
First
that
one
from
you.
that.
Okay.
You have to get to like 16% through.
All right, let's go to 16%.
So did you get a different question starting off, Grant?
Yeah, my first one is how important is an elaborate storyline.
Okay, so
what the heck? Why is my
Just
first question
just take the whole test, and then we'll talk about the results.
Well, but no, I wanted if there's any question that's like a bit confusing, I feel like we should talk about, because sometimes they ask a question, I'm like, well, what are we talking about right now? Because in one context, I'm happy to play a game, and then the other context, no, I don't like it at all. But yeah, just so try to take the test. You guys got any confusing questions, so we could talk about it.
All right.
So while you guys are taking the test, I can talk about my results since I already took it, and I won't be taking it now since obviously I'm playing a video game.
Take it now.
My personality quiz was quite interesting because the results were kind of expected in the sense of it being like, yeah, you're kind of introverted in the sense that you like you're gonna prefer like single player games, and I was like, yeah, that seems about right. But then it also, oh my god, oh, I could just steal a gold ribbon from this motherfucker.
Give it him.
Excuse. Oh, he has 2 gold ribbons. Ah, I want it so bad.
Kill him.
Kill him.
Do it.
Do it.
Kill him, Anakin.
He's saying it like super upbeat and happy. Kill him.
Do it. You can do it. Come
I
on.
believe in you. Kill him.
Kill him. Do it now.
Let's go, kill him.
Yeah. So
Mario's there.
God, like the dog he is.
Mario is Palpatine.
Yeah.
I always knew it.
Kill the Yoshlings.
The Yoshlings.
Oh god.
The Yoshlings. Yes, anyway, sorry. So my results were you'll see it at the end. They kind of use some like video gamey whatever to illustrate their points, but my final result was Architect Slayer, which was really interesting because
Nice.
Architect was likes to carefully plan things out, likes to take their time, prefers single player experiences. And then Slayer was interesting because Slayer was on the competitive side, and I was like, that's really weird because I'm not really like into competitive multiplayer games like at all. But Slayer is less about being competitive against other players and more about wanting to be like the hero of the story, which was interesting. Like the idea of like the games that I would theoretically enjoy playing are stuff where I am the main character, like my created character is. And
Yeah.
and it was like, oh yeah, that's like actually pretty accurate because like that's Monster Hunter, that's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, that's like a lot of stuff that I play.
That mine touched on that as well. I'm like, you like being the hero and stuff, or like customization.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's fun.
It's good. It's good time.
It's good. I like it.
So yeah, and then I did take the test a second time, and my numbers were slightly off, but it basically gave me the same thing. So I was like, okay, wait, what the hell is this? Metal
Gun.
coat, link cable,
Link cable.
Well, the link cables
Yeah,
are what
okay.
allow you to link stuff outside. Saba was fucking. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Saba's results is because she gets the same.
It's the same thing.
You got the same thing for the third time. I told you.
You
you're-
guys,
I told you
didn't
you're
think my
boring as
answers
fuck.
that much. Okay, so well, I guess first
What'd you get,
and
Saba?
foremost, so I got a gardener, which let me go to the
Gardener.
actual. So yeah, so the little description of the gardener, which is not 100% true for at least the basic, I guess, one, but here. The gardener is looking for quiet, relaxing task completion. They're looking for gameplay where the rules are presented upfront as directly as possible and where the gameplay itself is more spontaneous and reactive. When X happens, I need to do Y, basically, right? There isn't any stress or anxiety about having to plan things out 10 steps in advance, which sometimes I'm like, okay, a little bit of that, I guess. The gardener enjoys task completion for its own sake, whether this is completing a level, collecting stars, trophies, or collectibles. Among like popular games, like they included Animal Crossing, but I was like Candy Crush. I'm like, thanks, dude. Candy Crush is what I'm
Yeah,
all
you're
about.
casual as fuck.
But it also said like The Sims and like Super Mario and stuff. I'm like, okay, that's like my childhood, I guess. So I guess it makes sense.
So in Saba's particular case, not to step on her potato salad here, but the thing that was more interesting about Saba's result was not the Gardner result, because that's just funny, but it was more the Venn diagram, or not Venn diagram, the
the stat board or something.
Yeah, the stat whatever that you get at the very end as well. Because Saba's was quite interesting, where it was frick. What?
I tend to like a lot of games.
It was exploration
like,
and completion, right? Was the two that it said you had the highest of?
I can check.
I think. Oh my God! Stop poisoning me. Stop poisoning Curlia.
I had completion a lot of, and it was discovery. Yeah.
Yeah.
Discovery. But it's like I also like story and fantasy as well as. Well, no, what you were looking at was actually design, Zach.
What?
So the gray chart.
Yeah, the one you sent to me. It was the two at it was the two at the bottom that were the highest.
Yeah, that's design, not discovery. I think that's.
Well, I thought it was exploration and completion.
No, it's design and completion.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right, because design is 85% and completion is 80. So yeah. So I have no idea what kind of video game that translates to, but it translates to something, and it's interesting to think about.
It translates to something, which I have no idea what it could possibly be, because I'm an enigma, I guess.
Because one of the questions, because I signed up, because I was like, oh, this is like really interesting. I would like to participate in more studies like this in the future, if possible. So I signed up, and they sent me a thing immediately, like a small 3-question questionnaire of like, what's your favorite video game? And I was like, man, that's a fucked up question.
Like a nuke of an answer.
Yeah, and so I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna answer honestly, and my favorite game is Journey. And then it was like, all right, what's your favorite game to play? And I was like, ooh. That's a different question, isn't it? And then I
Journey
was like,
isn't actually probably, I would say, the funnest game to play.
No, it's definitely my favorite experience overall. Like, it's my favorite video game. But yes, I agree, where it's like, it's not exactly the best game to play. And so in that case, I said A Hat in Time. Because even, like, I legitimately like A Hat in Time more than Mario Odyssey.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, and that's a little bit much maybe, but I really enjoy it. But
I was banking on you saying Mario Odyssey, but
no, I was thinking about
good thing I didn't put money down.
I was thinking about saying Breath of the Wild, but you know.
Really?
I have my survey results if we want to talk about them.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, me too.
Nice. Lawrence, you can go first.
Excuse me, you're the one who's.
Okay, I'll go first then. It says that my quantic gamer type is architect, which makes sense.
So you got
Zach.
Well, mine was
gamer...
Architect Slayer, so I'm wondering.
Mine's just architect.
Adrian, if you scroll down if you scroll down a wee bit,
yeah.
Donkey Kong Country, true. If you scroll down a wee bit, there's like a chart, and you can click on the chart to get like a more detailed version of that chart. It has like 5 points to it. Would you mind taking a screen snip of that and just posting it in on air? Because that's the results that are more interesting to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here.
You could also say download an image for your profile. That automatically.
What the fuck is that? That's incredible. Dude, design 90%, fantasy 85%, so you really like escapism.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Wow, that's really interesting. Dude, you have no discovery.
I don't give a
so
shit.
Interesting. You have no need for excitement. Dude, that's really interesting, actually.
I don't like skill-based games. I'm not a skilled gamer. I'm very bad at competitive skill-based games.
Oh, that's
so I don't play them.
I
will also say, interestingly, it let me put down D&D 5th edition as one of my games.
Because it was in the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what wasn't in the thing, by the way? Fucking Journey, which I literally just talked about and
Super Mario Bros.
What?
The Super Mario Bros. In it?
I mean, I don't know. I put in Odyssey as one of my favorite games that I played recently, though. Donkey Kong Country 2. Is that the original one? Because the new series was Donkey Kong Country Returns, right?
Donkey Konga.
Good response.
Don't-
Excellent.
don't-
I was gonna say good response, Grant.
Yeah.
Classic Grant.
No one else said anything.
'Cause
Fair
we
enough.
don't
I didn't
know
even think
the
it was that
answer.
complicated of a question. I asked earlier I asked whether or not Garrus was hot, and people had answers for that, but not is the new Donkey Kong series called Donkey Kong Country Returns.
I don't
Because
I don't give a
one
shit
of them
about
is very
Donkey Kong, I'll be
opinionated.
honest.
The
the
other one
heart
requires an
wants what it
actual answer.
wants. Oh,
I'll
that's
be
so
honest,
funny.
I could not give it less of a shit about Donkey Kong Modern or just Donkey Kong, but outside of Smash.
Well, because I'm about to say, because that would be another one on my list of like games that are really fun to play. Because the game is really frustrating. Surprise, a Donkey Kong game is frustrating, but it is one of the best platformers I've ever played. So that's cool.
Pog.
Poggers.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's really interesting. So Architect makes a lot of sense. Architect is somebody who like wants an experience that they can like build off of, literally. That makes a lot of sense. Lawrence, what about you?
I got Slayer / Bounty Hunter.
Give us the descriptions and then show us your chart.
Alright, so Slayer wants to be the heroic protagonist in a cinematic story. Solo gamers that enjoy highly curated narratives and slower paced gameplay, which, true.
I'm thinking
you
about
see-
the stuff that we played on Sunday stream so far, and I'm like,
Yeah.
we could probably do it. Whoa, Rotom!
Oh,
That's
cute.
I think that's a rare spawn in this area. Oh, I do need to move. Oh,
There you go.
Ooh.
And there goes Rotom.
well, it's not like I
We
was
will
gonna
never
get.
see
It's
him
not like
ever
I was
again.
gonna get Rotom on the team because we only have the 4 people. But yeah, all right. Please continue, Lawrence.
And then Bounty Hunter are solo action-oriented explorers. They're going really heavy-handed with the action-oriented, which is like I'm okay with. But you know, other options are fine.
I'm about to say, I feel like the verbatim descriptions are less accurate. Like they're kind of accurate, but they're less accurate. It's the chart that I think is like, ooh.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, please continue.
Ooh.
But yeah, I like to customize, and I actually like discovery because exploration can be fun if it's done right. And
Yeah,
I
because
also
that was like one of the.
enjoy-
What the fuck, dude? Look at all this shit. Oh, Thunderstone!
You can evolve.
Wait, do I have enough money?
You are poor.
I have vastly not enough money.
Then
I mean, you already
rob
bought
him.
it.
No, I picked it up.
Oh.
Do we need
Kill him.
need any of this? We don't need any of this for you two evolving, right?
We don't need
Not
like a
for,
water sensor.
Aren't you gonna be Leafeon
No, for Totodile. I don't know how.
though? Oh.
Evolution.
Fuck you,
no.
Kecleon. I straight. Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. I should have grabbed the other stones and sold them.
That dumbass, he didn't take all my shit.
He didn't steal me. He didn't steal from me as much as he could.
He didn't rob me blind. He just robbed me.
Oh, dude, I love that I love that I stole the Thunderstone though. Also, Curlia, where are you? Midnight Forest?
Hey,
Get
fine.
out of here, dude. I don't give a shit.
No.
No one gives a shit about you. Get out of
Say
here.
it.
Oh, save my child? No.
No.
Mystifying Forest? Sure, I'll leave it for now. All right, yes. Anything else, Lawrence? Because we still need your chart.
Yes,
I want
will
your
send a
chart,
picture of me
motherfucker.
charts.
Instead of Zodiacs, this is how we will judge people from now
Yes, I agree, actually. Wow. All right.
Ooh. interesting.
81% story, 71% discovery. I can't see the I can't see the stuff on the right side because of my screen, but yeah. Oh.
Well, yeah.
I don't know.
Good.
How accurate do you feel this is, Lawrence?
Let me see.
on.
I
Hmm.
feel like. Well, this feels about right. Yeah, I don't know. I got no arguments against this.
I mean, I'll be real. I very much enjoy just recreating my characters in video games, and I feel like the design and story design and fantasy elements emphasize that a lot.
Yeah, makes sense. Which actually, Adrian, did you played Pillars of Eternity, right? Obviously, because we even tried to do like our own playthrough there for a hot minute.
Did we? It's single player. What?
No. What would you? Oh, no. We did Divinity Original Sin 2. Sorry.
There you go. That's the one.
Yeah, I was thinking of a different game. But yes, anyway, Pillars of Eternity. This is like a super tangent, by the way, but I was thinking about going back to Pillars of Eternity earlier today because I was looking for something to play now that I 100%ed Metal Wolf Chaos, which we will be returning to eventually, by the way. But so I was like, maybe I'll play that, and I remember that the game's like 400 hours long. But one of the things I also remembered was like, oh yeah, that game has, as I was playing it, I was overwhelmed with the feeling of like disappointment in the sense of like I really wanted to do everything in the game because the game was so like fascinating and interesting, but I couldn't because it was constantly putting me into like branching paths where as soon as you went down one path, the other path would be locked off to you, and I was like, oh man, that really sucks. And so I was tuning into a stream on Twitch. It was Pat from the Super Best Friends, and he was playing was it called Disco Elysium?
Yeah.
And he specifically called out that emotion because he was like, yeah, I had that same problem, essentially. And he was like, yeah, I don't get that from Disco Elysium because Disco Elysium doesn't present things as if they're binary paths. It presents them as if it's like a story that's unfolding, like as if you're just making up a story on the fly. And it's like, oh, that's like really interesting. So, long story short, I don't know if it was on your radar at all, Adrian, but I think you would really enjoy it.
Pillars of Eternity?
No, Disco Elysium.
Oh, I was gonna say, which Pillars of Eternity were you playing even? 1 or 2?
1.
Oh, fair enough.
Why?
I think 2 is better in almost every way.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. Well, there you go.
2 is a vastly superior game in my opinion, but, you know. Fair enough.
Store.
Okay. So
I have put so many hours into both games.
We still need grants.
Grant, now you can post?
Yay.
Hey,
I didn't.
Wait, didn't I pick up a Thunderstone?
Who knows? Maybe you're technically not
robbed
allowed
you
to
back.
do with it.
I was about to say, did I not get to keep it because I fucking teleported away?
Probably.
Oh,
Possibly.
what the hell?
He robbed you back.
I got post robbed. All right. Anyway,
Post-robbed.
sorry.
You worked
Please.
so hard
Robbed
to
me of my
rob that.
rightfully stolen goods.
I'm about to say I stole that legally.
Legally.
Fair
I
enough,
stole
fair.
it with my own 2 grubby electric paws.
Hey,
I worked hard to steal them,
Hey,
okay?
Adrian, I don't remember. Do you have Brick Break yet?
I don't know. I remember we talked about it a while ago. And
Yeah.
how it was a good move for me to know.
Anyway, Grant,
Yes.
please.
I didn't know that you could get like a dual typing in this, so I got full bounty hunter.
Yeah, I also got single type, Grant. You're not alone.
Let's go, Adrian.
I'm about to say I also
Sabo.
got dual type. But yeah, so what does
it
bounty hunter
compares
do?
It compares the Slayer. Well, Lawrence got bounty hunter as well, but it compares to the Slayer a lot, where it says where the Slayer wants an on-rails curated cinematic experience, the bounty hunter wants a game world that they can make their own through customization exploration.
So
where the Slayer had
so literally Odyssey versus Breath of the Wild. That's incredible.
So where the
actually.
Slayer had low discovery and design scores, we see above average discovery and design scores here for bounty hunter. Also interested in power progression through leveling, upgrading weapons. They want to see their characters grow and become more powerful in the context of this world. There's also something that differentiates them from the Slayer, who didn't care about power progression and seemed to be more interested in the moment-to-moment experience of the game. And then here is my chart, which is weirdly nice and symmetrical.
Oh, look at that! Yeah. Fantasy 86, Discovery 84, Design 85, Destruction 90, Excitement 76. Oh my god. Hey Saba, would you mind doing me a favor? Would you mind because you can copy and paste the charts that we had from our conversation earlier.
Sure.
Yeah, just
I
that
like
way
how we're
all 5 of
pretty
us can
low
look at
on
everybody.
competition.
So this first one is...
Adrian's is so interesting to me because it's such a weird
Why?
shape. Well, because it's a weird shape.
How is it weird? It's just a little
It's
dagger.
it's poking.
A pokey. So that's Saba.
No, that's yours.
I don't
That's
see how
mine?
mine's any weird.
I
I don't see how
literally
mine's any
understand
weird than
with yours.
Grant.
Oh, sorry, dude. Look how small I am overall. I'm not that interested in many things, I guess.
Your blue is
Dang.
just a less exaggerated version of my blue.
Well, yeah,
true,
let's exaggerate.
actually.
And look, Saba's a square.
Saba is two
Whoa,
squares.
completion's so
Square.
high.
Which
Oh
is
my
surprising, because some games I just like gave up. Like Nier, I'm not doing it. No, thank you.
Well, you didn't
but
get all
other
the
stuff I
endings?
No.
Why? There's
Did you
only
get all the
20
endings
there's
in
only
Shadow the
26.
Hedgehog?
My soul can't take it.
God, what a pansy.
I know. I knew you were gonna call me weak, Zach, and I'm fine with it.
I didn't call you weak, I called you a pansy.
Either or. Anywho.
Wow, Zach and I both have exactly 34% completion.
I like that was one of the things I thought was interesting in the questions because I like as I just said, I got all the collectibles in Metal Wolf Chaos, right? But that's because the collectibles were pretty reasonable. Like the collectibles didn't really take, like, obviously there was some design stuff which I already talked about with Grant and Saba, but like the collectibles themselves weren't really that bad to attain. But then like there's other stuff where like in Metal Wolf Chaos, there's like bonus legendary weapons you can get in the post game, but the only way to get them is by getting your profile to certain thresholds, like in terms of like metrics. So for example, one of the weapons that I got that I'll be showing off when we eventually get back to Metal Wolf Chaos was a
Moonlight Greatsword.
Moonlight Greatsword.
well, we'll see. But
My dreams.
the weapon you got by getting a rank or higher in your overall kill score, which essentially that just means that you have to destroy at least 80% of all things in a level. That's super fucking easy because that's what you want to be doing anyway because you're in a big fucking mech, and it's like hell yeah. But then another one of the weapons that I was really hoping to get, I didn't realize that its criteria was that you needed to have an A rank or higher on your overall ammo score, which that essentially translates to you have to miss less than 20% of your total bullets that you fire over the entire game. So like the entire game you have to be doing like fucking sniper shots on every enemy in the game, and I'm like, that's not what I want to do. I want to shoot 1,000 bullets a second into the fucking sand on the beach. Like I don't like, that's not what I want to do. And so yeah, so that's the type of completion where I'm like, fuck that. I don't want to do that. I'll get every shrine in Breath of the Wild. That's fine. Fuck the Korok seeds, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was bringing, like the duality. I'm like, where I think strategy games are really fun, but then I know to certain strategy games, I'll just get really anxious and I'll get a lot of anxiety about. I'm like, oh my gosh, if I screw this up, this will be horrible.
Oh God, we should
So I
have
have
you
a
play
hard
Into the
time
Breach then.
God, no, please.
Yes.
Or the idea of like gore and stuff. Horror games are hard for me, but I think Mortal Kombat's fun. Just don't give me
Mortal
Dead Space.
Kombat's cool.
That's it.
That is
Doom's
very strange
cool.
if you don't like gore, but you do like Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat's. I see. That's the thing. I don't know. Mortal Kombat's fun in my mind. And the Dead
Doom.
Space. And
As
I'm
long
just
as the
like, no.
gore comes from Saba
it's
pulling
just-
the spine out of her enemies.
Yeah, as long as she's committing the gore to somebody else.
Yeah.
The big
Whereas in
gore.
Dead Space, someone is doing gore to you.
Well, that's
Doing
not
go-
necessarily
gore's
true.
not a
There's you're
Is
goring somebody.
Gore.
Well, actually,
I
it
mean,
is.
well,
It
you
is
know,
a verb.
it is a verb. It's something that cows and bulls do, but
Yeah, with
But
their
not-
no,
horns.
never
It's
mind.
not-
I'm eating crow.
But the
He's eating
but yeah,
gore.
Lawrence, don't you remember the most gruesome scene in all of Mass Effect 2 is you doing it to yourself because you're performing surgery on your own eyeball.
The most gruesome scene in Mass Effect 2 is you eating Taco Bell and then suffering the consequences.
By
Correct.
Mass Effect 2, I'm guessing you mean Dead Space 2, right?
Sorry, yes. Dude, could you imagine that in Mass Effect 2? You're performing surgery on your own eyeball while Garrus watches like a sexy bitch. That's great.
Oh yeah, he is.
Anywho, that's fun.
So yeah, I don't know. I thought that this test was really interesting. I don't know if you want to post it in general, Saba, but the video was also pretty interesting. Just the idea of like the overall summary of the video was like your personality, like most things, will influence the things that you enjoy. That's obvious. But it's also interesting to note that like your tastes will change over time. So like the video games you'll enjoy will change, and the video games you play can also affect your personality. Like it'll also go the other way. And it's like, oh, that's like really neat. I like that idea. Kinda. It's kind of,
Yeah, the video I thought was interesting.
it's kind of nightmarish, but it's also kind of interesting. The idea of my personality being influenced by Mario Thousand Year Door is spooky.
Oh, you're one of those kinds of gamers, huh?
What
There
was
was
what was this again? Explore with Spirit Tomb.
Nice.
Wait, and I have to have a psychic type partner.
There
Fuck
is a
you.
game that
I
Zach
got
I think
Shimmer
would be
Hill.
super funny that you might should play. It's called Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion.
I already played the entire game.
You did?
Yes,
Oh
I did.
my gosh! Was it as like spot on to like your kind of game?
Yes.
Or
I
something
wish
bigger.
that I wish that the channel would be bigger, because holy shit, I would love to turn that into a video. But like the joke's already like out there. Like RT Gaming already did a video on it, so it's like
Yeah, that's where I saw it from. I was like, seems like something that Zach would find.
Oh,
pretty
absolutely.
funny.
The fact that any document you get in the entire game, you have the option of ripping it in half is hilarious. Even like the love letter that you're supposed to deliver between two people, you have the option of ripping it and then talking to the person, and they're like, oh, I guess they didn't love me. And it's like,
Oh,
and
no.
then you just
I
don't
don't
respond.
I don't think RT Game actually figured out he doesn't have to rip the thing. I think he always just ended up ripping everything.
No, yes, he did. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
I forgot to bring Lawrence. Ah.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah,
wait,
we'll have
maybe
to do
we'll
some
find
level grinding
Rotom.
later.
Never mind.
Why would we find Rotom?
Because he's
Just
cool.
great.
Yeah, but we already have our team of 4. Remember, we agreed that we're not going to be adding anything
Maybe
else.
an Aggron will just appear out of nowhere. Then we'll
Well,
be
I
like,
mean,
oh,
Adrian could
Grindr.
just give us a fucking Wonder Mail if we wanted to get Grant. Grant's more of a consultant. He doesn't really work for us. He works with us.
I'm there every now and then.
He's like, hey, what's going on?
Me and Adrian work for you, despite the fact that you never bring us to adventures.
Wait, do
That's not my
Pokemon
fault.
Cry when they're taken out. back
Sometimes it depends. I mean,
Someone
every
Chikorita cried. I was like, that's sad.
well, Chikorita's a tiny baby.
Whoa.
All right, that was a good topic.
was fun.
Ripperita.
Ripperita.
Leporita?
Yeah.
Leporita.
Gulpin. No.
You literally took Gulpin in.
All right. Well,
Wow.
I'm gonna have to say goodbye to Gulpin after
Hey
this.
guys, it's
Open
me.
these nuts.
Gulpin these nuts. Oh, that's really good. All right. What's the next topic?
We did both
Saba, you take
mine.
care of him.
I take care of.
Saba, take care of him.
Kill him. Kill
Boom.
him.
Wait, do you
Give him
want to
Saba.
have the discussion of the freaking shonen?
Yes. Oh.
Oh God, do we
Oh.
really want to do that now? Oh,
Is
a
that still-
Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur?
I
That's almost
completely
like a
forgot that
really
we never
good
talked about the
impression.
shonen banters.
It is really long, and maybe I kind of don't remember what it's about.
Of what? The
Wasn't
shonen,
it-
the shonen thing.
Yeah, like the.
I
full
thought it was
topic.
just
I
how
remember
long,
a
like,
little bit.
is it not the one about Zach saying how shonens become super shonens if they go on too long or something?
Well, it was the initial discussion that Saba and I had was like what, because like Naruto, Bleach, One Piece, like those are shonen by definition, but they clearly fit in a league of their own. Which it turns out that like essentially Saba and I had like a 2-hour-long discussion where we were like, we should come up with a term for shonen that does blah blah blah, and it turns out it already exists. It's called hyper shonen. And so we were basically just going over the idea of like what is shonen, like what specifically illustrates whether or not something should be shonen or not. And what was like the definition that we eventually came up with, Saba? It was something along the lines of like
Um,
it was something along the lines of
Like skill levels and like obstacles. I
Yeah, you
think?
have to, the characters are typically going to be young. They don't have to be, but they typically will be young. They'll have some sort of skill or ability that will develop over time as they encounter and defeat new challenges.
It's not just like emotional. It's like
Grant, what
an
the fuck
actual
are you,
skill level.
Oh, I saw this where it's the crawfish picking at the lady's teeth.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
saw
little
that.
shrimp.
Little shrimp. Oh, look, it's Skuntank. Goodbye.
Where'd he go?
Oh, dude, Gulpin leveled up. I'm so happy for you.
You're leaving.
Now he'll be able to go home and cook for his domestic partner better.
Did I just run away?
Yeah, Saba, you still did. Remember that whole
Hi,
character
Saba.
arc that you had of you being like brave and like you're gonna like stick with it from now on? Nah.
Look, I think that Pokemon also has run away. Rattata-Kate, whatever it's called.
Eradicate.
Something rat.
Rattaticate.
Rattata-Kate.
Patty
Eradicate.
Patty cake, Baker
cake.
man.
cake. Baker man. But yeah,
Bakersfield.
so that was the basic idea with the
Street.
shonen thing, and then the second half of the discussion that possibly is a little bit more interesting was that I argued with Saba that I believe that hyper shonen is basically just the stench is overwhelming.
The stench.
Is the stench. I postulate that hyper shonen is basically just soap operas, but in anime form.
Oh yeah,
Because-
because that was like most of them have bad writing, and I was like,
That's
no,
not. Listen,
Dad.
that wasn't the initial thing. You made me make that argument afterwards because you weren't fucking listening.
Okay,
But
guys, let me ask you a question.
No. Shut up.
I want to
Shut
ask
up!
a question first. Just first, ask a
I'm
question,
gonna get my
guys.
point out before
When
you
you-
fucking
No,
sabotage
I
it.
want to give my little tangent that you got to get when I was talking. Okay?
Fine. Yep. Okay, that's fair.
Okay. I want to just ask for you guys, when you hear about soap operas, what's like the cliche thing you hear when like people talk about soap operas?
Like, hear about them?
Yeah, like in terms of like their writing, I guess I could say.
I hear more about Asian soap operas
crying,
than English soap
plot
operas.
twists, and
Crying
something
plot twists
dramatic.
and being dramatic. Okay.
Overly like kind of dramatic, sometimes cheesy when you if you think of like telenovelas and
Yeah,
like stuff like that,
I
right?
suppose so.
So I just want to bring that distinction of like that we know the cliches of what soap operas are.
Saba was hoping that one of you was gonna bring up the possibility of them being commonly associated with being bad. That's what she was hoping for, because that's what she
No, I
did
think
when I brought this
overly
Oh,
up.
I
dramatic
thought-
sometimes
My-
results in bad writing.
My point of why I made this comparison of like hyper shonen being like soap operas was that soap operas as a format of television, the basic idea was that soap operas were never supposed to end. The idea was that they would make a show, like if the show like took off and was okay, they would just stretch the narrative as long as they possibly could until it stopped making money. And that was the basic principle that I was trying to argue. I was arguing that I think that Hyper Shonen is basically the same thing, because you see it with Bleach, you saw it with Naruto, you see it with One Piece, although One Piece is pretty good. Where it's just
I
like,
still
yeah,
feel like
we're just gonna stretch the narrative for a million trillion years until it stops making money, and then we'll shut it down like within a month. So that was my argument. But then Saba got like really hooked onto the thing of like, well, that doesn't mean that they have bad writing though. And then we argued about whether or not soap operas had bad writing, which yes, they do now, but soap operas have been around for like fucking 60 years.
It just feels weird because like I know what soap operas are supposed to be, but then comparing them to like anime or something it just feels off. Like maybe you're technically correct, but it just as like a thing with like what soap operas
This is the
like I've
exact
seen
this
of
is
soap
the
operas, it's
exact
just
same
weird.
thing as what happened like earlier this stream when Adrian was like, well, that's not technically the definition of the ugly duckling trope. Because you're right. Or I guess I'm right in the sense of like the technical definition of what a soap opera is exactly what I just described. But from what you're
Put
talking
in
about,
production is
in
not the
production,
same
you're
thing.
right. It's like poor writing, like loose narrative, like nonsense. You're right,
Really
but
cheesy emotional BS. It's just like what the heck.
so it doesn't
You're comparing anime to
it
that.
doesn't fit 100%, but it does fit.
Oh, the mold fits. Same with many of
The
If the
shoe
shoe fits, then buy it.
Exactly. So yeah, anyway, that was my thing. I don't know if anybody else has any like input on it instead of just letting Saba and I yell at each other.
Well, what input could we have had to?
I don't know.
Yeah,
What do you
honestly,
what do you think about the idea?
Maybe like the definition
I don't
of
have-
shonen. I think for you guys, what do you guys define as shonen?
I was just gonna say before that, the only like thing I have to say about opera at all is that like I haven't heard about any English soap opera besides in parody and cartoons when I was younger, but I've heard a lot about Asian soap operas like more recently.
Are dramas
always,
Like
the
Korean,
same
like
as
Korean
opera?
dramas and stuff.
Also Vietnamese dramas and Chinese dramas.
What was that? Wait, hold on, Saba. What did you say?
Are dramas the same as soap operas?
Well, I don't think they're the same. I think
I
just a
argue
very
if they
common-
continue without any need to stop, yes. like if you can have fucking 17 seasons of the same Korean drama, that's a soap opera, like by definition.
That's crazy time. No, they usually stop. So maybe.
So don't soap
Maybe that's why
operas. Eventually the actors die.
Oh god.
And new ones.
Well, I mean they usually do actually, but yeah.
Get a doppelganger. Clone him.
Oh! Oh my god, it only hit me, it missed everybody else. That's incredible.
perfect.
Perfect. He's about to fall asleep too, I believe. Oh, never mind. Slosh
Anywho,
returned to
it
normal
seems like
scene.
everyone else is.
I'm about to say, it seems like
dumbfounded
nobody
by...
has anything to say about this, so we'll move on.
Well,
I
because
guess.
like you didn't actually talk about the shonen. You just talked about the soap operas, unless that was the actual
Yeah.
topic.
Because the topic, the topic was that, well, not the topic, but I guess like the discussion that Saba and I had, and I mean that's what I led with. I led with the idea of like a soap opera, by definition, is a narrative that will continue onwards into the foreseeable future until it
Oh!
stops making money. And
Zach,
I
Zach,
say
we
that
actually
Hyper
have a-
Shonen does the same thing.
You actually wrote down the definition here, which I completely forgot about. But like, because we were here. Here we go. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Where's the first shonen thing you wrote?
That would have been a million years ago.
So we started talking about shonen, the definition of shonen. So we had some questions like, is Yu-Gi-Oh shonen? Is Pokemon shonen? And then
Right,
Zach
I
put
remember
down
that
this
string of
commentary
questions.
of like, shonen is an anime where one or more characters progress in power or affinity over the course of the conflict. Something like he's like specifically something like Cowboy Bebop would not fit this category. And then
Because they
Super
don't
Shonen
get better
fall-
over time. They don't even cooperate over the course of Cowboy Bebop.
And then Super
Cowboy Bebop
Shonen or
seinen.
Hyper Shonen falls under the previous
Wait,
category.
hold
with
up,
the
Saba.
addition-
1 second. Grant, what was that?
Ooh, Cowboy Bebop would be counted as seinen.
I have no idea what that is. Please explain.
It's for adults, basically.
Is
Because
it?
shonen and shoujo are marketed towards teenagers, right?
Ah.
Seinen is marketed towards adults.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
I was unaware of this. This is good information.
Didn't know that. That was quite good. So Hyper Shonen once again falls under the previous category with the addition of posthumous story arcs that were not hinted at previously.
Yes.
Let me see if
So
there's
like,
anything-
and I believe while we were making this discussion, I argued that the closest, like the narrowest shave of something not qualifying as Hyper Shonen under that definition would be Gurren Lagann. Because at the end of season 1 of Gurren Lagann, they fight the King of Beasts, and he, at the very end, indicates that there's like a bigger enemy that they need to fight. And then retrospectively, if you like go back through like their fights with the Beastmen and stuff like that, it's revealed like, oh, they were doing this to like protect humanity technically. So it's like, okay, that like kind of counts, I guess, but it makes no sense in the moment. But yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily think that those definitions that I wrote would have to be like adhered to, but I definitely think that that's something to consider in terms of like
Yeah,
what
I think
defines
that-
Hyper Shonen.
I think that's why we ended up asking ourselves through that shonen definition whether or not Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon are shonen.
Because by that definition, Pokemon counts.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna
Right.
say, even with my little knowledge of Pokemon, it kind of just keeps going, doesn't it?
Yeah, like they just keep making new regions, and Ash just keeps going on new adventures.
Still 10 years old.
He will
Still
never
10
age.
years. Actually, I
He's
think he
doing
had a
all this
birthday,
in one
didn't he?
year.
Isn't he 11 now? Am I wrong?
Who
Alright,
He
knows?
had an unbirthday.
He had an unbirthday.
Your own birthday.
He reverted back to 10.
Well,
I don't know if Yu-Gi-Oh counts. Yu-Gi-Oh almost counts like an anthology series because the different Yu-Gi-Oh shows, like the different shows are their own thing. I'm trying to think of like the original Yu-Gi-Oh series. Didn't it only have like 4 seasons and then they moved on to like a different character? Am I
I have
wrong?
no clue. It felt like forever.
I'm not super
I'm not-
familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh, so
Yeah, me neither.
It probably did, I would say, because they did switch off, and sometimes it was quite different. Yeah, I could say it's kind of like an anthology, I guess. But like this idea of going up against like a harder boss, getting more powerful, like it still follows that, I think, the rhythm.
well, like each
Okay.
individual season would, right? But that would just be
Yeah.
that would just be shonen, not hyper shonen.
Well,
Right.
yes, yeah. We never questioned whether or not they were hyper shonen. We just questioned if they were shonen.
Other way around.
Sure.
We question if they were shonen, but if they were
What you
hyper
said.
shonen.
I'm about to say, we never questioned that they were shonen, but we did question whether or not they were hyper shonen. Yes.
Okay. 'cause
Ask not whether your country is shonen, but ask whether you could be hyper shonen for your country.
That's really funny.
Because literally the question you put, Zach, is Yu-Gi-Oh shonen and is Pokemon shonen? There was no hyper shonen in that question.
Well, right, because that was the initial thing, but then after the discussion that we just had, it seems like, yes, it makes sense that they would just be shonen.
Ah, yes.
Because, you know, Ash at the beginning of every season, for some reason, despite the fact that his Pikachu is clearly level 100 at this point, because it's the same fucking
level
Pikachu.
KO.
Like somehow, as soon as he gets on the boat and goes to a new region, his Pikachu resets to level 12 or whatever, and it's like,
I was gonna
what?
say, I don't know if you guys are aware of Pokemon anime, or at least as far as this specific trivia. But I read apparently at one point Ash brought his Charizard with him to a new region, and then literally put him away because it was unfair to his competitors how strong his Charizard was.
Who is he? Fucking Goku?
Apparently, that was the reason why he retired Charizard a second time or something like that.
It's really good.
But his Pikachu was not that strong.
Yeah, I'm about to say, his Pikachu that he's had since literally day one is not that strong, apparently. Just like how he continuously forgets what types are super effective against each other. Okay, that's still something that happens within the first 10 episodes of every fucking season.
Well,
Ash will-
he's a 10-year-old, so I guess this is how...
How has he traveled through 8 continents at this point, and he's still 10? God. I can't wait until the eventual Pokemon Gen 13, where we have like the 13th region that Ash goes to, and then you will be able to canonically say that it takes Ash less than a month to plow his way through all 8 gyms in each region. Like, that's ridiculous.
What a god.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna say
Okay.
follow
God of
the
a gamer.
open.
What a gamer.
Ugh. All right. Well, I guess that's it for that topic. I guess no one else has anything else today, which is fine. It's okay. There's not really a whole lot to discuss per se, but it's just an interesting thing to think about where it's like, I don't know. Can you think of any, like, we should just start listing off like other anime and deciding whether or not it's shonen or hyper shonen or neither.
All right. Let's go pull out a list of anime. Let's see what we can get.
That list is going to be
Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball is obviously
What
hyper
could it
shonen.
be?
I was about to say Dragon Ball.
It's obviously
What
hyper
could it
shonen.
be?
There was no indication past
dare
Cell that
you.
anything was gonna happen.
How dare you?
One Piece, but we already
That's
discussed
Already
hyper
said
shonen,
that?
yeah.
that.
We did already say that. That's true.
Shogugeki. That's just a
Shingeki no Kyojin?
what?
Any?
Shingeki
Attack
no
on
Kyojin
Titan.
is Attack on Titan, yeah.
Oh.
which would just be shonen, I think.
I guess that would be shown.
by the loose definition that I had established previously. I guess it's just a regular shonen, despite the fact that it has 4 seasons.
Well, 4 seasons is like a good lifetime.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Good life.
it lived a good life. It can die now.
Yeah.
It survived one whole year.
Hold it on to the table, guys. We got to make him stop moving.
Make it. All right, hold him down. That's really fucked, actually.
Stop him moving.
Stop him. Full Metal Alchemist. I think it's just
That's only
Shonen.
that's one story arc. So yeah, shonen. Because the bad guy for the entire time is God. So I knew it. I knew it would be God this whole
Higher
time.
than God
shame.
in multiple ways.
The childish Dragonair's hideout.
Helsing.
Ooh.
I guess that'd just be shonen.
I guess that's just, well, he does fight like
It is-
it's 2 different bad guys though, right? First half and second half?
No. Well, no. It's only 9 episodes, and I guess
What am I thinking of? Am I thinking of Trigun?
maybe they both wear long red coats.
My bad. Anyway, please continue.
I think
I
it'd
guess
just
it's
be
just shonen.
shonen because it's just one. It's just the Nazis.
Yes, because I'm thinking
It's
about it and
Nazi
like
vampires.
freaking Hero Academy. That's Hyper Shonen.
My Hero Academia.
My Hero Academia, because like the big bad guy keeps changing.
Academia.
My Hero Macadamia.
Academia nuts.
That's Hyper Shonen. What's another one? Dr. Stone is technically Hyper Shonen. I know it hasn't been around that long, but like the villains changed fucking 4 times with no prior indication of there being a villain.
Dr. Seuss.
Dr. Seuss is
Dr.
Hyper Shonen.
Wakabi.
None of the stories linked together, so it's always a new story.
All the villains are changing every time. Sometimes it's just existentialism, and sometimes it's age.
Sometimes it's
Wow.
sometimes it's racism.
Ooh. Fairy Tale, definitely a Hyper Shonen.
Definitely Hyper Shonen. Oh, freaking fuck, what was the one that had Escanor? Malia liked it. Seven Deadly Sins.
Seven Deadly Sins.
Definitely Sins.
That's definitely
Hyper Shonen.
That's definitely Hyper Shonen. Cause you fight all these dudes. You get the team together and you're like, sick. What are we doing now? Well, we defeated Satan. Well, guess what? Satan had fucking 10 commandments, bitch. And it's like, what? I thought God had those. fucking stupid Hyper Shonen bullshit.
The one with Escanor.
I love it.
That's super fair. He's the best and most memorable character.
Well, he's the only character I give a shit about from that show. Even the fucking giantess, which normally I'd be salivating over, she has fucking baby face, so I'm like, ugh.
No, the other one though. Her like sister or
Oh,
like
her mentor, the one that's fucking ripped.
Yeah.
She's not there enough.
Yeah. True. True.
She doesn't count. Like fucking Merlin. Merlin has her fucking tits out like most of the show, and she's still boring as fuck. God. Learn how to write a character instead of just drawing them all fucking squishy. What else? Lawrence has the list, I guess.
Sword Art Online.
Oh, definitely
Hyper
Hyper
Shonen.
Shonen. Actually,
Yeah.
it's kind of anthology, right? But it's the same character each time, so I guess not. Right?
So
Because
anthology.
it's a completely different video game each time, but there's no
But
indication.
it's the same dude.
It's the same dude, so I guess by definition it would be Hyper Shonen. Because Saba and I argued about this as well, because JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is clearly shonen, but it's a shonen anthology because it's a new character each time. So it's not hyper.
Right.
But it is pretty hyper. If you
It's
know
pretty
It
fucking
is pretty
hype.
hype.
It's pretty fucking hype, yeah. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do these missions anymore. I'm sick and tired of having to let go of people. Actually, I just realized if we go to the end of Mystifying Woods, we could probably level up Adrian to Machoke.
What level am I?
28.
Okay, you can evolve me by 1 stage.
All right, so we will leave you behind.
Oh no.
Dang.
Sorry.
Brutal.
More anime. I'm enjoying this now. I'm
Alright.
enjoying contemplating whether or not this is hyper shit.
So I'm not familiar with this too much, but Berserk.
Ooh. Well, okay, so anime wise, no, because the anime, there's only 2 arcs in the anime, and they pretty much tie together with like historical, like, because Berserk has like a history, right? Like they set up, like, the villain of the second anime season was established in the Golden Age arc as being a person who might be a problem eventually, so that one doesn't really count. But the manga, fuck yeah, the manga counts. Shit gets fucking pulled out of nowhere. He goes to an island to have sex with a witch, and then the witch is like, nah, I'm just gonna fucking vomit into this well instead. Oh, guess what? Magic's been reborn into the universe. Deal with that, fucko. And then she leaves.
Wow.
What?
pieces out.
It's like, what are you talking about? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Crazy fucking writing.
Oh, he got a new move. Ooh, crunch. That's just straight up better than bite, right? Well, less PP, I guess,
Yeah.
but it's just
It also makes them
flinch.
No, I
Cringe?
thought that was bite. I don't remember. One of them they do different things, but crunch has more damage.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just go with that because I'm Zach.
Crunch is tastier.
Crunch makes them
Crunch is
tasty.
Crunchy.
I like chewy, to be honest.
Adrian's favorite game has returned.
What is
Oh,
it?
yes.
Crunchy or chewy.
Crunchy, very chewy.
Exactly. All right.
All right,
What?
Saba, I need you to answer this one. Hunter x Hunter, shonen or hyper
Oh,
shonen?
that's that's
Hunter?
hyper shonen. 1,000,000% hyper
It
shonen.
may be considered probably hyper shonen.
Like I can
especially
answer
with
that.
the arcs.
I can answer that with the only arc that I've seen, because Malia straight up told me that they never established the fucking Chimera ants prior to the best arc in the entire show.
I disagree with that thoroughly.
I
Which
know you
I'm gonna
do.
just cut off the Chimera Ant arc and just be like, besides that, it's still, I think, classified as hyper shonen, right? Because the arcs, you don't really know what's gonna happen until like the end of one arc.
And then the next
based
one's
off of
established. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think, like, what's the longest running non-hyper shonen based on the definitions that we provided?
We said like One Piece, Bleach, Naruto.
Well, those are all hyper shonen. I'm saying like
Those are all
non-hyper
basic,
shonen.
basic shonen?
Yeah, just regular
Oh,
shonen. What's the
what's our
longest
list?
running?
How many seasons did Full Metal Alchemist go to? Because that's the one that I
3,
thought
I
of.
think.
3?
Oh, dude, look at this hideout.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Ooh,
Brotherhood.
They even. Oh my god. Oh no. They're all using
Goodness
agility.
Got him. I clapped another fly between my hands.
Congratulations, you're a fucking
Nice.
ninja, dude.
He used agility.
He used
Adrian,
agility
to
to get
catch
it.
the fly.
Now can I be on the team?
Yeah,
Oh, don't die!
Can I be on the team?
Help!
Oh!
Ooh, that's a Dragonair.
Yeah, Dragonair is the actual villain that we have to defeat. Oh, I just remembered. I have
Odd.
fucking Discharge, which hits everything in the room. I'm a fool. All of the Dratini have fucking agility. You know what? I should probably use agility, huh? Since I also have this
I thought you were
ability.
gonna use discharge.
Well, if I use agility, they don't get to hit us 4 times.
It's literally just your anime both powering up.
Yeah, I'm matching their speed.
Is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon a hyper shonen or hyper shonen?
Hyper Shoujo.
The Hyper Shoujo.
Shojin.
Hyper Bashoujo.
Oh no! Where does that go?
By the way, I just checked. Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood was technically one season, but cut up into 5 parts.
Oh.
64 episodes,
Oh,
basically. So I don't
Oh,
know
so
if that
64 episodes.
counts.
That doesn't answer my question. Is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon a hyper shonen?
Answer the man's question.
I will say shonen, I guess.
It's an anthology, isn't
Pokemon
it?
is a shonen.
Well, I mean, the Mystery Dungeon series would be an anthology by Zach's logic, wouldn't it?
Oh, right, because it's different. Because it's different main characters. So
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
actually,
I forget there's different Mystery Dungeon stuff.
yeah. Although if we do play, well, actually, I guess they. Well, no, actually, what was after this? It was Gates to Infinity, right?
Yeah.
So if we play Gates to Infinity and we also get a Pikachu and an Eevee, or just a Pikachu actually, and then I name him Obo, we could say that it's a Hyper Shonen. Oh, that's really funny actually. I really enjoy that. Yeah, we went from gold to diamond.
Nice. Wait a second. How? We said that Attack on Titan is shonen, right?
Yeah, it's shonen because the entire arc, or like
It's just one.
because it's one super
thing.
arc, but there are smaller arcs therein that they don't talk about. But that's
But
kind of
it's still
just
that one main arc.
yeah, but that's just kind of mystery though, right? The idea of like not talking about the mini arcs. Our mystery is fucking Hector Poirot Hyper Shonen. Is Sherlock Holmes Hyper Shonen?
Ooh.
Yes.
I guess
Yeah.
so, by definition. Oh, that's really funny.
But yeah, in this case, Attack on Titan winning at 75 episodes for long-running shonen. That's not a hyper shonen.
So far. There might be something else that we don't know.
There might be something
Like
else.
fucking Hitman Reborn. That's fucking Hyper Shonen. That's Hyper Shonen
Oh,
as
I
fuck.
love Hitman Reborn. It's been a freaking long time since
I should
watched
I
it.
I was thinking
really-
like Hitman
So good.
Agent 47. I'm like, what are you talking about?
No, Hitman
You've
Reborn.
never
Oh,
seen
yeah.
Hitman Reborn?
Yeah. No, I've seen Katekyo Hitman Reborn, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so cool.
Well, actually, Grant, now that you mention it,
Which video games are hyper shonen?
Oh god.
Shonen.
I'm thinking about it now, just thinking about it a little bit. There's actually a lot.
Well, yeah, because it's many series. Mario is a hyper shonen.
Well, no, Mario would theoretically be like a reverse anthology because it's a different world but the same character each time.
Wouldn't it fall in the same
Fair.
category as Sword Art Online, whatever the other one you mentioned was?
No,
The
because
isekai one?
because Kirito maintains his memories in between the seasons, right?
So does Mario.
Not in all the games. In Mario, the Mario from Mario Odyssey doesn't remember New Super Mario Brothers U.
Why not?
Well, I mean, he never acknowledges it.
Does he have to?
Like, what is he gonna say?
Although I guess it
Remember
actually,
that
although I
time
guess
I
it
was a
does,
fucking squirrel?
it does. Remember that time I was flying squirrel? Although it does acknowledge Donkey Kong, the original Donkey Kong video game. So actually, maybe. I don't like this. This is freaking me out a little bit.
I'm enjoying this.
I know you are. You fucking sicko. You fucking psychopath.
Yes.
All right. Let's go back to anime for a bit, though. Turns a Pokemon invisible. That's interesting.
Bakano.
Ooh. Well, the anime only had the one season.
Right.
So the anime, no. The anime is a shonen, but the light novels, pretty much. Right? Because the light novels is basically just mafia shit over and over and over and over.
The anime is so good.
The anime is so good. It was my favorite for a really long time. I should go back and rewatch it again.
Hell yeah. It's so brutal too.
Oh, absolutely. Fucking lad getting his
Lad
arm
Russo.
obliterated. Russo, there you go. I was gonna call him Lad Lester. Saba remembers that name.
Lad Lester.
Yeah,
Lad
Lad
Lester.
Lester, the
I
Mad
remember that a little
Jester.
bit, yeah.
My OC character.
Lester
Lad
being
Russo
like-
also making sausage.
True.
Remember that? What?
Sorry, I'm looking at this. Please continue. This is what I kind of autopiloted for a second because I had to do math in my head. It was literally 6,500 plus 1,000, and my brain said 9,000. And I was like, "That's not right. That is not right." Grant is talking. Say true. So I did. Please continue.
True. I mean, yeah.
I'm gonna teach
It's
Focus
great
Blast to
anime.
Adrian. Adrian, you're now
Yay.
useful again.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
You kept
Bad.
using fucking seismic toss.
Yeah, it's a good move.
It's not great.
Then why the fuck did you let me use it in the first place, huh?
I turned it off. I don't know why you were using
Okay,
it.
I'm gonna take a food
Really?
break now as you guys continue to discuss anime.
Okay.
I know.
All right.
So hungry.
Apparently, Assassination Classroom
alimony.
counts as a shonen.
I mean, it's definitely
least, like, the
shonen. I
overall
don't think it's
shonen.
hyper shonen though, because the arc is defeating the teacher, and then they
Right.
do, and then it's over.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, because like the whole point of the show is that the teacher, who's like an unstoppable alien from outer space, which I should really finish that show. He's training the kids to be better assassins. So it's literally shown in that at the beginning of the show, they're like kind of good, but
Yeah.
not great. And then by the end, they're doing fucking godlike nonsense. Grant is also muted at the moment.
Death Note is
Shonen.
shonen.
I would say shonen. Because he doesn't. Actually, because the bad guy, I guess, quote unquote, is
Or
L.
antagonist, rather.
The
It's
antagonist would be L.
Well,
And then
and then it becomes N. Yeah.
who the fuck is N?
The
L.
second guy.
I never
guy.
finished it, remember? I thought the show was
Oh,
pretentious.
that's right.
I thought the show was
Oh.
Oh, yeah,
pretentious,
that's
so I
right.
couldn't finish it. Although I've gotten over
No,
that,
L-
so I really should go back.
Yeah, L dies.
Yeah,
Spoilers.
I'm about to say I knew that. I thought that was like right
Yeah.
before the end of the show, though.
No, that's like the halfway point, or
Oh.
like the 2/3 mark.
Oh frick, dude.
Yeah, no, there's more.
Yeah.
Right. Adrian is going to get rid of Seismic Toss. He has Rock Slide, Focus Blast, Brick Break, and Strength. Hell yeah.
All right.
It's freaking sick.
There's also Black Clover, although I have never seen
I have
that.
I've never
legit
seen
no
that.
idea.
We need
Oh,
Bobby.
probably.
He's seen it.
Bobby. I know
Black
Bobby's
Clover, Blue Exorcist, shows like these, I have no idea.
Anyone with a color in it.
Chris,
Zach
are you
hasn't
listing
seen
off
it.
new
Well,
Lucky
I
Charms?
saw fucking Black Lagoon. Black Lagoon is shonen.
It sounds like you're listing off Lucky
Suspicious.
Charms, Black Clover, Red Balloon, Yellow Horseshoe.
Yellow Horseshoe, the Blue Exorcist.
The rainbow.
Actually-
It's a cross.
Actually, you know what? I just thought about it. I think
I just remembered.
Black Lagoon would by definition count as a hyper shonen because the whole point of that show is that there is no primary antagonist. It's literally just a community of antagonists. So I guess you could technically say that the antagonist is the location Black Lagoon itself because the community there is all like hitmen and assassins and terrorists and stuff like that. But given the definitions that we said, it doesn't really count that way, which is interesting. Oh, I can't use this place. No. Shit, I have to do the Sky Peak thing, which we'll be doing Sky Peak tomorrow, by the way.
Sky Peak.
We should actually probably go to Mystifying Forest and level up Adrian. That'd be pretty cool, I think.
Cool.
I don't know. Let's do a few more anime, and then we can move on
Alright.
to another topic, I think.
Oh, Haikyuu. Is that a hyper shonen?
Ooh,
Because like the nature with sports animes is that you're always facing a
new whatevers, right?
New
so,
opponents.
So I guess the antagonist of a sports anime would be being the best,
right.
right? So it's definitely shonen, but I don't know, like by definition that we established, it would count as hyper shonen because they never established like the other teams. But it is implied that there's like a league, right? There's like a volleyball league. So it's like it makes
Right.
sense that there would be teams that you never heard of before.
Yeah.
So I guess it's just shonen.
Yeah. It makes sense. Because that's their one goal, just to
Be the
be
best.
the best.
If
it never
they
changes.
had a mini arc therein where it's like, oh, we got to use our volleyball skills to like save the president's daughter.
That's ridiculous.
I think Saba's throwing Kuroko no Basket into the mix, which is another sports anime.
Oh. I have never
There's
seen
Eye Shield.
Kuroko
There's Eye Shield
as the
21.
moment.
Oh.
Eye Shield 21. You know what? Fucking Hajime no Ippo. That's hyper shonen. because he becomes the champion at one point, and then the story continues because he continues to be alive, and they just introduced like the International League. So that's Hyper
He
Shonen.
continues to be alive.
He continues.
You're not wrong.
I'm not. he continues to exist.
He does not die on the spot as soon as he gains the belt.
Yeah.
Some people argue
I've
that
won. Ha!
other people
keels
argue,
over.
other people argue that maybe he should have, but
Oop.
Anyway,
Baki is Hyper Shonen.
definitely, yeah, because it's like they don't even thoroughly explain the narrative when you're in it. people will just show up and be like, yeah, I'm the main bad guy now, and it's like, really? And it's like,
I did it. Okay.
No, and then like the person will show up and be like, I'm the main bad guy now, and Baki goes, really? You're the main bad guy? And then his head gets blown off by a guy crushing it with his palm, and he's like, no, I'm the main bad guy, and it's like, okay. Cool. And then
Cool.
like repeat that 4 times, and then you get a guy who's the size of a skyscraper and like 89% visual muscle, and he's like, I am the god of fighting, and Baki goes like, all right, finally, and then he punches the dude and kills him, and that's the end. And that was 1 chapter. You know what I mean? Like, that's Baki.
Well, Zach, I'm looking at this list. I'm wondering if you made it. Because I see here JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but we already talked about that. But then in parentheses, the best anime.
I would know nothing about whatever you're looking at, clearly.
Dang it, Zach.
The best anime in parentheses. It's really good. It's really good.
It is good.
That's really funny.
That's really funny. That's why while you were talking, I started laughing.
Oh,
just saw that.
that's so good.
Uh,
All right,
Nice.
let's do like 3 more, and then we'll call it.
All right. Food Wars was almost a shonen, but then it became a hyper shonen. Because the main goal of the main character was become the best chef.
And then
in
he
school.
did.
And then he did. And then the show kept going. So it was like, there you go.
Hyper shonen.
Hyper shonen.
I'm glad that these definitions like make sense, kinda. Like, I don't know if they're accurate. Like, we're probably gonna come up with something eventually that like breaks the mold. But like, I don't know. It makes sense. I think. Nope. Oh, I thought he was gonna explode. Thank God.
Yup.
All right. So that was Food Wars. So we need 2 more.
Trying to find one
Ooh, Ice Fang. Nice.
that we all are familiar with. At the very
Well, you've
least.
already exhausted all the animes I'm familiar with, so that's not
I
gonna
was about
happen.
to say I'm starting to grasp at straws.
Is
How many
theater
watched
mode a
Jujutsu?
shonen or a hyper shonen?
shonen.
We're not really the same characters throughout. Like, what's our arc? Is the arc of theater mode to eventually become
game.
eventually become successful streamers? Because if that's
The arc is to defeat Zack.
damn it.
Zach's the antagonist, and then we assume the role of streamer until
Yes.
someone else takes us down.
So it's a
vicious
fucking
cycle.
curse.
It's like
Yeah.
a Highlander situation.
Yeah, it's Highlander. That's really funny. It's High Streamer.
Hi, streamer.
Hello, streamer.
Hello, streamer.
Hello, streamer.
Oh god, I'm so excited for Adrian to level up here in a minute.
All right.
Hopefully, I think this is what you have to do to level him up, right? We have to go through this dungeon again.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fucking in the remake, Pokemon Rescue Team DX, they made it so that way this cave just opened up in town, and that's where you went to level up. And I'm like, dude, I don't remember that from the original, but that's freaking sick. That's way better than this nonsense.
I thought that's the way that it was in Red and Blue, wasn't it?
Oh my god.
Was it?
I'm pretty
I-
sure, because you had the Wish Cache pool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it was in Red and Blue.
Oh, I didn't remember that at all. I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
Never
He's
mind.
kicking your ass.
Never mind, I'm alive. All right, Thunderbolt,
I'm
use.
gonna kick your ass.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
God
And
dang
you
it,
missed.
Bobby!
God dang it! I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what. We had
Is
the fucking.
King of the Hill a shonen or a hyper shonen?
What's his? I'm gonna say he doesn't really have a goal, does he?
His goal is to
Self-proclaimed
survive.
I don't think it counts as a shonen, right? Because like once again, I'm
He
not
gets
even
stronger.
well, yeah, about to say he doesn't really get stronger. He just exists.
Yes, he does.
Shut up.
You just don't see it. His training's off screen.
He sells more and more propane.
More and more.
Yeah, that's
propane.
what I'm saying. The goal is propane and propane accessories to sell them all.
He
Gotta sell them all back.
he sells more and more propane to inflict more and more propane.
Ooh.
Flamethrower! We don't have anybody that can learn that, I don't think. Shit.
What if it was like Pikachu can learn flamethrower?
Info.
It's like, what?
Sloth
Yep,
can learn
nobody.
flamethrower!
Wait, what?
I
Adrian!
forgot that the matchup line could learn flamethrower.
That's incredible.
Let's go.
Alright, what are we replacing?
Focus
I think we're actually gonna no, because that's true. But I just bought Focus
If you
Blast
get hit before,
well, because Strength is the one that he's been using. Because Strength in this game, it doesn't just deal damage. You take them and you throw them into allies. So if you're in like a monster house, it's really good because you could end up dealing like 800 damage in a single attack. But under normal circumstances, when you're just going one-on-one, it does fucking nothing. So I think I'm gonna replace Strength.
Had another fly, but I didn't clap it. I crushed it against the wall.
Oh my god, Adrian.
That's good enough.
Dude, I can't believe Adrian has flamethrower. That's so fucking cool.
All right.
Now
wish
we
I could
just need
flamethrower these fucking flies.
Lawrence to learn Ice Beam, and then we got the main trio of.
He has Ice Fang, doesn't he?
Yeah, but we want Ice Beam.
Fair enough.
why?
Because then we'll have the main trio of super OP moves of Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Flamethrower. Those were the three like quote unquote bread and butter moves from the very first game.
Gotcha.
All right, we need one more anime.
Ben 10. Is it a hyper shonen?
Ooh, actually, I think that's Hyper Shonen.
Hyper Shonen, yeah,
I
think so.
Because he does get stronger over time because he learns how to use the aliens better, and they just straight up like introduce random ass fucking enemies like that, like the guy who wanted to destroy the universe or whatever.
Yes, many conquerors in the universe.
All right, well there you go. That's Shonen versus Hyper Shonen. I think that the definitions fit pretty well, and I think it's interesting to think about, but we can move on. Oh my god, Lawrence, why'd you step on that? Saba, stop stepping on that.
I told you not to touch that darn thing.
I told you not to touch that.
I told you.
Goodbye.
Oh.
Oh my god, it's alive.
Whoa.
No! I'm gonna
Whoa.
die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna. Oh, never mind. I'm good. Yes.
Easy.
Alright, what's the next banter topic? Grant, don't you have some banter topics from like 6 months ago?
Maybe. I don't
If you
know.
scroll up
I
the
think I
list,
talked
it's the ones
about
with
it.
smug on them.
Smug.
Smug?
No, actually, we did talk about them, I think.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, we're at there.
Wait. Yeah.
Saba offers nothing to the conversation, apparently.
Are you sure about that?
Ah! Shit! That was really good.
Oh, I meant I offer nothing into the Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, or Flamethrower group.
Oh, that is true. Well, actually, no. You know
That's
what?
where
You know what? If you learn Leaf Blade, because
That's not part of the original group, though.
No, it's not. But it's a good bread and butter move.
It is.
It would
Or is
definitely. It would definitely
I
make.
like bread and
It would
butter.
definitely make Saba useful. Dude, this is sick. I've never found one of these before. Just like a random treasure room.
Secret room.
Sacred room. Roar! We could give that to Lawrence, and he can yell really loud.
Secret.
God, I love
secret.
Overanalyzing Avatar so much. He's so funny. He really deserves the $1,000 a month at this point.
I like how every time you talk about his
Brackets
Patreon, the
come
number
to
just
it.
keeps getting higher.
He's really talented, and people like him.
Because I remember it was like, oh man, he's getting 500. That's pretty good. Hey, remember the time when he got 600? Oh yeah, when he got 700, and it just
And he was at 800 last time we talked, and then he
Yep.
finished season 1, where a bunch of people started watching it, right? Like a bunch of people latched on. So now he's at 2. So now he was like plus $200 from the previous time, and it's like, oh my god.
200 a month.
Money.
Pretty good.
I was inspired by one of his videos because he he said in the comments of the live stream that he recently learned how to do green screen, like how to do like chroma key. So he's not like, he wasn't planning on like streaming himself, but he now knows how to like cut out parts of a video, turn it green, and then just chroma key it out, so that way you can just use like a certain part of the video. And he's like, and so he's been doing that with like clips from Avatar, and I was like, huh, if he learned how to do it, I should probably learn too. And now I do. Now I know how to do it.
Ooh.
Yay.
I feel like that's gonna bring a lot of power for
Video editing eventually, possibly. Wait, what? That's not how I evolve?
Did he level up?
No, because you have to go to the spring and do it.
Oh, well.
Frick.
Well,
Oh well.
What
was the next banter topic? We have 20
I don't
minutes
know
until
where
end of
we're at.
stream. Just go to the top of the list, whatever is next.
Is Yu-Gi-Oh! A sports anime? That's Terrence's, but
Hyper
Well, we
Shonen.
can't talk
Teenage-
about
wait, wait.
talk about it because I'm pretty sure Terrence was like making a joke, maybe, but we can't even talk about it because he's not even here.
Handwritten versus Digi-written?
Oh, we already talked about that. You just weren't here for that.
Devs of Spyro Reignited.
Does that have a smug on it?
Smug, yeah. It
Ah, my
does.
bad. Oh, popular skull types would be. How do you convince your past self? Teenage crushes, hyper shonen, a soap opera. All right, there you go.
have we talked about Teenage Crushes?
We
Yeah, we
did. The
did.
Teenage Crush was the one where it's like if there's an underage character that you have a crush on when you're the same age, but then you age up and they
right.
don't. Does it become creepy? And we like unanimously said yes. Trawl pulls all items in on the floor. That's really good, I think.
Pretty good.
Interesting.
Well, because I'm pretty sure you can use that to steal from frickin' Kecleon. I'm pretty sure. All right.
The devs of Spyro Reignited and Crash 4 is kill.
Yeah. So the name of that company is Toys for Bob. Grant
Yeah.
will probably be familiar with it because Cogswell was pushing really hard for a bunch of students to start working for Toys for Bob.
Did they go under?
They didn't go under. You'll recall that they were acquired by Activision a long while ago, but prior to their
Yeah.
acquisition, they had contracts where they were supposed to be remaking the Spyro trilogy and the Crash trilogy and then Crash 4. Those were the 3 contracts that they had. Crash 4 came out. It was pretty successful. Normally, you would then attribute that to being like, okay, they're going to make more Crash games or something, right? Nah, Activision was like, all right, we're gutting the entire team, and literally everybody who's going to be left behind is now exclusively working on content for Call of Duty Warzone.
Oh.
Sad.
So they made those 3 games and they were pretty good, like very, very much appreciated by like the video gaming community as a whole. And then Activision was like, all right, now you're just a millstone for us to grind your bones against. And it's like, oh man, that's really upsetting. And like they cut down on like total staff at the company by like 60% or something like that. Yeah. So yeah, Toys for Bob is basically dead. As is like every other, because I think all Activision subsidiaries, like direct subsidiaries, are now working on Call of Duty, except for one, who's working on a mobile game.
Fantastic.
Oh boy.
Yeah, because Warzone is making a lot of money. So, yeah, so that's that topic. There's not really a whole lot to talk about there, needless to say, but it is.
It was just more like a news thing.
Yeah, it's more just a news thing because that was a while ago that happened, or a while. By a while, I mean like 3 weeks ago. But It's upsetting just because it's like, man, that was like an interesting company. Like, I didn't necessarily like Crash 4 per se, but it was still cool that they made it, you know, because like the series had been dead for however long, and then they came out with the new one. I was like, oh, that's like kind of neat. But yeah.
Crash Force Kill.
Deepest Sword.
Ah!
Oh, I saw that video. I saw that.
You said, did you see it? Did you see it on like Reddit or Twitter? You played it?
I watched a playthrough.
I played it.
So, Saba, are you familiar with this game? Because if not, I'll give you a brief rundown.
I saw that video of it.
You did? Dude, that video went fucking nuclear on social media. Isn't that? I think that's pretty great. But the thing is that I can't tell whether or not the video went nuclear because the game is interesting or because of all of the fucking size shaming jokes.
Yes.
Well, the size shaming
I think...
is admittedly some of the charm, yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously, but that's what I mean to say is like, because that game was apparently like a Ludum Dare that they like furbished up a little bit, and it's just like, dude, that's really funny. Just the idea of like you're trying to slay the dragon, and it's just like, that's your sword.
Your sword's not big enough.
Your sword's not big
and
enough.
By the end, you have this ridiculously large sword.
This ridiculously large sword, and she's like, "Wow, yeah." You're gonna stick that in me, and it's like, "Oh my god, please stop." But yeah, anyway, I guess since everybody is already aware of it, we don't really have anything to talk about. But at the time, fucking Deepest Sword was brand new, so I didn't think anybody would know about it. But yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah. Skull shapes, popular skull shapes.
Yeah, so this one was this came from a Drawfee did a video where they took pictures of lesser known animal skulls and made up creatures.
Oh, thank God.
And made up creatures that would theoretically have that skull shape, and then they revealed what the real animal was or whatever. Like, they turned an elephant skull into a fucking horrifying Furby, for example.
Nice.
Here, let me store this. Do that. There you go. And so yeah, I was just thinking about it, and I was like, because what is the most well-known, because I think I put popular in the actual prompt, but I'm changing it a little bit.
Yeah.
What's the most well-known skulls, like, ranked? Because needless to say, I'm about to say human is definitely number one, obviously, right?
Like a cow?
But Saba and I are on the exact same wavelength. I was thinking that cow is probably the second most famous skull around the world, like, well-known.
Because of the image of like the cow skull in the desert.
Well, I mean, yes, but then there's other stuff as well. But yeah.
Why would a cow be in a desert?
Well, I don't know.
They never asked that.
Sure.
You never ask why people get trapped in quicksand either.
It's because we're stupid and explore where we don't need to, but cows aren't ambitious animals.
That is true. Well, I guess the idea with the cow being in the desert is that they would be doing a cattle drive, like where they just take like a giant herd and move them across the country from one ranch to another. Theoretically, if the cows get separated from that, they'll just be abandoned because it's not worth going after a single cow. So theoretically, that's how they die.
Sure, I guess.
We figured it out.
We figured it out. All right, we got some
it.
quicksand cave. We got some. Oh wait, what the hell? Oh, because I abandoned it because I wanted to steal the Thunderstone that I didn't get to keep.
I wanted to steal your thunder.
Oh, what I should have done was stepped off the. I should have stepped off the mat, said I'm not paying for it, and then left. I'm a fool. All right. But yeah, I don't know. So if we more or less all agree on cow skull, what do you think the third most well-known skull is?
Canine.
Dog? Yeah, there you go. Dog, canine.
Can I make a submission? Can I make a suggestion? I think T-Rex.
Okay.
Fair point.
I think because obviously it's
I
not an
didn't
animal
think to go far back as dinosaurs.
Well, just because dinosaurs are obviously fossils, so people are familiar with the shape of fossils, and the most famous dinosaur is T-Rex. Like if I go to like, I don't know, like China, just to like a rural village, and I show like a picture of a T-Rex, just like the skull, I'd be pretty sure like they probably wouldn't know what it is, but they'd be like, oh yeah, I've seen that before. And they say it exactly like that with no accent.
Yeah. Perfect English.
Yeah. Thank you for saying my English was perfect. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that that's the third, but I'm just putting that in because that's the thing is that like you guys say canine skull, and maybe it's just me, but I can't think of what a canine skull looks like.
Looks like a canine skull.
A doggo.
Yeah,
Mouth
dog
with a canine
without skin.
skull.
Let me well, obviously it's with the shape with no skin, but let me see. Dog skull.
I'm pretty sure you've seen it.
Well, I mean, I've seen it. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. I don't know. Is that the most? Is that the third most famous though? What about
What
like
about
fourth?
Saber-toothed tiger.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's pretty recognizable. 'Cause
You
it's
always
just,
know it by the teeth.
yeah, it's just feline, but with big teeth.
By that logic, elephant.
Well, elephants don't.
I don't
They
know.
don't keep their tusks. Yeah, like if an elephant skull kept its tusk, absolutely, you would probably recognize it by that alone. Which, by the way, apparently you can just go directly to the luminous spring.
Crystal
Oh, nice.
skulls.
The crystal skulls, but those are human, Grant, or alien, but whatever.
Are they?
Are they? Which Pokemon seeks evolution? Slosh.
It's happening.
Choke.
Here he goes. Adrian, get hype.
There he goes.
All right, I'm about to evolve. I'm evolving. Oh my!
That was quite fast.
Dude, sick.
They're still the same height, but just
You're just like
Buffer.
You're just wider.
Yeah, you're just wider, just more muscular and wider. That's hilarious. That's really good.
Okay, so
Uh.
how long are Totodile and the rest of our transformations gonna take, you think?
So actually, I could probably level up Totodile, right?
You can. It was.
Yeah,
in the
there you
list,
go.
yeah.
Sorry, I forgot about that. I was so focused on making sure that Adrian evolved, I didn't think about Lawrence. So Adrian, so Saba, to give you context, Adrian and Lawrence are probably going to be at their final evolutions before we even get the chance to evolve us. And I don't mean like getting the stones. I mean like gaining the ability to evolve, because there's like story stuff that we have to do.
Look at him.
Finally got the stones.
He's
What do
turning
they
into
cost?
a crocodile. Look at him go.
I'm turning into a regular crocodile.
Well, he you look like a Flintstones knockoff.
I was gonna say, I never understood why
Go
Croc has a
better.
fucking Flintstones tunic.
I don't know. It doesn't really fit with anything. It's just kind of a weird middle thing, right?
Like if it's supposed to be an eggshell, then why is Croc
Why does it have
wearing more
holes in
egg
it?
than Totodile?
Correct. Yeah, exactly. There you go. See, now you're picking up on what I'm putting down.
I'm wiping what you're. I'm wiping.
I'm wiping what you're shitting. Don't worry, I'll say it so you don't have to.
I'm wiping the stains you're putting down. I'm wiping the
Alright.
stains.
So yeah, I don't know. We could probably say like third place would be either Canine or T-Rex, but as a final bit, what do
I
you
thought
think?
second place was T-Rex.
No, second place would be Cow Skull.
Oh no, the cow, right? Okay.
Yeah. And then I don't know, Canine or T-Rex Skull could be third, so I'm just gonna skip fourth. And what do you guys think? What do you guys think the fifth? Like, what do you think would be next? What's the next most famous skull?
Monkey.
I'll just go,
I don't know if
go down here.
I was going to suggest bird, just like any bird skull, because they all keep their beaks when they die. You wouldn't Wait, why do I have no people?
You run solo.
What the hell?
We all pranked you.
Solo.
You all-
We're on strike.
Lawrence, this fucker keeps abandoning us. Let's get him back. We'll kidnap Saba.
It was a long con, but we finally got
You guys fucking
evolutions
kidnapped
because of him.
Saba. Oh my god. I knew this day would come.
Find a note in your adventure pack. It's like, we have Saba and we're demand to be on the next rescue team in return for her.
Oh, that's really good. Dude, I'm level 39. Sick. I'm finally gonna be higher level than Saba.
How dare you?
I know, I
very
didn't intend for
tiny.
this to happen. It just kind of did.
You leave
So yeah, anyway, so on the topic of bird skulls, I was gonna say that I don't like, under most circumstances, individual birds, if you were to show someone what the skull looks like, they wouldn't be able to tell you which bird it was, but they could definitely tell you it's a bird. Hey, my oranberry.
I guess you're right.
I don't know. Monkey kind of makes sense though. What monkey just kind of looks like human but fucked up.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, if that counts.
I'm not sure. Maybe. I don't know if it counts, but what about just the skeleton of a fish? Like, just thinking of like the cartoon fish head skull, right? Like, I feel like
you can even just use the skull. You don't even have to use the whole body. You see that triangular shape looking thing,
and you're like, oh yeah, that's a fish.
That's a fish.
That's a fish.
That's a fish. Although Sabertooth Cat was really good too, so Sabertooth Cat might be on there. Although then by extension, Sabertooth Cat. What about Triceratops?
Oh yeah, that's
pretty.
That's pretty freaking like, oh yeah, that's a fucking Triceratops right there.
Yeah, like no mistaken.
Yeah. Whereas like, I don't know, maybe like a saber-toothed cat, like you go to a particularly dumb person and you're like, what is this? And they're like, that's clearly a cat. And it's like, okay, what kind of cat? And they're like, the feline kind, you know.
Elephant cat.
Elephant cat.
The
One with the big teeth.
Boom. Boom.
There's a vampire cat.
Boom. Boom. Oh, keep the combo
cat.
going. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes.
No.
Yes. Look at that, dude. Sick.
Yes.
And he, after all that, dealt 1 damage to me. Hell yeah. Dude, I love all these Riolus.
These poor Riolus.
If I get the chance to have a Riolu, I might switch main characters. I wouldn't actually do that, but that'd be really funny.
All right.
I
have a suggestion for a popular skull.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it on air.
Swear to God, if it's a fucking.
Whoa!
Oh my
Not-
god.
So in a literal sense, no, but that is pretty cool.
Skull girls. They're popular.
You say skull girls?
All of the skull
Yes.
girls.
All of
Every
them.
single one of them.
No, that's not a skull though.
But they're skull
It's in their
adjacent.
name.
Man, me trying to remember I played that game. What a time that was.
Skull girls are skull adjacent.
Yeah, you remember that time? Hey,
Cranium.
Sabu, you remember that
No.
time where you fucking thrashed all of us at Skullgirls? She's like, I
Are you
did?
sure that actually happened?
I don't fucking know. I'm so used to getting my ass whooped in Skullgirls. Might as well be true. Dude, he took twice as much damage as he dealt to me. That's incredible.
Apparently, there's another gamer motivation thing for board games.
What?
There's a board game motivation profile survey you can also take.
I did. I saw that as well.
Oh,
I don't know.
I did not see that. Would you mind
Oh.
linking that? Just so that way I can just click the link later?
Let's
Sure.
go to the
Link
movie
on
and
air,
everyone
'cause I wanna
make
check
fun
it
of
out,
the fact
too.
that
I put it in general for later.
Ooh,
Speaking
okay.
of board games, and this will probably take us to the end of the 7 minutes, Grant, what do you think about my decision to possibly support the Four Souls?
I think you're a fool. I think you're an
supporting
absolute
Four Souls,
fool.
what?
So the new and technically final Binding of Isaac DLC, Repentance, came out, and so you know what? Let's keep going.
Oh, I looked at the quiz and there's a question, roughly how many board games do you own? My answer's gonna be 1. And then it says, count expansions, it's half a board game. And I'm like,
I was gonna say you have so many.
That is a lot of board games.
Because
That's a lot of Red
Adrian has
Dragon Inn
every.
expansions.
You have every expansion for Red Dragon Inn now,
I
right?
have all the big pack expansions. I'm missing some of the individual characters.
Ah, yes, yeah.
Or the mini packs.
But yeah, so funny that you mentioned that, because that was one of the things actually that I'm thinking about supporting Four Souls for, because not only does the expansion anyway, the new Four Souls expansion basically doubles all the cards in the game. So it's basically just like Four Souls 2. With new mechanics and new cards and new enemies and new characters, all that jazz. But if you support the game and you already supported the original, You also get, like, Adrian, you know how you have that big box where it holds all of your Red Dragon Inn stuff?
Yeah.
They have that, but for 4 souls.
Oh my.
Wait. Hang on. I think. Oh no, they added a new expansion for Dragon Inn that I don't have.
Oh, good.
So
Oh,
he's just
dear.
finding out.
Oh good god.
Oh boy.
It's
have
sort
to
of.
buy it
Dragon
now.
Inn 8. The pub crawl.
Oh.
Crawl.
Why would you self-destruct? Are you an idiot?
I thought you were referencing me buying more Red Dragon. Like, why are you self-destructing by buying this fucking game?
I mean, like,
Well, I mean,
don't,
Zach
like,
is
I don't
supporting
even...
4 souls.
Well,
so
I don't. Well, I don't
self-destruct.
know if I'm supporting 4 souls
True.
yet. As of right now, I'm thinking that I am. But then I keep thinking about it, and I'm like, hey, not only do I not live in a place where I can like play board games on a regular basis anymore because my family sucks and I hate them, but
Oh my god.
but it's also like, even if we did play board games, no one here wants to play 4 souls. And then even if I did live with you guys again,
Joy of playing Forward Souls.
what? You
Not only
were unhearable for a second there.
I said Zach killed my joy of playing 4 Souls.
You're welcome. I saved you from a life of pain and suffering. You can keep
So I'm glad Zach made it quick.
exactly like Saba.
Yes.
Saba keeps bringing it up like I fucking hurt her or something like that, whereas she doesn't realize that the reason I killed her cat was because it was gonna eat her that night. You know, like it's upsetting, yes, that I killed your cat, but I did save your life.
Such a cordial game. I never said I would play with anyone else. You know, we could have just had a nice time, and then you.
No, you don't understand, you fool. If you had fun in your first game of 4 souls, you would have been like, oh yeah, we should play this again. And then we would, and then someone else would have ruined it for you. I would rather you be upset at me.
I don't think
Well,
I've ever heard of a more
well,
pretentious preface than "No, you don't understand."
No, you don't understand, Adrian. I can be much more pretentious. Watch this.
Think, Adrian, think.
Think, Adrian.
You've
The
only
only-
reached the tip of the iceberg as far as pretentiousness.
Exactly. The only thing I don't like about that... Oh, dude. You said next morning. Oh, I guess it was nothing. The only thing that upsets me about the think Mark think meme is that in the actual dialogue, he doesn't say think twice.
No, yeah,
That's
he
true.
Yeah, he just says,
he only
"Think,
says
Mark."
"Think, Mark."
Yeah, and so it's like, why is the meme widely known as think Mark think?
It's like
know.
Luke, I am your father.
Right, he doesn't actually
Yeah,
say
he
that.
doesn't say that.
He says, "No, I am your father." I think. 'Cause
No, I am
Yeah.
your father. Yeah. That was me trying to breathe. Sorry.
True.
It's not true. You just cut off my fucking
Oh.
hand.
Well, there was one of the questions for Board Game Motivation Profile. How important are these qualities for you? Winning.
Are you at game night? Because if that answer is anything but not at all, you're out. Leave. Get out of here.
Answer yes.
What was the name of the guy that you brought a few times who fucking like got really into Sheriff of Nottingham? What was his name? Wasn't it like, it wasn't Noah? Jonah?
Oh no.
No,
How do
no.
I fucking remember his name?
It goes by Arcade nowadays.
Excuse you?
By arcade.
Arcade? Yeah, the name.
That's a name?
All right.
Yeah, it's not a very common one as a name.
Right, that's cool. Alright,
Didn't know
1064.
about
Let's go. Alright. I'm gonna set up for tomorrow, and then we'll be all good. We'll be good to go. We'll be going through 40 floors, I think, right? Of Sky Peak. I think it's 40 floors. Maybe 50.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, good. There might be a chunk of time where I'm unable.
Oh, wait, hold up. What was that? Look at that. Golden Chamber.
Oh. That sounds cool.
These are really rare, actually.
Oh, that's very cool.
A lot
man.
of money.
You're telling
A
me I
lot
can
of
make a
money.
You're telling me I can make a mystery mail about Golden Chamber, but not monster houses?
Is that really not an option? I know you mentioned
It's
that
not.
before, but that doesn't seem
It's-
right.
It's not. It's super upsetting.
Shame.
All right. Now everybody comes back on the team because they left for some fucking reason.
I was kidnapped!
You were kidnapped.
It was true.
Oh, look at
was gonna
Adrian!
try
Look
to
at
hide it.
Adrian's
Oh.
face.
Meh.
It's so good.
You have
Alright,
no neck.
Let's look at Lawrence's face now.
I'm in that phase. You know what I'm talking about.
I'm in that phase.
Oh, that's
When you
so
got
good.
a little bit too much overconfident with your
By the way, there's a.
No, Saba, listen. It's my ugly duckling.
No,
No.
listen, you don't understand.
By the way, there's another question here. I think is very fun. Rate how much you like it from hate to love. Chance mechanics that determine the outcome of actions, e.g., rolling dice to resolve combat.
what Adrian
How do
does
you
in
feel
his
about it,
life.
Adrian?
I'm obligated to say that I like them because I play D&D constantly. So,
I am
gameplay that involves negotiating or bargaining with other players.
Oh my god.
That's a maybe depending on the
That's
game. If it's
fucking,
Sheriff, if it's like
that's
Sheriff of
fucking
Nottingham,
Catan.
I hate it. Ooh, or Catan.
Alright, I think we are good to go. I'm pretty sure I
High
don't
conflict
need...
mechanics that let players attack and interfere with other players' resources and units. So games where you fight each other.
Indeed.
Fighting games.
Fighting games.
Fighting board games.
Fighting board games. It's just a box filled with boxing gloves.
Yeah.
Very good, actually. Great. Give me 1 second. We'll be ending stream in a moment. I keep forgetting that I have all these fucking items.
Games where players can backstab or betray each other.
Betrayal.
Betrayal.
Oh,
Hey,
that's
you're
suck it.
obligated.
More
You're...
souls.
Require me
Or
to
four
roll
souls.
rates. As
Lawrence, you're... Or not Lawrence. Well, actually, I guess Lawrence as well. But Adrian, you're obligated to say that you like Betrayal mechanics because we did play Betrayal at least once a night for 4 months solid.
True.
You know what I would like?
Did we
Zach,
play-
what?
We played a lot of Betrayal.
I was trying to think whether we played RDI or Betrayal more.
That's a good question. I don't know.
They're kind of neck and neck, huh?
I will say we definitely played both too many times.
No, I think we definitely played Red Dragon Inn too many times. I could go for more Betrayal. We didn't even actually, you know what? If I remember correctly, we were only shy 3 of the Betrayal haunts of like the main without the DLC.
Really?
The DLC, the expansion. Yeah, because there was 50 in the main one, and I remember very distinctly that we were at 47. Like, we had done 47 unique ones, but then we could just never get the circumstances to come up for the last 3, so we just never did them.
Dang.
You remember the one where we did the alien one, and then I forgot how the mechanic worked, so I just wasn't I just wasn't swapping the token properly, so I just never spread my alien spawn, and then lost. Oh, that was
Yeah,
so
I
good.
remember being a victim in that.
A victim.
Yeah. Man, I suck at those games. I can't. I don't.
I don't
like
know,
I mean,
Saba. Did you ever
For the
play?
most part, those games are just
No.
Saba, you
I'm
never
good.
played Betrayal with us?
really.
No.
I would say we could do it on
It's
Tabletop
interesting,
Simulator, but it's kind of hard.
interesting to see that somehow I'm in your memories, Lawrence, about playing Betrayal with you when I've never have.
I mean, like Saba was barely there for any of game night. She actually came in like right
Lawrence, was it a car crash or a cliffside? What was it?
at...
Listen, it involved the car and she dead, okay?
and she dead.
And I,
That's all you need to know.
Ooh,
Anywho.
ginseng and protein.
I was trying to say, like, Zach, something that would be fun since we have like hung out together a lot more now is to play like role models again from the Jackbox. I feel like that would be pretty.
Oh, yeah,
Bye.
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
By the way, this is what the graph for the board game survey looks like.
It's a diamond.
And once we play role
It's a
models,
diamond.
you guys will remember how little I actually remember about each of you, and you can feel
Well,
more.
we'll see
insulted.
about that.
Well, then you and I will be in the same boat, and I'll feel less guilty.
Okay.
I am
Okay.
apparently
stand
very
by it.
invested in immersion and aesthetics.
No,
I
Makes sense.
not
actually-
no strategic.
I don't like thinking too much.
I don't like thinking.
I only have so many synapses left.
All right.
Aesthetics for
No.
95, huge respect.
I'll
Yeah.
show mine.
Listen, I like when cars are drawn well.
Ooh,
True.
look at that.
Social fun, cooperation, conflict, social manipulation. I can't see the rest. Emerging
right side is-
aesthetics are pretty high.
The right
like
side
having
is
fun with
strategy and
people on board
discovery.
games.
Hey Grant, I know we normally end here, but can we take the test real quick and just share?
You know what? If you guys are doing that, I'll do it.
Quickly zoom through it, everyone.
Yeah, I will. All right, board game motivation profile. I am male. Wait, you should already know this. I'm already signed in.
I took
It's a different quiz, okay?
It's a
I
different
will
quiz, but
mention-
I'm already signed in with my account.
I will mention, by the way, that it made me list each Red Dragon and expansion as a separate game.
I just said I had like 10 board games. I don't know how
Strangers.
many. I got a bunch.
Roughly how many
Oh,
board games?
fuck.
Roughly how
That's
many
why I
board
just said
games do
10.
you own? Give me 1 second.
Zach 20. Zach has to say like 50 or something.
1, 2, 3.
The thing is,
4,
card
5.
games don't count as
6,
board
7.
games, do they?
No, they count as card games.
But it's like,
do I
it's
not own
interesting.
any board games?
1, 22, 20.
No, I
got
own
a-
I
got a
own a
couple of
copy of Betrayal.
Well, maybe I
Just
have
one,
7.
I guess.
Because I got Life, Monopoly.
Hey, does Uno
Not
count?
like. See, that's the thing. I don't know.
I mean,
I got apples to
it has
apples.
things about.
I own.
Like Coup feels like it would fit into the category of what they're talking about, but that's not technically a board game.
I own 55 board games.
Jesus.
Oh, I should give my thing. My thing is also low conflict, relaxed, and gregarious. What does gregarious mean?
Gregarious. That's like
Oh, yeah,
my
mine-
my personality.
Mine is relaxed, immersed, and gregarious.
All right. What's your preference for a typical duration of a game? 30 minutes to an hour. Seems about right for me. I know
Really,
I really
put
like.
1 hour to 2.
Same.
Well, no, I prefer ones that can go like kind of quicker. Have you
Fair
ever
enough.
contributed to a board game on Kickstarter/Indiegogo? Yes, about
Oh man,
3
me
to
trying to play Uno, there is a limit to how long I will play Uno for until I want to start like killing myself and being like, I need this to end.
What are your favorite board games? Well, I guess Root, right? Because Root's really good.
Zach has introduced me to a lot of board games.
I did.
Beautifully illustrated, very important.
I think
Root.
Clank is a really good board game.
There's
But I
Clank is so
definitely
good. I
feel
should
like
get
it's-
Clank.
It's so much easier to play it online.
There's a
feel like-
button that recommends you games based on your profile.
Ooh.
After you finish the survey, there's a board game recommendations button.
Betrayal at House on the Hill. What's another one of my favorite board games? God, I
Oh,
own
how
so
important
many.
is winning?
Like
Lawrence,
I like winning.
Lawrence, we're
nice.
at game night.
As I remind myself as
You
how many
fool.
times I've ended up beating Zach at some games. I like
Skull
winning.
Girls.
Why does
Not
it have to be
Skullgirls.
against me?
Not even
like,
Skullgirls,
you know what?
it's
I
like
want to.
Clank
You know
and a
what? I
bunch
want
of
to bring
other
this
stuff.
back up again because I want to say it was always delightful, but a little irritating. Of like whenever I would bring new people into game night, first thing they always did, whether it was Saba, Malia, Olivia that one time, Rose, every single one of them are like, "Oh well, I'll just beat Zach." And it's okay because I don't really care about
I-
winning, but it's just
I
annoying
can't-
that every single fucking time they did the same thing.
No,
of like,
no,
oh, I'm
the
gonna
first
bully
time
Zach.
I started, I didn't have any expectations of winning because half the time I didn't know what we ended up playing. But because half the time as well, Zach, it's just you and I playing together, I do end up beating you. I'm like, what do you want me to say by that point? I can't.
I'm not very strategic.
Well,
Let's,
I was
what
gonna
was the
say,
other one
watch,
that we played with each other? The jewels and stuff
watch,
game.
watch, watch
Splendor.
Zach's thing just be the full diamond isn't completely colored in.
Everything.
I love it. Clank, a deck building adventure. What's another game? Splendor. You just mentioned it. Splendor.
Oh my god,
Um,
some of these I feel like are just the same questions. How do you like the art?
Yeah.
How do you like the illustrations? How do you like the art and the illustrations?
Tapeworm. Saba, what's another game that we played on Tabletop Simulator?
We
Checkers.
played that worm game.
Yeah, I already put Tapeworm.
We played the Japanese.
We tried
game.
to do Hanafuda. It didn't really work.
Yeah, there's a lot more that I would have to learn.
God,
to
I
really
have
play
so many games I can't even think of any of their names.
Just stop playing this. Go open up.
I just looked at all of them. I can't just do it again. What have I played recently?
Take the list with you.
Oh, Oh, Ink and Gold. We played like we played like a huge tournament of Ink and Gold, and it was freaking awesome. God, I do own a lot of these. Hey, it doesn't show up on the list.
Hey.
I will say, I don't think the games that you list affect your end result.
I think it's just like statistics that they're collecting.
Yeah, I actually just
Yeah.
skipped over them. So
How important are the following game elements to you when playing board games? Winning? Slightly. Taking on a believable role in a coherent thematic setting? Pretty important. Dominating other players? Not at all. Game immerses you in another world/place? Pretty important. Components are beautifully illustrated? Pretty important. I have some garbage, though. Games have a strong, rich theme? Oh, perfect.
Gameplay that involves bluffing or deception.
I'm
Love.
hate it. I hate that.
Simply having a good time in the company of others, extremely important.
Extremely not important.
The game allows you to formulate and execute long-term strategy. That's somewhat important. I don't really need that. Game is accessible to people like with very little board gaming experience.
Lawrence.
That's somewhat important.
There's a really good question coming up.
Ooh.
It's easy to teach someone how to play the game. Somewhat important.
Backstab or betray each other.
Being known as a highly skilled player. That's
Dude.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that question, of course.
being part of a like-minded community of gamers. Slightly. I don't really care
Community
about
of
other people.
gamers.
Gamers. Game takes place in a highly detailed world/setting. That's pretty important. Game is very approachable and easy to learn. Very approachable.
It's interesting how we all have like sideways diamonds. At least so far.
Oh, you guys posted? Oh shit, he's so
I
fast.
posted mine.
I had to count 55 games.
Who
You're gonna
knew
be the
that?
only one who likes strategy.
The game
Who knew a group that
has...
went to game nights are really into social
Like
fun?
similar games.
We're all averse
Well,
to
at that
strategy and
point,
discovery.
if you're like in person, right? I feel like it's more fun to like.
The game
have fun
has
with
a
people.
great deal of strategic depth and complexity.
If I'm by myself, I'll
Somewhat.
deal with
Game's theme
other
setting
stuff.
is strongly reflected in the art and design. Oh yeah, that's pretty important.
I care
Game
more
world is
about
elaborate
immersion
history
and
world.
aesthetics than any of you fools.
Trying
That's my
out new
thing,
games,
apparently.
staying up to date. That's somewhat important. There's new stuff. Like I bought that. I bought a Coatl a while back, which was a game that had literally just come out like the day before, and it was like, dude, game's freaking sick. Game's freaking sick. Spending time with others, doing something we enjoy together, obviously extremely important.
Basically the same as the other one.
Exactly.
Correct.
These are, I'm about to say, most of those were basically the same question 3 times. How much do you like/dislike the following kinds of board games or game elements? High conflict mechanics that lets players attack and interfere with each other's resources and units. I dislike it. I want to co-op games where players help
Unless
each
he's
other.
trying to
I
warn
love it.
people
I was
from certain
literally Saba, I hate 4 Souls, all right? I cannot illustrate enough. I buy these things because I'm addicted, not because I like them.
Okay.
Gameplay that involves
Again,
negotiating or
same
bargaining.
theme or same shape.
Now, I want to... Oh my god, it is the same shape. That's hilarious. Now, I want to say real quick, before I answer this question, gameplay that involves negotiating or bargaining with others, I don't mind it when that's a part of the gameplay, as long as you are forced to do it. Because, like, in Catan, you can play a fucking 3-hour game where literally no one makes any deals whatsoever. And that's just fucking boring, because then you're just rolling dice, you know what I mean? So if you're forced to make trades and stuff, then it's great. So I'm gonna say neutral. Chance mechanics that determine outcomes, I'm gonna say neutral, because it depends. Games that require a lot of thinking and planning, I like it. Chatting, social interacting around playing board games, love it. Gameplay that depends a lot on luck and chance, hate it. Insert
Luck
any
is a little
game
bit
that we
annoying.
play. Chance mechanics that determine the outcome of actions. Wait, I just did this, didn't I?
Yeah.
It's on there twice?
Well,
I
one is in
mean,
general, and one is
Oh,
specifically when you
drawing a
choose to do
hand
a
from
thing.
your deck.
Yeah.
Oh, determine the options you have. Oh, I love that. That's different. That's a different question.
Wait a minute. Does Yu-Gi-Oh count as a board game?
Yeah, one of them is like just in general. One of them is
Yeah.
like when you choose to do
Oh,
a thing,
dang,
whether or
then I
not
have
you
a lot
succeed,
more
and one of them
board
is
games
whether
than
you can
I
choose
thought.
to do a thing at all.
Ah, okay. There you go.
I love
Those are 3
Yu-Gi-Ohs.
distinctions.
I didn't realize
I
there
don't
was a
play
distinction.
very well,
yeah.
but I like it.
Nice.
Got a lot of cars.
Games that are primarily about lighthearted fun and laughter. Love them. Great.
Love it.
Playing mind games with others. I like it.
Hate it.
Oh, I hit neutral by accident. I like it. Competing against others. I'm neutral. Gameplay where players can backstab or betray each other. I'm neutral.
Hate it.
Games where all players' interactions are
Hey, I
non-confrontational.
said I hate
kinda
backstabbing
like
in the
it.
game, Lawrence. Doesn't mean I can't backstab you in real life.
Gameplay where you
God.
persuade or convince other players something.
You backstab me, those
Neutral.
Rip out your-
shirtless
Allow
drawings
stuff.
of your characters are
Like-
gone. You hear
Ooh.
me?
Gameplay that involves
You
bluffing
don't
or
think I
deception.
already saved them to my desktop?
Dislike.
But the difference is I can produce.
I think I
Oh,
put
to your
them-
desktop.
That's my wallpaper, Lawrence. Come on.
Oh,
Your
How
expectations
often
are
do you do
really
the
low.
following
though.
things? Take time to learn about a game's desire and satisfaction? Sometimes, depending. Take time to learn about new game systems and mechanics. Literally every day. How much do you
Food.
enjoy
We
the
feel
following
like
kinds of
discuss
board
when
games
we wanna
elements?
get food, guys, especially with the whole CDC thing going on. It doesn't make me feel good, but
I'm sorry, what?
no, you continue your thing.
Oh,
Zach.
sorry. Sorry. Working together with others on a team.
I like
enjoyed a lot.
KBB.
hey, baby.
KBQ.
Oh,
I miss LNL.
once.
Games where players have cooperative to achieve it. Oh,
Oh,
I enjoyed it a
no,
lot.
yes.
There's
Yeah,
lots of
once
silly fun
this
interactions.
whole
I love
pandemic
it.
is behind us, just free
You,
reign.
you say that, Lawrence. but
True. Yes, I know what you're gonna say.
Can
It's gonna
can
be
I
with
ask
us
a question for those of you who
Forever.
paid more attention to the question? The question
Yes.
that I have right now is literally just modern cities / infrastructure. What is it asking?
It's asking
Remember-
what theme of game
Modern
you like.
setting.
Remember, Zach, that
okay.
game we played together about literally city and infrastructure?
Machikoro?
Yeah,
How did I remember
Sims.
that?
Zach.
Sims. Hell yeah.
Steampunk,
Yeah.
luck. Zombie apocalypse,
I don't
neutral.
really play that
Pirates,
many
love it.
steampunk
High
games.
fantasy, like it.
Like,
Futuristic
you guys know
sci-fi,
any
like.
steampunk board games?
I know a few.
Not
They're
off the top
they're
of my head.
mostly like what's it called? Scythe is technically steampunk. Love it. Optional. Your board game geek username. Surprise, surprise! It's Obo token.
Gonna change your score so much.
Our
Okay, I
oh oh I am unique.
Send it.
I know I'm doing it.
Uh-oh.
I am unique.
He's gonna be the
different.
only one with. He's gonna be the only one that likes strategy and discovery. He's gonna be the only one.
Adrian was pretty correct with his thing of like, oh, Zach's just gonna be like a square.
Well,
He's
Wow.
different.
He's different, kill him. So
Kill him.
yeah.
All your points out of conflict and social and put them in a strategy discovery. You fool.
How could you?
Social fun 96%, immersion 83, strategy, discovery 84. Pretty good. Is there anything
I think
else on here? Is it
97
just
is
that? All right, well there you go. That was fun.
I like,
Zach,
I
you
like
and
how
I
we're
are
all
both
higher
83,
on
83.
conflict.
You're about to say all of you except
Except
for
for Saba.
Adrian or Saba, yeah,
I
rather.
don't like conflict.
All of
Give me
you
a
guys
break.
are more into like actually competing with each other, where I'm just like, dude, look at this funny noise I can make when I clack the pieces together.
And look at this funny noise as I use all my strategy heads or strategy.
Strategy
brains.
heads.
Strategy heads.
All 4 of my strategy heads.
You remember
All
this will
four
be
of your
the this will be the
strategy heads
last
to
this will be
BS.
the last thing, since I know we're like almost 20 minutes over. But not Adrian, Lawrence, remember that one time where we were playing like a warm up game of Root, and I think it was just you and me. I was playing the Eerie, and it took me straight up like 40 minutes to plan out my turn. But then when the,
I don't tell me.
but then when but then when I finally executed the turn, it was fucking flawless, and I dominated the rest of the game.
I know, that's why I don't. because you know, normally when you play the what do we call the Irie,
The Eerie.
you're
yeah.
supposed to fail eventually. You never
I
have.
never failed.
Who Who
You know, I will also
survives
say-
with like 40 commands?
Yeah, so Saba, I'll fill you in real quick before I let Adrian say his thing. The thing with the Eerie was that the cards that you had in your hand, you put them in a command list essentially, and the idea was that each turn, for each card that you had on each command, you had to do them in that order every time, and eventually one of the commands would fail. That's the idea. Normally they would fail around 10 to 12. That's what it was supposed to be. During that game, as Lawrence just said, I believe I got up to 35 and just won the game because I was doing 35 things in one turn, whereas Lawrence was doing 6. It was freaking sick.
Insane.
We'll say Zach is by and far the best one as far as strategy. He's still only at 38.
True.
I don't
All right.
know how.
In a land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
I'm scared to think of the person who plays like Gloomhaven every day, like what their score would be. You know, that's like way too much strategy. All right, we're super over. Good night, everybody. This was a lot of fun.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.